Aloha world, good morning. Aloha from Maui. This is day 2 of our live broadcast of the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck. And you are looking at a live shot of our lineup. And what we have today is plenty of surf and a bit more of a questionable wind scenario here. And Kai Cacciadori and Jace Pontebianco once again here at the table. We are bringing it to you with Zone Media Productions. Proud to be here, Jace. Great day of action yesterday. Take me through your impressions about what you saw, generally speaking.
Well, when you watched the replay yesterday, it took out all of the slow moments, and it just left a lot of action. There was really solid sailing from all of our competitors, men and women. So I was really happy with what we got done yesterday. Looking forward to today. The wind is not quite fully filled in. What are you seeing in the conditions-wise?
Well, we had a little bit of rain, which has not happened for a while now on Maui, and that's usually a bit, it goes in hand with the wind. The wind direction, as you and I were just hanging out by the lifeguard tower, switched even a little bit more onshore here. After what was about 4.5 hours of stellar surf conditions here, the waves have certainly improved. The swell period has increased to a degree. We're probably at about 13-second periods here moving into this second day. And a little bit more size, it's actually brought itself as a true north-northeast swell direction. So the waves are there. Head Judge Bushma-Giol promptly looked at conditions this morning and released the juniors and masters fleets. He is going to solely concentrate on going through what we're calling the men's redemption round. Now, we made it all the way through the challengers round, and certain people were already, seeded and eliminated thusly. We're just getting started with that round, and we're halfway through the redemption round. So in that first heat, Jace, I believe you can pull that up. We have Hayata Ishii, Russ Faro, Marino Gil Girardi, and Baptiste Clorec. 2 sailors are going to advance, and then 2 are going to be done with the event. I believe that's the way we have the format running here. It's a dingle format, so in a sense, it's not a true double elimination. It's a little bit of a more direct path to the finals. So we hope to get through as many heats as possible today. You do see Hayata right now heading for the channel, and it is clear to me that the wind is very light, and it is going to be up to question whether or not we have conditions to even run suitable heats here. As you see, there's plenty of surfers still out enjoying the surfing, which is another sign to how windy it is.
The real challenge will be getting out here with the short interval, or the shorter interval, and also the direction. It makes it so it's a little difficult to get around the rocks there. I think that once our competitors get outside and into the clear wind, we're definitely going to be able to see some riding. So I have hopes that we're going to get started here around 11:30.
Yeah, these prompt starts have been really, really key. Yesterday, we would have never gotten to where we ended up, with a full body of work running into what happens now. Starting at 11 o'clock or even any semblance of 11:30 is the only way we're going to, stay, quote-unquote, on schedule here. That also looks like that's Faro, not mistaken. And now we have already somebody on the rocks. That's Ishii. You blink, you missed it, and you're directly dealing with this now. And this, Jace, unfortunately, isn't a really good sign because he didn't even get a chance to make it to the channel. And this swell direction just puts you straight on him. But let's stay with this for you at home to watch what this ordeal really is. And you go on the rocks because you didn't clear this main rock that gives you the gateway to the channel. The current's running downwind. Now, Hayata dealt with this perfectly because he just let his rig wash in. And as long as he didn't step on an urchin, which it looks like he can still walk. So when you step on one of those black urchins and you have a heel full of urchins, that's even worse than breaking all your gear. That's you're done for the day, maybe even for the week. Now, Hayata dealt with that perfectly. He's got some people assisting him. But the reality is that right off the bat, we don't even have a sailor who's, been able to make it outside. So we're looking at a challenging situation here. It's going to allow us, while we watch people try and make the most of this in the warm-up or even get this heat started, which it's supposed to in 5 minutes. And I bet you that Head Judge Bushma-Giol will take a look at this, start the heat, but see if it can continue. Maybe that's the way we have to roll with this. In the meantime, Jace, we can open up some of our world title scenarios And I'm just going to give a couple names off to you here as we watch Orcall heading out, and you see the scene here at the beach. Nearly glassy-looking Hokipa here. And with the full expectation that we are going to see wind in the afternoon, there are these tantalizing white caps upwind of us. And it seems like it's just a matter of time. But time starts ticking, and if we, stay in this mode past 2 o'clock, I think we're going to be really challenged. But until then, plenty of things to discuss. We can bring a lot of people up on the panel. Jace, Marcilio Brown had the highest score yesterday.
Not surprising.
Not surprising. And he, along with Victor Fernandez, Marino Gill, Philip Koster, was on this list and is no longer on this list, because it's pretty fair to say with his result now, he is no longer a world title contender for 2024. Morgan Waro, Marc Perret, Robbie Swift, Antoine Martin, Camille Jubin with an outside shot as well. Anybody who's had any event wins here has an outside shot. The difference being 4-star, 5-star points potential and everything there within. This becomes mathematical, of course, and all the different scenarios that can play out. We'll just keep it at that right now. Those are your contenders. And to go through who is in the same round, so punch up your bracket here, because Victor Fernandez has made it into round 5, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe that Marino Gill is still dealing with the redemption round. Here's Russ Faro. He's caught a wave. He's an efficiency expert. And I'll tell you, this is a good sign just for the fact that he's out sailing and checking it out. Because if he can't catch anything, then we're really in trouble. And that was more of a look anyway, what he just did there on screen, just to see if it was, something he could catch, make the most of it. Obviously, very light wind here to start the day. Yeah. Absolutely. Look at Russ as he's slogging, and that's basically your little morning wake-up morning here. And we will get right back to you. It's time to pay some bills. We'll get that done early and often before the wind starts. So hang on tight. We'll be back to commercial at the 2024 Aloha Classic Hotel Playa Sur, presented by Sundek. And we'll get into our other sponsors as well shortly. Be right back.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundek Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Or seafarer. Your double and you are not identical, and your island won't be his. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 yous.
And welcome back to the Aloha Classic Grand Finals here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. I'm Jace Ponabianco alongside Kai Cachadorian, and we're getting ready for the start of our second day of competition here at Ho'okipa Beach Park, watching one of our competitors get one of the first rides of the day. This is Russ Farreau on the S2 rig. Got a beautiful wall and drawing a really nice line and looking like he's going to do his kick out to try to get out before the wind and waves peter out at the end bowl there.
This is heat on. If I'm not mistaken, check live heats and see if we're completely running here. The idea, I think, for Bujma right now, regardless of the conditions, is to roll the dice, get this heat out there. We are live and running, so this is live bullets. Hayata Ishii, Russ Farreau, Marino Gil-Giardi, Baptiste Claret. Marino Gil-Giardi is in the world title equation, right and smack in the middle of this right now, because this is do or die for his title hopes. This is an elimination round, and he will be out of contention if he doesn't advance here. Russ Farreau, much more of a local rider, however, a full participant on this year's IWT part of the tour and those events. As you look at a replay of Russ, with all the colors of the rainbow.
What a great way to start off the heat for Russ Farreau. He getting that length of ride and that quality of wave. That's exactly the way that Russ needs to start off a heat.
Yeah, you can see right now, wave selection isn't just make or break. It is
paramount.
100% paramount, because of the fact that you are moving less than a knot in this float and ride condition here. This does open up the pure surf aspect of this competition, and there are some really nice waves running in here. As our water safety patrol, Curtis Conqui here, gives our last surfer in the lineup a nice little assist elsewhere.
And we appreciate the surfers giving us a chance to have the competition zone to ourselves. We're definitely going to make our way through the bracket as quickly as we can, because it is an honor to be here at Ho'okipa.
An honor and a privilege, Jace. Absolutely. I'm going to completely occupy this beach for 2 to 3 weeks at a time. We don't really feel that's Pono anymore here. What we want to do is we want to find the best conditions, send the best sailors out in the world, and leave without a footprint. That's our mission statement here, and push the level of this sport. And in terms of pushing the level of the sport, in all the categories, both in surfing, wave riding, and whatnot, what we do have is the opportunity right now to really judge the contestability of this moment. This is an important heat, and what you're looking at is world titles at stake nonetheless. The thing about this right now, and where you find yourself if you're Marino Gil-Giardi, is you have to stay calm. In your words, stay patient, be able to find that wave that's going to make the scoring difference. These are very important decisions, considering the year and the body of work that's led up to this moment now. It's magnified based on what we said, wave selection alone. And head judge Bujma, he's not going to flinch if we don't have enough conditions. And I do believe I've just seen the signal that this heat has been abandoned. Abandoned heat, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at a cancellation right off the bat. And all of you at home, if you look outside, you see that wind line creeping in. Well, it's creeping in all so slowly. And make no mistake, in the center of your screen there, Baptiste Claret, easily one of the most efficient sailors I've ever seen. I wouldn't be surprised if, even Bujma is aware that if he's just, sitting dead in the water like that practically, that we're going to have to sit tight here. Jace, your impressions of the moment here.
Well, it seemed like the wind was a little stronger about 15, 20 minutes ago, and then the wind line just kind of retreated a little bit offshore. So I think it was a good idea to start, but the conditions changed in those little moments between when Russ got his first wave. So hopefully the wind line comes back in a little closer into shore, and Bujma gets us up and running again.
Clearly there's a standard at play here. As you usually see, here comes Baptiste catching a wave. But let's see what he actually does with it. Is this just an ability to come back in really quickly? He's kind of in the midsection here. He's going to give this a go. I'm not sure if he's aware this has been canceled. It's encouraging to see that wave riding is actually happening here, but it is almost a little bit in slow motion. because the wind is so light, you're only relying on the apparent wind.
Still looks fun.
It still looks fun, and I feel like this is kind of where we're going to be in this zone for a moment here, this in-between zone. If I was these guys, knowing Bujma's propensity to just, reset the clock and rerun this, I would just stay out.
Yeah, get outside.
Right. Get outside and get in position and keep your watch going. At this point, I think you're relying a little bit more on some of the intangibles. Really tap deep into this moment and see what Hukipa's telling you to do. What's actually going to happen,
Well, it can be a bit tricky getting in and out. So, for our competitors, you got to make that choice of if you're going to take the time and effort to fight the current and get back onto the beach,
yep,
or if you're going to go outside and just wait it out.
Or just keep riding waves like Russ Faro is doing, which is pretty much what we love to do on tour here. We love waves, and we've got waves, and we're on Maui, like you said, Jace. This place is going to blow. It is just a question of time until the flags alter their direction a little bit more to the east, and we get that Venturi effect that occurs between Haleakala and West Maui, and that sea breeze gets accelerated to sailable levels. But it's great to be here. Back to yesterday, and a reflection of some of the highlights and some of the sailors that we felt stood out. I bring up several names. We said Brasilio had the highest score. You had a really good performance from Morgan Moreau had a great performance as we watched Russ's replay here. Bernd Rodinger, Levi Siver, Kai Lenny, Mark Perret had a couple really good heats. Even his other teammate Moritz Mauk. The Goya riders out in force. Great to see Francisco Goya out there, putting in some good work. The list goes on and on. I felt Clarek kind of had, a little bit of a bumpy ride there, but, people are putting it together left and right. This is a super long list of people who are contenders in this situation right now. And, someone like Juban, who's got, contest winning experience here, some of that stuff kind of shines through. And if you listen to Juban, he's like, I haven't really given it my all yet. I'm kind of waiting to start slow, make sure you advance, but don't empty the cup right away either. You're not in a situation where you want to give away your entire bag to the judges and overshoot your scoring window.
Yeah. I think that timing is a real important thing, and it's something that you see from a guy like Camille, who's spent so much time here at Okipa. His timing is just on point, and he can turn things on and off. I think with a sailor like Clarek, maybe he was just a scotch late on a couple of his hits yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get his timing a little bit more dialed out there in the conditions that we have.
Victor Fernandez also comes to mind, as well as his duotone teammate Arthur Arutkin. These guys had good performances, all the way across the board. I wouldn't really even be able to say that, luck or the conditions didn't have anything to do with it either. And sometimes these things combine. Sometimes you have to be good to be in the position to get lucky. And you have to be able to read what Hukipa's telling you. And that's definitely the case in what you see right now in this free session here. As we're waiting to see what the status is of this, people were catching waves. I think Bujma kind of gave up on that heat the earliest he would have been able to. Certainly right after he canceled, a couple wave rides went down. But that's just, part of the sailors. And maybe this is also to be fair to Hayata, who went through this ordeal on the rocks. Maybe he broke a fin or something. Maybe there's some sort of issue there.
Yeah, you
I
want to
don't
make
see
sure
him
it's
in
fair.
the lineup right now. That certainly wasn't fun to watch. Hayata just on the rocks right away when we started this broadcast. But it serves kind of as a reality check of what sailing here means.
Yes, and the conditions need to fill in for it to be fair for everyone. So it was good that Hayata had a crew of guys down on the rocks there to help him off. It makes it a lot easier and definitely a lot safer. So hopefully he got through unscathed with all of his gear. And like you said, with the urchins, you don't want to have any of that sort of stuff, impede your performance.
Not to mention that it's on live TV.
Beautiful look at Haleakala. And the weather that we're encountering today, as you can see, the winds are not quite strong enough to blow all this cloud cover off. But we have high hopes.
There's Ishii. Also looking at the sailor angle, Jace. Maybe a little bit more offshore now. The flags have switched to a degree. I definitely see that they're not pointed straight on shore like they were after this squall. I think this is the moment we've been waiting for. Within the next 20 minutes, I would fully expect it to become much better. In fact, with this swell direction, and if the wind has any semblance of east to it, it's actually going to get quite good.
Yes, I think we have ultimate opportunity for high-level maneuvers later on as the wind comes in. And you're right, the angle has changed dramatically from slightly onshore look to slightly offshore. So that's a real good sign.
I love that shot.
Yeah.
Again, at the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Playa Surf Hotel, presented by Sundeck. We are not competing right now, just for you joining us. We are on hold. The first attempt at this heat got canceled. So let's continue playing it forward with our bill paying, and we will have a word from our sponsors and some possible highlight reels coming right up. We will be right back.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Do not travel with luggage, rent quality equipment, and enjoy.
Three hundred days of wind a year.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Or seafarer. Your double and you are not identical, and your island won't be his. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 youths.
Welcome back to Hokipa Maui. We are standing by with the event on hold here. Head Judge Bujma Giol made a very wise decision there to cancel that last heat, gave it a 20-minute break. We will be starting at 11:40 Hawaiian with that same heat, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And what has happened since you last joined us was that the wind has switched, yes, a little bit more to the east, northeast. That has helped pretty significantly. There's been some manageable gusts coming here. Still very, very light wind, though. But I do think this is going to make a difference. He has also extended the heat duration. It is going to be a 22-minute heat with a 3-minute transition. That is the math on that. Hayata Ishii is in the center of your screen there with Baptiste Clarec on his hip there to the right side. Also in this heat is Marino Gil-Girardi and Russ Faro. Everybody's out in the lineup. They are ready to strike. The judges are ready to judge, and we are ready to bring it to you live. Let's hope for the best, Jace.
Yeah, absolutely. Marino Gil-Girardi currently third in our World Tour rankings, so he's got everything to play for here in this heat. Definitely hoping to get off to a solid start.
Definitely some nervous moments for Marino. You know, talking about the world title picture there, and it is a very tight one for the men. And we will get into the women's equation as well. Marino Gil-Girardi is sitting in third place in the rankings, just behind Victor Fernandez and Marcilio Brown. And between Gil-Girardi and Marcilio Brown, there's very, very few points separating them. Are we live? With heats on. That is Baptiste Clarec starting with a bang. A nice looking wave that he drew the line out on, so it ensured that he was going to make the wave. He's going to make it all the way towards the point. Maybe one more small hit there. Looking really good for Clarec. That's a good start. That's practically hitting the left at lanes. He's deep in the channel, and that's going to give him a pretty long climb back to the lineup. However, a fairly good scoring ride, Jason. I think that sets the tone for this heat quite nicely.
We're seeing that today. Length of ride already in the canceled heat, and just with that first wave, we're seeing very long lines. So the competitors have the opportunity. We just got to get out there and see what they can do.
All right, just for you at home to get on the time schedule here. Round 4, Heat 3, the one that we're starting right now at 11:40 is going to end at 12:07 p.m. Hawaiian. Round 4, Heat 4 will start at 12:10 Hawaiian.
All right, so just a couple minutes off schedule, but still getting things going in an earliest manner. That's good.
One score in the bag, that belonging to Baptiste Clorec. Can Gil Girardi, Ishii, and Faro answer back? There is plenty of time to do it. There is 2 waves counting for each sailor, and let's hope for a full scorecard here so we can get this rolling throughout the day.
I think good call from Bujma to add a little bit of time.
Yeah, definitely. You could have also handed everybody an uphaul.
I still rock the uphaul. You never know when you're going to have to tie your gear together. If you break all your stuff, an uphaul is a great thing to have around. If all of your gear is broken, just take that uphaul, wrap it all around, bing, bang, and you're out there.
I mean, to the right side of your screen there, just sailing out of it, there was Hayata Ishii. Here's the replay from Clorec with his signature mast-pointing bottom turn. He aims the mast at where he wants to hit on the wave. It's super impressive. Look at that. He's able to scoop it. And those are 2 really good bottom turn combos all the way. That's his 3rd bottom turn into some sort of contact in that last hit. So that's a pretty darn decent score. And it's definitely showing that it's possible. Based on selection, what you're going to really see now is getting super selective. There's the peanut gallery, if you will. The scene on the hill, like I was remarking yesterday. Typical Hukipa situation here. There are judges everywhere. Here's Faro, Jace.
Faro's looking like he's got a nice wall picked out here, waiting for it to set up. A little tricky. Maybe saw some foam on the face there, decided that with as difficult as it is to stay outside, that you want to be picky about which wave you decide to ride, because it does take a long time to get back into position when you're slog and ride situation.
You can see little suggestions of the wind increase there. Faro's in the middle of a nice, suitable gust. This is definitely now on the increase. Say what you will about the conditions. They are improving.
Well, you can see some texture on the water, and that was not the case a couple minutes ago. It almost looked oily. It would have been Maui glass, as they say.
Yeah, Maui glass. And right now, it just into the realm of contestable. This is a wave riding surfing contest in its purest form right now. As you look at Russ Faro with his S2 rig, Quattro board, heading out. There's Marino Gil, Girardi, again, 3rd in the world right now. He has a shot at a title. Baptiste Clorec, maybe not in title contention this year, but I have to put him in that equation just based on his level. He is one of the best in the world. Gil Girardi certainly right up there. These are now based on the tour structure. You have to be very versatile, Jace. You have to be able to wave sail both tacks, but not only both tacks, but all the variations of both tacks. We have side onshore port, side offshore port down the line. We have starboard. It's a very well-rounded tour. And to end at Hukipa seems very justified. And in speaking with some of the higher-ups in these organizations, that there are some exciting possibilities for future events on this tour. As we look at our other competitors warming up, there goes Robbie Swift. That's Casey Hauser grabbing his rig. There's none other than Traversa. These are big names hitting the water here in these pivotal heats, all these different backgrounds and roads that lead to this moment. It's super compelling. And I could tell, a novel for each of these riders and their depth of experience and everything that got them to this moment. But this does seem like a moment in time to me, Jace, this 40th annual Aloha Classic. And that's when the novel opens up about the history of this event and how it's intertwined with the world title picture versus just the allure of Hukipa titles.
Well, a good way for Baptiste and Russ to start. We're seeing 5.5 and a 5.0. Those are higher scores than a lot of the heat scores we were seeing yesterday, more in the 4.5 range. There was a couple moments yesterday where the conditions really got good, and we saw, like you were saying, with Brasinho and whatnot, we saw some higher heat scores.
Marino Gil Girardi setting up for his first good scoring opportunity, surveys the lineup, looks behind him. Key thing to do to make sure there's not a really bigger wave behind you that's going to clean you out if you blow it. Here goes Marino. Nice tight drone shot on Marino. His Neil Pride JP rig. New to the team this year. It's been a big upgrade for him. Aerial over the section into the floater, and he doesn't connect it. Unfortunately for Marino, got hung up in the lip. A little too much momentum from the wave. He's kicking himself for that one. Maybe he needed the floater just to be able to make the ride. He's not too far down on the channel, Jace. Maybe that position will at least save him a chance.
Definitely will save him some time. He set up very far upwind on that one, so was able to kind of gather his speed, but maybe the wind direction pushing him slightly out of the back and not allowing him to re-enter the wave on that aerial. So we'll see what he gets on his next opportunity.
Looking at the clock again for you at home, you see that 3:22:02. Just subtract a 3 and you have your right time.
So 22 minutes to go.
The way Live Heats has it set up. Look at the line that Marino had on this. Gets the aerial, and then the extra little inside rail bobbled him out. Just not enough momentum to make it back in the wave. He was definitely trying to make the wave by doing the floater. Here comes Russ Faro. And he is doing what he does, which is select good waves. This is the second wave of his set, and behind him is Clarek. Here comes Russ, trying to size it up, making sure he makes the entire wave. Clarek behind him. Russ kind of going for some soft contact, that really sailing a little bit underpowered down the line there. Not going to be much. Here comes Clarek behind him as Faro's pretty much done with his wave. Clarek setting up. This looks like it's got a chance for some fireworks here. Baptiste Clarek, much like his first wave, points that mast right to where he's aiming, wraps it back to the power source. Nice fade bottom turn for Clarek. Brings it back to the power point. Classic Hokipa look here. Staying close to the power of the wave and kicking out. That's a good second score based on the standard of this heat. And if nothing else happens, he's got a good shot here. Marino
waiting for the wave to set up. He's probably going to kick out because not liking what he's seeing with the wave offering there. Positioning battle. Real important to keep the upwind positioning so that you get your choice of waves.
Marino's had a really strong year. I watched the start of it in Chile, and this was his, gear choice here, a little gear switch. That's been good for him. Here's the replay of Faro struggling to make the wave, kind of trying to mix a little contact with a little placement, and then he kind of realizes, maybe not exactly the plan there. Clarek stuck to his plan, which is find the open face and start dissecting it. Those are really nice, decisive turns from Clarek. And
you gotta love his
this
style.
Last turn didn't quite work out, it was still a good body of work.
Yeah, you gotta love Clarek's style. He's uber aggressive, and maybe sometimes it actually works against him a little bit, but you saw a little bit of the bobble on that bottom turn. When you are so aggressive in your bottom turn, sometimes it unweights your feet and allows you to get a little bit of a skip. So I do appreciate his style. Now in first place, 9.5 with a 2-wave total. Russ Faro in second, 8.0, and Gil Girardi sitting on a 1.
We got a live look at Girardi here, staying active. Score yet to drop from that other ride.
It is definitely light out there.
It's light out there. It's board riding weather. You guys going straight to the big boards and the big fins, trying to make the most of their opportunities here, which there are. And with the exception of Ishii, the scorecards are full. And I'm kind of trying to look around and see where I see Hayata. I don't see him on the rocks. Hayata, where you stay? There he is. Hayata is in the middle zone. There is. Yeah, that's Marino. Look at the body language. Trying to make it happen. You're not going to be moving fast, but he's in what we call the impact zone right now. And when you're in the impact zone, you want to get out through the impact zone so you get to the outside where you can start selecting waves. You've got to use the channel, and he's in the channel. So those are those nervous moments where you might see some waves coming. He's doing what we call pumping. You're pumping the sail, to get further out, to use a little momentum, to get outside of the zone where the waves are breaking.
I use that current line there a lot. When you see the whitewater going out, that's kind of the roadway that I use, and it's a good indicator for where you need to be on the wave.
There's Hayata Ishii. This is a big moment for him, trying to climb up the rankings himself. He's put in a full body of work. Great rider sponsored by RRD. One of the Japanese crew coming up through the ranks here. Hayata's in a really good spot up kind of by the green tree. This is going to be a long ride if he reads it correctly. First setup turn, first cut back. Loads up his sail. Kind of an open clue bottom turn, not a lot of power. Wave's going to give him a little bit more to work with here. Hayata moving smoothly down to the point. There's his hit on the point. Probably won't be making it much further. That's going to be the end of his ride. But it's a good score to start with, Jace. It took him a while to get on the board, but we've got 16 minutes and change left in it.
Yeah, plenty of time for Hayata. He's spent the time here at Hokipa. He's an everyday sort of guy. And it definitely shows with his knowledge of the wave and ability to pick out good ones. So this is definitely a good way for Hayata to start his heat. Here's the replay. The beginning part's a little soft, but the wave starts to stand up and gives him this real nice opportunity at the end bowl here to get up underneath the lip and to give it a good smack. Hayata Ishii from Japan.
Takara.
I just got a note from our race director that they're going to extend the heat times from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. So 27-minute heats, 3-minute transitions, and I believe that'll start on the next heat.
Got it. Hayata having a good heat. Tough heat. Could use that extra time in this one, but he's not going to be gifted that extra, what was it, an extra 4 minutes added now.
Yeah.
And you can see everybody needs every waking second just to even get one wave. But Hayata's plugging away at it.
And he got
a pretty good ride.
He's got the uphaul, Kai.
He's got the uphaul. Take note. You really need it. I mean, you reach for the uphaul in those inopportune moments. You're going to sit there uphauling a sinker, but it makes a difference because uphauling a sinker is really a lot easier than water starting a sinker when you don't have enough wind to water start. We will see what Hayata got for that wave. Marino on the board here. Faro and Clarek comfortably ahead at this time. And these are moments in these heats where you really understand that the early wave selection, it almost puts you in a bit of a cycle, a rotation, so to speak, that one wave's going to deserve another. You get on a good set wave and you're heading back out. Somehow that ends up being the timing of the sets. And we do have another competitor on a wave here. It is looking like Clarek setting up. Baptiste Clarek, signature bottom turn. That is becoming his trademark now, pointing that mast right there. Look at that. I'm going to start doing that. I really like that bottom turn. I really like the way he fades out.
Got a bit of the Craig Masonville style. I love the way he puts the rig almost all the way down to the water, allows him to get that pivot point.
Pivot point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kai, I was wondering, how hard do you think it is to be able to get through the ordeal that Ishii had in the very early moments of our competition today? Going on the rocks in the first 30 seconds of your session, how hard is that to recover from?
Well, mentally speaking, it shouldn't be hard to recover from. It's an ordeal that everybody goes through here as we watch the replay. But all it takes is a nice wave like this. Just get on another wave and reset. Depending on the gear damage, I mean, if you went and knocked a fin out and you have to go through, go to your truck and get a new fin and do all that kind of stuff. It's a very detail-oriented sport. And so all these little things do count up. But Clarek, I don't think he's had, any of these ordeals. I mean, we're talking about Hayata's ordeal, and I feel that Hayata, is well enough equipped to just get through any of those kind of challenges. But it is a little inconvenient, as Faro is really starting to understand his advantage here being in the cycle. And Russ is holding on here to a nice couple scores, and this is going to add to it. A nice drawn-out bottom turn for Russ. Staying sheeted in, nothing too radical, but he's got the flow and he gets the hit there. And he is, unfortunately for Russ, not going to pull that out, but he's getting cheers from the crowd for the effort, as well he should. And his ordeal is not really over because you keep the camera here on him. Here comes the hammer of Hokipa on his head. Ooh, almost.
Able to sink the rig down.
Duck diving in windsurfing is a thing. You got to sink the mast tip into the wave. That almost cleaned him out.
Russ is such a savvy competitor. These conditions are actually playing into his advantage, I would say. He's always picking off good waves and able to ride them for the full duration. So Russ Farrow, great way to start off as he got out unscathed after that duck dive. Gears intact, and now just looking to reposition.
See if we get a replay on that wave. So we got a couple tourist helicopters checking out the action from above. That used to be our drone in the old days.
Don't need them anymore.
No, we sure don't. Farrow on a bomb, pretty much. Gets the under the lip snap here, redirects it around, but he also read the fact that it was breaking ahead of itself, and now that arc was my favorite part of this wave ride. He was able to arc that and stay on his inside rail on the drop, relying solely on his apparent wind to hit that. And that's when the crowd went, yeah, Russ.
Well, that's a brave part right there. You know, to hit that end section, all the water is converging. It's actually a tricky spot to make an aerial, and without any wind in your sail, very difficult. Here comes Gil Girardi. Big bottom turn. Looks like he's got some power in his sail. Nice wrapping cutback to the power section. Staying dizzy, Gil Girardi. Maybe not as big of a wave as Farrow's, but definitely that mid-sized wave actually seems like it's got some wall cut. Now it's Girardi's time to reposition. Here's another angle. It gives you a good look at the wave. Beautiful wrapping cutback.
Actually got some speed on that one.
Yeah, the mid-sized wave has a little bit of power. As you can see with Russ Farrow's wave, maybe a couple feet bigger, but maybe didn't have the wall to it that Girardi's wave had. Some scores have dropped. Pepti's correct in first place, 10.5. Russ Farrow, 8.0. Hayate Ishii, 5.0. And Gil Girardi, 4.7. So probably waiting on another score for Gil Girardi.
Yeah, Marino's going to creep into this. I think Clarek has established his formula, and he's merely just improving upon it, trying to take some shots like that right now. Kind of building his case slowly. Maybe he gets a radical one. Clarek's in a really good flow state here with 9 minutes and 40 to go. That was a good hit. But those are low percentage because you come down on the lip falls there and you don't have any wind to lean back on. And unfortunately for Clarek, he also lost his rig there. So, here comes the swim. We've had a bit of an issue of jet ski assistance in this situation. with Curtis Chonky himself saying, isn't it kind of lame to let this guy swim and destroy his gear? And I thoroughly agree with Curtis. But the argument was, if it's only if everybody gets an assist, you can't be, indiscriminate about this. So this is what you're looking right now is this mad dash swim to the rig. Keep it here because it's suspenseful moments. Thousands of dollars are on the line here. And Clarek's crawling to it. If a bigger whitewater broke right now, that rig would go straight on. But he's being given a break because there isn't a bigger set outside that's going to sweep his gear on the rocks. And there is our water safety putting tens of thousands of dollars on the line right in front of the rocks for the sake of safety. And it is just spellbinding to watch. We have time. I'll tell you a story once. Right in the early days of lifeguarding, there was a little rescue that went down. And the lifeguards somehow all fell off the ski. And there is the ski in front of the rocks with the lanyard in running, about to go on. And the lifeguard, I forget his name, swam to it right at the last possible second and caught the ski. And it's like power salute, like, yeah. We don't mind a little windsurf gear going on the rocks every now and then. I'm sure that, in this case, Clarek's very thankful his rig didn't end up on him. But that was the scenario that you watched unfold. It was pretty close. And Clarek's line on this wave, look how this thing's bending down. And he obliges with the hit, which should get rewarded. Because even though he didn't make it, man, he tossed it.
That's definitely his style. Very, very aggressive. Always taking aim at the lip. One of my favorite sailors to watch, Baptiste Clarec. You know, what you were talking about basically is competitive fairness, right? And I think that the situation that they were talking about with the jet skis was just that everyone needs to have an opportunity to get help. And if there are too many people going on the rocks, then you might not have enough jet skis to give everybody assistance. Here comes Marino Gill. Big bottom turn. Fins loose on the cutback. Real quick back up to the lip, but maybe just a little bit late. And now getting the sleigh ride, but able to hold on to his gear.
With a death grip. And it's like, speaking of with a death grip, right now you can see a little more urgency as time winds down with Marino Gill's riding. He understands a few things. Number one, that this heat is going to count. He's not escaping with the canceled heat. He might or might not realize he's in the lead. He might even feel that he's in fourth place in this heat because the scorecard isn't full. He needs a good second ride. But the thing about this, Jace, is that even Marino with a 6 could claw right back into this. And here is Hayata, who's also looking up with one single good score and definitely has what it takes to get right back into the mix. Hayata Ishii sizing up his wave. And that was a bottom turn, I believe, from Clarec, pulling his sail out of the white water. Good to try to catch everything. A lot happening at the same time here. Hayata down the line. Nice hit. Floater landing. He's going to continue. Look at that high boom giving him that leverage. Whitewater climb and the make and the pump into the channel. And that's better than a mediocre score, Jace.
That was a sketchy wave.
It was a sketchy ride, yeah. And Marino, is kind of left out of that equation, unfortunately, due to his, earlier selection. Quite a suspenseful moment, really. The judges can't get carried away here. The scale's been set. Russ Faro in command of the heat based on the strength of his wave riding and wave selection, most specifically.
Well, 6s are hard to come by, I would say, with the conditions that we have today. So definitely got to keep room in the scale. We're watching Clarec fight his way through the whitewater there. And here comes Ishii with a lot of power on his bottom turn. You can see he's really quick with his motions, looking for the aerial. Able to punch it, but gets a bit of a bounce on the landing. And that little whitewater climb was risky, I would say, but very good that he was able to complete the ride. Judges want to see completed rides. Here comes Gil Girardi, wrapping cutback underneath the lip. And goes for a second one. Nice little extension there. Not the longest ride for Gil Girardi, but staying busy. On the outside, Russ Faro on the S2 sail. This looks like it's more up by the green tree. Definitely has got some wall to work with.
Really nice wave for Faro. Definitely up at the green tree. I just turned around. He's into spot again to make the entire wave here. You can see it slopes out. He's really got the timing down. He's got the idea that he's going to make the whole wave, puts his entire inside rail, trying to bend around the section to start hitting things, and realizes that maybe, just maybe, that was enough to get him there, but not enough to get him through. That won't be one of his best scoring two waves.
It won't be, but when you're on the outside and you see that thing set up, I think you got to take a shot at it.
Oh, he took a shot, but not quite the contact shot. He's going to make it through. I don't think the judges are going to reward it. Clarec also kind of at the end bowl here where things just kind of go a little flat. That won't be of any consequence. Marino, Gil Girardi, and Hayata Ishii, however, with under 4 minutes now, 3:30 left in this heat, have a tall order, but we'll see if Hukipa can provide that buzzer beater opportunity. It's a 5 and a 3.7 for Marino, and a 5.5 and a 5 for Baptiste. So Baptiste and Russ are ahead by a margin. It's one big score away for Girardi and Ishii, though. Both sitting on 5-point rides. And the judging scale, interestingly, you see it kind of based on quarter increments. if you're picking up on the numerology of this, is that you are seeing some of these even margins. Yesterday it seemed like it was, by either half a point or full points, almost even. I think we've scaled that down to quarter points. So that's a way to interpret this in terms of the differentiation.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that we didn't get any ties. They went through that in the riders' meeting. The riders conferred with head judge Booz McGill to get to a finer number increment. You can see our conditions have improved, but still very light. Schlag and ride conditions, that's Hayata Ishii all the way upwind.
Here's Hayata setting up on a pretty good one. He's got a lot of wave in front of him. He's going to let it build. Takes the drop. Takes aim. First turn. Nice setup turn. This wave's going to get concave. A little bit more shape and hollowness to it, but he doesn't save the cutback. And Girardi's on one of the better waves of his heat. Under 2 minutes to go for Gil Girardi. A nice bottom turn. He's holding his speed almost better than anybody here in this heat. But even he can't really do anything with this. There's Clarek trying to seal the deal and doing a good job of it. Piecing together a nice couple rail carves there.
He's so quick through the course. He was just on a wave a second ago, turned around, quick tacked, and got another one. And able to finish the maneuver down at the end bowl. Baptiste Clarek putting some real pressure on Marino Gil Girardi now. In the waning moments of our round 4, heat number 3 at the grand final Aloha Classic, presented by the Playa Surf Hotel and in association with Sundeck.
I see the ladies are warming up, so we've got some women's heats coming up, which is going to allow us to talk about the very exciting women's title race and how things are shaping up. Getting right through here, 40 seconds left in this heat. Round 4, heat 3. I believe our next heat will be round 4, heat 4, and then we will see the ladies take to the water. The ladies of the sea. It's tightening up. Look at Hayata Ishii's score. 10.20 next to Baptiste Clarek. Nobody's safe here. If Marino manages to find like a 6, it could make a huge difference. Russ Faro heading left, purely position, realizes heat's done. Something of a victory lap. A great heat for Russ, by the way. We'll give some applause to Russ on this. Great effort. His campaign is still alive. Well sailed and well selected. That's what it takes sometimes to get in that sequence of set waves. One deserves another. That was a good case for Russ Faro right there. So there you have it. Pondering the significance of it at Hokipa. The 2024 Aloha Classic Hotel Playa Sur. Presented by Sundeck. Here goes Hayata's highlight reel. That was a nice turn, but he didn't save it. Leaving points on the table. Gil Girardi given ample opportunity. Maybe that wave just kind of lacked the size that he was looking for. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Gil Girardi, unfortunately, is done with his campaign. You can kind of see a little bit of the sulking shoulders. His year's over. It started early in Chile. He was a semifinalist in that contest. Really solid.
I got to say, local knowledge paying off for Russ Faro. Big heat win, or big heat advancement for Russ Faro. That's congratulations.
It's good to have a short memory. You know, Russ was on the losing end of a tight heat yesterday. And I think you just shake that one off and go right back to work. If you're Russ, there's not a question of world title implications or much of anything in the rankings. Definitely Hokipa's the event that he truly wants to do well in, and I think that he's cracking into the upper echelon of this, and it's going to be one of his better events no matter what happens next. If that is not Robbie Swift setting up here, and we are most likely underway here, or almost underway. With the 3-minute transition, throws the timing a little bit differently. This next heat is Robbie Swift, Casey Hauser, Adam Warcall, Anthony Runes. Still a little bit slow around the edges.
It'll be interesting to see if Casey Hauser can take a play out of Russ's book there, because wave selection is definitely going to be key. This is Adam Warchild. Under the lip. Nice contact. Good second turn.
Oh, he wrapped that one right around.
Liking what I'm seeing from Adam here. Maybe a little mistime there, but great way to start off your heat if you're Adam Warchild. And definitely take note, the mid-size waves are to be really given a good look because they have a bit more wall to them.
The medium deep ones seem to be feeling the contour of the Hukipa Reef on the swell direction the best. Casey Hauser and Robbie Swift, kind of your resident pros here. Robbie, the traveling professional. Casey, the jack of all trades, doing every water sport imaginable. And, also coming back from, considerable challenges, to say the least, with his health. And we're super glad to see him back here and sailing and making the main event draw. An accomplishment in itself. And here is Casey developing his contest resume here, turn by turn. He knows how to start off solid. He's got a better one in him, but he's going to ride this to get the score and to get on the board and loosen up a little. Casey, no stranger to competition, and just a general stand-up guy.
Wonderful human. Like you were saying, it is about rhythm, so you want to get into that cycle where you're on the set wave, and when you end, you get into a bit of a lull and able to get back out easily, and then right back onto the next set of waves as they come in.
That's really something to watch today, is like who's gotten in that cycle. Last heat it was Russ, just ended up on waves, just automatically, practically, and you see it coming. But it's hard when you're out there to decipher what you're seeing in the actual lineup. And talk about difficult. Here's the launch through the shore break. You're watching Coco Fouveau, and I believe that might be Pauline Kotz giving it a good look here before jumping off into the deep blue. There's not a lot of wind in there, so the main thing is don't catch your clue.
Yeah, and
that's the
timing is important. You definitely want to watch out for the big whitewaters as they come through, because they'll just sweep you right off your feet.
It sure is. And here's a nice healthy gust of wind, looking like it's setting up in combination for something of a bigger wave for Anthony Runes on his Gastra Taboo setup. Here comes Runes, the lone sailor without a score in this heat so far. 25 minutes remaining in it, so plenty of time, but no time like the present to start the scoring. He is kind of mid-face. That this didn't eventuate into anything for him. And you get that little frustration pump. You pop the sail with a little bit of extra,
So some scores have dropped. 5.7 for Adam Warchild. That is a big score. Definitely a great way to start off your campaign if you're Adam Warchild. Given the conditions that we have right now, I'd say that is definitely going to be a keeper. And definitely something challenging for our other competitors to match. Here comes Casey Hauser on the Blue Goya rig. Waiting for the wave to wall up. Now solid bottom turn. Staying busy. We can see that the wave is a bit soft. There comes the wrapping cutback. And one more for good measure. Casey Hauser. Completed ride. Robbie Swift all the way upwind now.
Swifty coming in with world title hopes. He is somewhere in the top 8 there. I believe he's ranked 7th right now. He's watched one contender fall. He has no plans on bowing out in this round, but he's going to need to find a better wave and a better canvas than that. And you over bottom turn on that when you didn't even really have much of a wave to begin with. It's like instant reset. Short memories with this amount of clock. Well over 20 minutes to go. Swifty straight back out there. Already has a 3.5. Warcall getting a 5.7 for that single wave is I think very indicative of what the judges want to see. It wasn't the wave itself that they were judging, but the riding on it. And you could say the same thing for Casey, who really drew some nice lines here. No, it wasn't thoroughly radical. I don't think the conditions are allowing for thoroughly radical. It's just how you're interpreting it and bringing the surfing to it. Maybe we should let our resident seal do some of the judging. Maybe not.
Not interested.
No. Yeah, these seals come from being, out in the ocean, exhausted from hunting, sleeping off some hours.
Must be nice to take a break if you're a monk seal.
Yes,
nice sandy beach in the sun.
Yeah,
great place to be today at Ho'okipa Beach Park. Here's Anthony Ruinez. Waiting for the wave to set up. Trying to gather some speed. A little bit behind the section now. Got to get on his horse. It looks like the wave's going to outpace him there. So he's just going to make his way to the end bowl and try to use the current to get back out into the playing field. Adam Warchild now looking to get his second wave score, but kicks out. And Robbie Swift. Okay, positioning battle. Everybody playing chess here.
Yeah, it's definitely a chess game, maybe even a little bit of checkers, but if you're Robbie Swift right now, you put yourself in this spot and you just made a swift decision to not take that wave. And looking at that, I'd have to agree with Swifty. That thing was just a mush burger going into the middle of the channel. We're going to go to the beach where we have our heat winner previously, Russ Farrow. Take it away.
Russ, first heat of today, made it through. Congratulations. Talk us through the heat.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I mean, being the first heat, the dummy heat, wind test, it's challenging. I went out straight on the rocks, but managed to swim through it and without too much, really no damage.
How are the conditions?
It's really challenging. It's a step. The waves are a step up from yesterday. The wind is a bit down, so it's extra difficult, but it's still easy enough to catch the wave, and you got to make the decision to go for the big ones and big power hits, or go for the smaller ones and do a little more maneuvers. I chose big ones, and it worked out.
Awesome. Congratulations, and we hope to see the same remedy in your next heat.
All right. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Russ. And on the wave, there's Casey Hauser with a nice duck jibe exit. Good insights into the mind of our competitor. Wave selection is key, obviously. Russ Farrow making that work to his advantage and advancing on into the round of 24. You're watching round 4, heat 4 of the grand finals, Aloha Classic, presented by the Playa Surf Hotel. On our screen, Anthony Ruinez to the right. All 4 competitors making their way outside. There's definitely some consideration of how far out that you want to go so that you're still able to get on the wave when it's forming.
There's Swifty getting a score that puts him in first place in this heat. Looking at Swifty and Hauser in first and second spot. It's bumped Adam Warcall down to third and Ruinez in fourth. And now this becomes a wave catching contest. Anybody in the lead gets on a wave, you're keeping your competitors directly off of those waves. Warcall's in the orange Goya, Casey Hauser in the blue Goya, and Robbie Swift on the purple Neil Pride. And that exchange looks like Swifty on that first wave. Warcall's going to tack onto that second, almost bigger, better looking wave. Swifty with the lift hit. And now they've recalibrated again. We'll settle down on the scoring, let those marinate. Here is synchronized wave riding at Ho'okipa for you. One bottom turn deserves another. Swifty's out. Warcall's got at least 2 more turns in him. You see what happens to the wave when it hits the point. It goes a little fat. Steady wins the race in this case. And that was steady riding from Adam Warcall, who's in the lead now along with Swifty, creating some distance from Hauser, who had a front row seat for that entire exchange. And those were those little moments I'm talking about, Jason, when you're in that cycle. You're just high and tight a little bit like inside of the other rider, tack onto it, difference maker wave ride. It's hard to say with Warcall if that's going to be better than a 4.9. We have yet to see that. Swifty, however, might have improved on the 3.5. So we will see shortly how that breaks down as we see the scene on the beach with our lovely ladies getting ready to hit the water for the women's portion of this. We are also past the challengers round. This is now becoming the redemption round. Live bullets are flying. It is time to throw down.
Warchild looks like he's in a good rhythm. Swifty's heating up, I would say.
Swifty's heating up. It's definitely one of those moments where the body of work throughout the year is coming into play. You think about all those long flights and those extra bags and where it's taking you, and this is the moment where you got to capitalize. You're on a world title hunt. Swifty's thinking nothing but world title right now, not focusing on anybody else. Warcall on the warpath. That's a replay. Good rail work. He's a good surfer. He understands the fundamentals. Very nice set shaping up here on the outside, and we get them this replay. You're going to get to live action of Casey Hauser setting up for the biggest wave of his heat. This is a beautiful looking wave, dropping in full speed. Hauser setting up his ride, looking for a nice smooth bottom turn there. Hauser under the lip. Couple more for Hauser. Here he goes. Wraps it around. This is good riding. You can tell just by where the whitewater line is, one of the bigger waves coming in here. 3 complete sections for Hauser. Super well ridden. Here's Runez on his best wave so far. Took him a while to catch it. Runez kind of halfway through the channel here. Outside of him, Swifty. This is a 1-2-3 exchange. Swifty just eking back into it. Oh, he's OTB out the back. Too bad for him.
First and second waves definitely have the power. The third wave looked like it kind of petered out after all the water got moved through and it was just foamy there.
Yeah.
Warchild, great wave selection.
Warchild, great wave selection. Even the peanut gallery there by the lifeguard tower agree with me. And these are some of our women competitors coming up. Warcall, Swift, Hauser, Runez. In that order. Warcall kind of inconveniently just reminding everybody of his prowess. He's a good competitor. He's a great free sailor, but also just, kind of a little bit soft-spoken. So he doesn't, walk around with this presumptive stance, of contender, but silent assassin. And he has proven it many times in these contests that he, comes in and gets the work done. Hauser's going to be sitting on a really good score after that. There's a lot to judge here. Runez even stating his case, though. This is really his only main score so far. And there's the remainder of Swift's ride. Didn't quite complete that turn, unfortunately for him. Wind angle still playing havoc a little bit there. And that's Lisa Warmeister from Guadalupe setting up. There's Warcall. Action on and off the water, Jace.
Warcall really has a meat and potatoes style that I just really like. It's power, it's timing, and good wave choice. So here comes Warchild, waiting for the wave to line up here for him underneath the lip now. Little bobble on the bottom turn, but able to get it around. Nice aggressive final hit.
I just like the rapid succession of the turns. He's absorbed the fact that you can do everything kind of in slow motion and connect the dots. But I think he's selecting waves, or at least being put in the position to choose waves that are a lot more on this like rapid fire rail-to-rail thing. And, say what you will about the score line. You get on good waves and you get all the turns, you're going to get the score. You get to see exactly what they're giving Casey Hauser for that third wave of his. They're marinating on this score right now, making sure that they get this right. Watching the replays. Got plenty of time here. 13 minutes left in this heat. Looking up towards Haiku. Definitely some cloud cover there, though. As long as you can see Giggle Hill there, or Haiku Hill, I should say. Those Haiku Hill and Giggle Hill. As long as you can see those two hills, there's nothing imminent. When you can't see either of them, there's a squall minutes away.
Yeah, you're going to get wet.
or you're going to get wet. And so we will just ponder the significance of this moment as we're about to enter the women's divisions here and talk title race for the women's world title race. And, there's a lot of compelling scenarios as we, drift around here in these moments. Kai Cacciadori and Jace Pontebianco bringing you the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck. And thank you, everybody around the world, for sticking with us here. Some of the slow moments of this contest, Jace, but we've definitely also provided some action.
There's definitely been action. And when you go through the replays, it really looks good because you take out a bit of the waiting. There's obviously waiting today. These guys aren't planing, taking some time to reposition.
Yeah.
But the action's been good when we've had it.
Definitely fusing the art of wave riding, the surfing element of windsurfing. That is Robbie Swift setting up live view here. Look at this angle. Makes you want to go out and sail, doesn't it? Look at the setup here. Look at this wall setting up in front of Swifty. As he drops in, glassy bottom turn. Nice hook off the top. Can he keep it going? Good projection into the lips. Swifty's definitely firing off here. This is going to be a good wave for him. Delivered the goods. Saves the turn. Easy kick out. Nice ride for Swifty. That had all the elements to it. And you can see Runes and Hauser deep in the channel with 11 minutes to go. It's going to take a little time to get back up into the impact zone, get back into the zone where you can catch waves. They're way out in the channel. There's a lot of water moving. You can't quite see it on this shot, but the amount of current. Swifty's ride, rail to rail.
That was a great turn. He does have a bit of a bobble on this one. I'm really impressed by the way he was able to kind of fight through that bobble, still get the aerial, and continue on down the line. Robbie Swift, true professional. World Tour veteran. Definitely, I know that winning an event here would be a lifelong accomplishment, as it is for all of our competitors.
Absolutely. I feel Swifty, has certainly achieved a lot in his career. I remember one particular Aloha Classic, he's dropping 10-point rides, multiple aerials, 360s. He's got the whole bag in his position right now. I feel like still probably one of the UK sailors with the best shot at a world title.
Absolutely.
Certainly of his generation. There's been many who have come and gone that have had a shot. Right now, Swifty's, been the one slugging away at it. It's at 7th place right now. All the different scenarios that would exist for him to win a world title are, the likes of Marino not advancing, which has just happened.
Yes.
So bit by bit, the dominoes are falling. I mean, it's interesting how Hukipa seems to really be playing into this as well as our paparazzi waves and a little bit of reverse paparazzi. And there's War Call, as if on cue, right at the point. Look at this as it passes through the whitewater section. This is a really nice wave. It's going to have a little bit more wall to it as it goes down the line. And War Call just making sure he stays in position, not to get too far ahead of it. Extra grip off the bottom turn. And that third turn, I don't think anybody's made it in the breadth of this entire contest.
The wind is so offshore down there.
Yeah,
so offshore.
The wind angle just conspires against you. 9 minutes left in this heat. I think Bushma's got a little bit more calculating to do, and maybe we have seen the result of all these rides now. And that is War Call in command of this heat, narrowly over Swift. With this score yet to drop, though, maybe it's not the difference maker. It's hard to say. I feel like I'll remove myself from, opinionated commentary. But, with that bobble at the end, I don't see how that's one of the better scores for War Call. Unlikely.
Casey Hauser dropped a 5 on that last wave. So, 2-wave total, 4.3 and a 5.0 for Casey Hauser, currently sitting in third.
All right, we're going to kick to the beach with Anna Marie and Levi Seiver. Enjoy.
Levi Seiver, yesterday you were killing it. Congratulations on going through. Today we have another day on tap. What do you take away on that today?
Yeah, today they forecasted the swell to jump up a bit, so the sets are quite a bit bigger. the wind, there's a lot of overcast right now, so the wind's a little bit disrupted, but I think it's going to get better, and I'm glad they're running longer heats, so it gives the guys enough time to get 2 good waves. So yeah, we're looking like a good day.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I can't wait to see you rip it out there like usual, your home spot. Any last little things you want to share?
Oh, it's amazing. 40 years of the Aloha Classic. It's 1984, incredible. And just the amount of talent and the young guys coming in. I'm just happy to be part of it. I enjoy windsurfing. I love being part of this community. And, yeah, we should have a great time.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
What a great interview with Levi. And I believe Anna Marie might have gone to the Ocean Academy at one point. Was she not Levi's nanny at one point back in the day? Something like that. You could see her smile. Anna Marie's the perfect beach announcer because she also knows all these people from small kid time.
Well, and Levi Siver's the godfather to my son Kingston.
Yes.
It's got a good ring to it. The godfather.
Got a good ring to it.
Because he kind of is the godfather out here.
Absolutely. Levi having won the event in 2013 and, many top finishes over the years. You also heard in that interview just the general level of gratitude and appreciating the moment in itself, win, lose, or draw. And this is live action of Warcall dragging his hand for extra change. And it's kind of more just patrolling. And this is, the thing is you get on waves at this stage of the heat, Jace, and what happens is that you keep the other guys off of waves.
Absolutely. You can't let other people have scoring opportunities, even if you see the wave not being maybe in your scorecard. If you can keep other guys off of it, you definitely are safer, not offering other people scoring opportunities. As we watch one of our ladies make her way out.
That looks like Shauna Kropa getting ready, surveying the shore break. She's ready to do battle. She definitely represents our local contingent here. A strong force out in the lineup, and also, anybody out there interested in clinics, look her up. Shauna Kropa getting ready. And we'll talk about the women's title scenarios when we get through this heat. Looks like it's definitely going to count. These guys could definitely thank their lucky stars that they all got waves, and that we've got, this part of the redemption round done now. And we're going to start moving on further and further in these brackets. Warcall and Swift right now holding on to their advantage ahead of Hauser and Runes. And it's tense moments for Hauser, who really had a couple good waves. Whether or not they were scored appropriately or, you still got to understand, the level of the judging and what they're looking for. But also to be in touch with Hokipa's, what it's offering you, what it's telling you to do. And in a situation like this, no matter what Hokipa's telling you to do, you still need a little bit more than 3 knots of wind to go where you're being told to go or think you should be. These guys are standing bolt upright in the lineup, basically where you would be sitting if you were surfing, probably sailing slower than paddling speed. So this is a pure surf battle here. But it's 2024, Jason. Modern equipment being what it is, especially in the case of Swift and Hauser, who are running top-of-the-line gear with JP Neil Pride and Goya Quattro, respectively. Talk about top-notch gear. Don't even get me started, with Quattro and Goya, really at the forefront of design. I was talking about Kai Lenny's boards yesterday and how, he designed them, and there's a huge amount of teamwork involved in that process, both for Casey's boards and Kai's boards, and none other than Keith Tabul masterminding that in terms of the design, and then everybody there, producing the boards with some of the best construction in the business. As you see, the Italian contingent of the Peanut Gallery, unfortunately, in the middle there's Ferdinando Lafreda, who's out with a shoulder separation, who is relegated to watching from the bench.
There's some guys in the Masters division,
and my heart goes out to him, but he hasn't lost his passion for the sport. And I think when Maurizio sails again, we'll have Ferdinando come up in Italian and give us a little international spin to this. There's another aspect to our event, Jace, watching from the hill. And if the action's a little slow, at least the view's good, and you never know, we could see our first whale breach anytime. This is the time of the year when the flying whales return. Always a good sign.
Only 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this heat. All of our competitors have dropped at least a 5, so solid score lines. And even if the wind has dropped off in the waning moments of this heat, doubtful that Bujma Giol, our head judge, will cancel this one. So it looks like this one will be in the books.
Yeah, it's going to count. And basically, in terms of world title scenario talk, you know, we had Marino Gills out, Koster's out. This is definitely tightening up here. So if we're being specific to Robbie Swift right now, Robbie Swift's title hopes are alive and well right now. In fact, they've gone pretty well because he's going to make it through this heat all the most likely. Knock on wood. And continue on while there needs to be some more dominoes to fall. This is playing out. And there is War Call on your screen. Live action. Beautiful wave selection. One of the nicer moments is Hauser. Clue first survival over the falls. And he's hanging onto his rig for dear life. That's the calamity of that moment. Look at Hauser bouncing around the whitewater. Didn't let go. And if you stay to this shot, you'll see the second wave now creep up. There's Hauser swimming in the pit. Can he duck dive that rig? It's going right on his head. Oh. Anyway, Hauser got caught in a spot. And as you saw, War Call bottom turning, you saw Hauser riding clue first, trying to get out. Not my favorite moment of this heat by any means. But there is a good clinic on how to survive in the surf. Watch the bottom turn here. Hauser just barely got out of the way, unfortunately.
Had to change his line a bit there.
He did have to change his line. And
boy, what a sleigh ride
Hauser
Casey went on.
Wouldn't let go, you know. Death grip on that rig. That wave would have taken it to the rocks.
Oh, yeah, straight to the rocks.
Shot.
Yeah.
And so it was good to hang on as everybody on the beach absorbs this. Our fearless women are heading out. Pro women coming up. We got straight into the scenarios. This is a good way for Swifty. This is replay.
Two-turn combo for Swifty.
Swifty got game. He had a good heat, Chase. And you know, like the world title talk aside, this will always be a footnote in any of these upcoming heats where one of the contenders is riding. And, I mean, those contenders are Marcilio Brown, Victor Fernandez, Morgan Noirot. Marc Perret has a distant shot. Robbie Swift has a different distant shot. Antoine Martin's somewhere in the mix as well. And there are some wild, wild scenarios within all of that. But, man, you know, like world title aside, I think Hokipa title really carries a lot of weight, too. And there is Casey's wife, Sarah Hauser. She's going to begin her 2024 Aloha Classic campaign. Sarah has followed a lot of the tour this year. She wasn't present in Zilt or Gran Canaria. She was present in Chile, and I believe she went to Peru, if I'm not mistaken. And now Maui. And do we have a casualty already? That Shauna Kropa's getting a sleigh ride with the mystery rig somewhere. It is not easy to get out there, and you're going to definitely see some gear sacrifices happen for any of the competitors who've miscalculated. But unfortunately, if you look on the outside, maybe we're entering the heat afternoon bubble a little early. We'll see about that. Women, round 2, heat 1. Our current world number 1, Lena Erpenstein, Coco Fuveau, Maria Andres, and Svenja Chudoba from Switzerland. Maria Andres is from Spain. Coco Fuveau, hailing Guadeloupe, mostly, I think. Lena Erpenstein, Deutschland. And Lena is in first place in the rankings due to her win in Chile and a combination of her results in Zilt and Gran Canaria. Nipping on Lena's heels, not in this heat, but at the forefront of the title equation is Sarah Kita Ofringa, who has a win in Gran Canaria and a win in Zilt. You're counting the best 3 results for the women. So you can do the math on the situation, Jace, but the title race, in many respects, centers around how Sarah Kita does with those 2 5-star wins in her pocket. But don't give up if you are Lena Erpenstein, because anything can happen this Hokipa.
Yes. This is the event to make it happen. And Sarah Kita's done it before, so
Sarah Kita's done it before. She might be staring down a 3-peat. And that's big. There's a historical level of victories in Sarah Kita's resume. And she has Hukipa titles under her belt. This is some getting into the territory of the Pozo twins, Daida and Ibaya, who are on a huge string of wins in their day. And, call it unprecedented, but Sarakita, freestyle titles, world wave titles, all of these accolades. And it gets to the point where, you start pulling out the history books and you realize that, we are watching history in the making here. Yeah. But this heat has a lot to do with it. And we'll see exactly what the conditions allow here. It's a chess match back again. We're on the chessboard looking at these marginal wins. Who's the efficiency expert that's going to make the most of it? That's not a women competitor. That's Robbie Swift coming in from his successful advancement into the next round. And good on you, Swifty. That was a well-sailed heat.
That's what you got to do.
Here comes Runes. So, in the water now, Erpenstein, Fuvo, Andres, and Chudoba. And that was Erpenstein giving it a look. Another footnote on Lena Erpenstein. About to become an accredited... She's made it through medical school here. She has studied to become a doctor, and that is an amazing feat in itself. You heard it throughout the year that, I'm studying for exams, and she's in the midst of this now, competing in the Aloha Classic, finishing up her medical degree. I mean, that's what it's all about, like the modern professional sailor, multifaceted. It's a really, really impressive. And here's Koku Fuvo with Maria Andres behind her. Great drone work to get all this action. That's a nice tight shot of our competitors. Fuvo getting into the mix, can sail both tacks really well. Fuvo kicks out as Andres outruns an avalanche. A couple turns on this wave, but already in the channel. Not quite too much to work with on that corner of the elbow there. Andres finishing off her ride, though. Going places. Still going. And a nice angle on Maria there as she kicks out. That ended up being a little bit of a better ride than anticipated. And you saw that setup. You started up with Fuvo and Andres, but Lena Erpenstein on that first wave kicking out. You saw the sequence. So is Lena on the cycle? What part of this section does she want?
Great way for Maria Andres to start off that heat. Full completed ride all the way into the channel and back out.
There's Maria. Okay, that's Svenja. That's Svenja Judoba. So we have the duotone effect here. They're on identical gear. But that was Maria on the first wave, and this is Svenja. Just so you know. At least they're not both called Maria, Jace.
Makes it simple.
Nice and simple. Svenja Judoba of Switzerland. Also a pro snowboarder. Who's definitely put in more time with the wave sailing lately. It seems like her off-season has become her on-season. There's a replay of Fuvo's very arcing bottom turn with Andres behind her. And you see Andres off the screen there, really making sure she makes the entire wave as Fuvo's trying to stay close to it. But that first wave of the set, also what it does is when you're further inside, Jace, it's lighter wind. So you also get better wind if you're on a bigger wave closer to the outside. Take note.
And definitely a lot better wind for when you're trying to get back out into position. If you take a wave all the way to the inside, you have to deal with the current and the lack of wind on the inside, and very difficult to get back out. Is this Erpenstein?
Lena Erpenstein. Fired up. Lena's a great sailor. Always been a world title contender, in my opinion. However, always in these battles with these perennial powerhouses. She, amongst many others, always was in the shadow of an Ibaya or a Daida or a Sarakita. But she's broken through, and she's done really well. That win in Chile was a long time coming for her. And I called that event, and I saw her come into her own And I believe, the world title pressure that she is under, which is considerable. Everybody's talking about it. She's in first, and, how's it going to feel? And I remember her saying that she felt in Zilt that the pressure was just like overwhelming. It was in Germany, and it was just getting this whole thing lumped on her shoulders. She's come to Hawaii, with the intent on enjoying this moment in her life, in her career. And I think that's something that's going to play out here, because isn't the best sailor usually the one having the most fun?
Definitely helps for longevity. And you see that with Sarakita. Sarakita always seems to be just really enjoying herself. And, she's learned how to win over the years, all those years of just dominating on the freestyle tour. Getting the feeling of winning an event doesn't really matter if it's a freestyle event or a wave sailing event or a slalom event. Just to believe that you can be the winner goes so far into giving you confidence. And so that's probably what you were talking about with Lisa. That win down in Chile?
Yes, Matanzas.
Just gives you all the confidence in the world for your world title race.
Absolutely. Here are the scores dropping. Maria Andres on that bomb did herself proud. Maria's just always in the right place at the right time, it seems, these days. She's done a good job with her traveling and her competing and mixing it up, and her intuition is greatly improved. Very proud of Maria right there in that moment, being in this spot. And that's, I believe, somebody coming in from the heat. Not a competitor. No. Erpenstein nipping on the heels of Maria Andres. Kokufuvo and Chudoba behind them. 6, 4, 3. The descending order of the scores. Numerically close to 1 point apart for everybody. Not quite, but close. Let's see the separation. The judges and what they're considering here. Length of ride. Speed, power, flow, yes, but also just where in the pocket of the wave you're riding. 5 sort of critical turns versus 2 critical hits. This all balances out, and we are really lucky to have good judges at this contest. It's a good thing to have. We're going straight to the beach with our fantastic beach announcer, Anna Marie Reichman.
Adam, congratulations on your heat win. It was the last heat of the redemption round. So how was this for you?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it was super fun. I had so much fun. The conditions were super tricky. It's super light, kind of onshore. The wave doesn't have that much power, even though there's some pretty solid sets. But yeah, it just had a lot of fun. Yesterday wasn't my best day, so it's good to have a comeback a little bit.
Fresh new day, fresh start, come back, win your heat, go to the next round.
Yeah.
Awesome, congratulations, and see you in the next heat.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Anna Marie. As you look at the lineup in Hokipa, not too many white caps, Jace. A couple sails bobbing in the lineup. This is float and ride special today. And we got started at about 11:40 when we had our first counting heat. It is now just over an hour later, and we are into the women's rounds here. That's Maria Andres from España in the lead in this heat, quietly confident and on quite a nice wave. All to herself. Nobody else in scoring position here. Here comes Maria taking her shot. Grabs her boom. Nice wide grip. Good timing on the bottom turn. Good setup spray. Andres coming back into the main section here. Tries to steady her board. A couple cross chops to negotiate. She negotiates them well and kicks out. A 2-turn ride. Her second scoring ride. Andres kicks out and heads back out. And in a relatively good spot. She's pretty close there in the channel. And there are a few more setups forthcoming here. That is Svenja Chudoba. And she's pretty far over on the point. I think this is going to amount to a wave right here if she fades in appropriately and doesn't run away from it too far. Svenja, nice bottom turn, swings it around. Keeps that inside rail active. wraps it back into the power point of the wave, making doubly sure she makes the entire wave and stays away from those rocks. The hungry rocks, Jace.
Yeah, both of our sailors doing clean rides, maybe not into the most critical part of the wave, but managing to get down to the end section and cleanly out back into the competition area. Maria Andres has dropped a 7.
There's the replay of Svenja. Kind of snowboarding across that wave, if you will, like the swoopy little powder turns. Not lost on me with the Swiss Miss. She's been coming here for a couple seasons now, putting in her time.
Yeah,
I don't know what other events she's done, but it would seem to me that she is definitely on the rise.
And looks comfortable.
"15 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat, Jace. It's time to reflect on where we're at in this contest, how far we're going to make it today. I think nothing's really a given here. This is a type of wind direction that can kind of wreak havoc on the forecasters. It's really open to a few things, but when we look towards West Maui and see that cloud stack, I'm reassured that it's not going to drop off completely.
Yeah, the forecast looked good. It looked like it was going to be solid wind. The wind guru was saying that both the swell period and height was going to increase, as well as the wind speeds. So I've got hope that this afternoon is going to give us some good conditions.
Casey Hauser finally coming in from his heat there. And there's some other setup action mid-face. Coco Fouveau on super nice wave here. Coco's above the point. Oh, but she hangs onto her bottom turn. That was super critical, believe me. Right to make it through that first rib. Fouveau, beautiful shot of Coco here. Ripper. Both tacks. Coco can definitely consider herself a world title contender. And with the tour that we have, it's up for grabs. I don't believe she's too much in the equation right now. We will double check on that.
What wave
but
selection there?
That was a nice wave for her. Is that not Maria Andres? Everybody's doing that first chop negotiation there. Or is that Svenja? Svenja. On a nice ride halfway down the point there. Keeping it together. To the wave that technically closed out the channel. And she's down at lanes, everybody. She might be checking into Mama's for lunch if she's not careful. We've seen a couple of events where people are ending down there. It's
definitely a choice. It's a choice down there. If you choose to ride the wave all the way down into lanes, it puts you into kind of the penalty box. You're down underneath the headland. The wind is swirling. The current is swirling. It's very hard if you're not fully powered to make your way back out from a ride that takes you all the way down to lanes. I tell you, Kai, I did get to spend some time before the Cloud Break event last year with Coco Fouveau. I don't know if you remember, but we got a huge swell before the event happened. Obviously, the event was amazing as well, but Fouveau just really impressed me with her complete fearlessness. Yeah. She's obviously great on both tacks, but just when you saw her sail and you saw the lips that she was willing to go after, it just made me think that the world is completely out in front of her. She could do a lot of things on this tour with the talent that she has and the fearlessness that she shows.
Well, Jace, the judges agree because she's at a 9-point total now, having seized control of this heat. And 12 minutes remaining in this, more than halfway over. We're actually exactly halfway over here. Maria Andres drops the score that turns the tables yet again, though. And that's kind of how I saw that. They're taking their time with these scores.
It goes back and forth, back and forth. This is Maria Andres.
And Lena.
1-2 punch. Nice bottom turn for Maria. Trying to hold some speed. Setting her rail for the bottom turn. Really hard when the wave just kind of runs away from you there, but making the most of it. Nice 3-turn wave for Maria Andres. and successfully kicking out into the channel. Our heat leader, Maria Andres.
Beautiful line from Lena. We'll see the replay on what the body of that ride was about, but you could see the line. And right at the end there, you're like, man, that might have been a really good score for her. Lena currently in third place. And that's not where she wants to be at all. She's got to look up towards Coco and Andres here.
Oh, but she's got a gust. It definitely looks like she's got some power in her sail now. You see our flags are fully starched, so really optimistic here for the afternoon if we're seeing some wind like that.
Right at 1 o'clock. 1 or 2 o'clock was my call that we'd actually see the full potential of the wind today, and I think that's ringing true here.
10 minutes to go in round number 2, heat number 1 of the Aloha Classic Grand Finals. Presented by the Playa Surf Hotel and in association with Sundeck. Just under 10 minutes to go. And our current heat leader, Maria Andres and Lena Erpenstein, heading back out into the competition area.
Chudoba climbing up a little bit ahead of Erpenstein, who's been much more pick and choose. I think you find Svenja's just kind of going on what she can go on. It's been a little bit less discriminate than Erpenstein, who certainly understands the gravity of this moment now. But Erpenstein has clawed into second based on that last ride. So what we didn't see there was Erpenstein put it together pretty handily here. We'll see what we can get on replay on it.
Dropped to 5.5, so she replaced the 1. Big score for Lena Erpenstein.
Huge score for Lena Erpenstein, and it really mattered because, you know, you've got a certain amount of time here to deal with, but it ain't all day.
Yeah, even in a 30-minute heat, you're probably only riding 5 to 7 waves. You don't get a lot of opportunities. Got to be pick and choose. Got to make sure that you identify which wave is going to give you the best scoring opportunity, because not all the waves, not all the biggest waves are the best waves. We've been seeing a lot of these bigger ones kind of burger out and head out to sea, so it's been hard for some of our competitors to get around the end bowl section.
Here comes Coco Fouveau. She sniffed something out. She's in the earlier part of this set. If she can hold her horses and let 1 or 2 of these go by, she's definitely on one of the better waves of this set. There's at least 2 or 3 waves in this set. Looks like Coco's going to go on this one. Surveys it. This is a really nice wave. It's hitting the spot on the reef. Very favorable for scoring potential. And she takes aim, gets through those first couple ripples. And under her is Chudoba. At least the first instance of a little bit of a priority battle here. Both these riders on this wave, feeling it's theirs. Not necessarily interfering with anybody, though. Svenja's way ahead of it. Coco's getting under it. Now they're going to need some real estate. I still haven't seen any infraction, but it's close. And I think that, you know, Coco, from what I saw, had that wave first, but don't quote me on that. And we'll see if there was any sort of consequence on that. I think they kind of, by and large, ignored each other on that. And I didn't really see any true interference. Coco got a good ride, is what I'll take away from that. And this could now be danger for Erpenstein. As we see Lisa Wehrmeister from Guadeloupe warming up. Another young name on the rise. Plenty of them in this contest. Here's the replay. Fouveau arcs into her turn, and right there comes Svenja into the picture, fading in. Same ride. If I was head judge Bujma Guiol, I would let it slide. I think they're both going to get a score. I don't see any true interference on this.
Well, Coco being closer to the power section hopefully gets a higher score if they don't call an interference there. But definitely priority is a little tricky to find sometimes at Hokipa. You got to make sure that you're on the wave first, not necessarily upwind, but it definitely plays a role in whose wave it is. So we'll see what Bujma Guiol, our head judge, does with that.
There's definitely no synchronized division yet. I agree with you on that. Without naming anything specific scoring-wise, is that Coco got the better of that ride, and that represents both sailors who are actually sitting in third and fourth. There's Coco again.
Another close heat high. Coco Fuveau sitting on a 2-wave total of 9.0. Kicks out. She needs a 5.51 to advance. Waning minutes of our round number 2, heat number 1 in our women's division of the Aloha Classic Grand Finals. We've already gotten through 3 heats of our men's division.
Men's redemption round 1. That was solid. It's only getting more critical from here. All these scenarios are going to be playing out. Staying glued to Coco Fuveau here, for the sake that this is now, a big battle for Erpenstein to fend off Coco Fuveau and Svenja Chudoba. Catching Andres is not as important as fending him off. And keeping this title hope alive. There's a world title implication here for Lena Erpenstein. Every second, every wave, every turn counts.
Coco Fuveau is sitting on a 4.0 and a 5.0, so only needs to improve by a point and a half to get in front of Lena, and that's definitely going to play us into the world title race. Here comes Maria Andres.
Svenja.
Excuse me.
I'm pretty sure. No, I mean, I'm pretty
no, you're
sure
right.
That's Svenja.
She does carry some speed.
She does. She's sailing better and better every session out here. And she's actually been in a situation to put in her time at Hokipa the last couple weeks. And it's paying off.
Everybody got a good warm-up this last week. Not our typical conditions, but everybody's still on the water, so good warm-up for our competitors.
There's Maureen Hunter getting ready for her next heat. And Jace, the wind is picking up. It is starting to get much better wind-wise here. I think we've made it through that challenging part of the day. Lots to look forward to here.
I mean, challenging conditions, not easy sailing, but definitely fun. I mean, nice long rides as we see Lena Erpenstein.
Svenja, nice little arcs. Anna Marie Reichman, take it away with Robbie Swift. Aw.
Robbie Swift, so stoked you won that last. You're through to the next round after this last heat.
Yeah, that was a tough one. The wind was extremely light. Like the first heats in the day are always kind of dodgy, especially when it's cloudy like this. And then the little squall comes with a puff of wind and then it goes away. So yeah, it was really, really hard, but I was happy to squeak through that one. The waves are really nice. I want to keep going and sail in some good waves with a little more wind later.
I'm stoked to see you can go through. Hey guys, how is it to see Dad out there?
It was fun, but it was kind of hard for him, it looked like, because it wasn't that windy. And
cool. Well, let's say good luck, Dad.
Good luck, Dad.
Awesome. See you next time, hopefully after the next heat.
Yeah, hopefully after the next heat we'll still be talking.
You.
Mahalo. And here is Maria Andres. Let's double check that. This is definitely the angle where you can't exactly tell. It looks a little more like Andres than Chudoba. And Andres has been waiting for quite some time. In the lead in this heat. Maybe that's not the difference maker that she was looking for. That's definitely Andres' signature hair bobble right there through the channel. And there's Chudoba. Going 1-2 on the duotone factor. Look at Chudoba kind of heating up here. Definitely getting these like swooping turns. Doing a lot of observing of like where the turn takes you and what part of the wave. She's in a pretty good flow state with it. It's nothing too radical, but quite solid. And Erpenstein has been bumped into third place here with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Here comes Lena on a very important ride. That's a good start for Lena. Keeping calm, keeping solid. She knows she needs to deliver here. Good rail work. Is there going to be something to hit here at the end section? It's setting up. Erpenstein kicks out in what might be a very important moment in this heat and in the world title equation.
That's for all the marbles right there. 1 minute to go. Probably not going to be able to get outside again. She held a lot of speed through that wave. We'll see what the judges think as we see our replay.
It's so close, Jace, between Erpenstein and Fouveau. 1 minute to go. Nice wave. Maria Andres padding her lead. You can see Andres has a little bit more power in her turns than Chudoba. Just that little extra bit of amplitude. But Chudoba's had a great showing here. And there is Serakita Ofringa, who is watching this heat with eagle eyes. 27 seconds left. Can Erpenstein find a last wave? Erpenstein is in fact in the zone, if I see this correctly. Erpenstein kicks out at the last possible second with 4 seconds left. And that is most certainly the end of her heat. And depending on what the score is for her last ride, we will watch with bated breath. Super critical moment for Lena Erpenstein in the women's title race here. It's been such a great campaign for Lena. But was that it?
This would be a big moment for Coco Fouveau. That would be a quality win if she's able to beat Lena Erpenstein and continue her run here in the Aloha Classic Grand Finals. Head judge Bujmagiol taking his time with what is a very, very important calculation. As we watch Coco Fouveau make her way back inside.
Yeah, the heat is over. And we are definitely watching very closely for the judges' tabulations, especially between Fouveau and Erpenstein. What's that last score for Erpenstein? A 5-5. Do we have anything else? A 5? I think that might have been it, Jace. We are watching replay here. That is Maria Andres with a career-defining performance for her. Maria's come a long way, especially at Hokipa, and she knows it. And
she's got a great bottom turn, and she really makes good contact with the lip.
Always
smiling. Gotta love it.
Always.
Another lady who's always smiling. Serakita. One of my favorite girls on tour.
Well, we hope it's been fun for you guys at home to watch this so far. There's definitely, a little bit of heartbreak within all the thrill of victory here. We'll hang on tight and go to commercial and come back with our final results from that last heat and keep moving on to the women's pro bracket. Stay tuned.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
or seafarer. Your double and you are not identical, and your island won't be his. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 U's.
All right, we are back for the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck. Good news is that this round is actually a seeding round as well. Lena Erpenstein, having finished third in that, is going to be now seeded into the quarters, which means that she's still alive and her world title hopes are still alive. A little bit of confusion there based on the men's heats and where we were at compared to the women's heats. In this heat, Jace, take me away. We are underway with
Sarah Hauser, Paulina Katz, Marina Hunter, and Shauna Kropas.
Now, that's a battle in its own right. Same thing, the implications being mostly like placement seeding and advancement. You know, the further on, if you're in the top two in this, you're getting advanced all the way through. If you're not, you're going straight back out there into battle. And the conditions look like they have improved to a degree. A good indicator is Pauline Kotz, who's somebody who's a very efficient sailor and really generally doesn't ride, super small equipment. She's very well versed in riding a place like Pozo. And you'll see her speeding by there on the screen in the Severn rig. None other than two-time Hokipa champion Sarah Hauser already on the board with the 5.8. We'll get you that replay as well. Fearless Marine Hunter in the mix, and then Maui's own Shauna Kropa rounding out this fleet in round 2, heat 2. So there you have it. Drone shot of Pauline Kotz setting up a ride. And that's a pretty good-sized wave she's on. That is...
That's almost mast high.
A good-sized wave.
You can see that the wave is just a little bit fat, but as it runs down the line here, it's walling up now. This is a beautiful scoring opportunity.
There's Hauser. Live action. Speeding her way out of there. All right. Got it.
Sarah starting off the heat really strong, a 5.8. Good score to start her campaign.
And I believe that would have been her second ride that we just saw.
That was her second ride.
So she's like majorly on the board. I think Kotz got on a wave but kicked out, which created a little bit of a confusing flurry of camera angles, and we didn't quite know who was who there. Bear with us as we are getting our feet on the ground here. Shauna Kropa, Marine Hunter, Pauline Kotz, and Sarah Hauser. And Hokipa continuing to deliver contestable goods here. You see these waves rolling in. Just look at that surf. It's a beautiful morning here. There's Kotz realigning right at H. Poco Point. Our other Swiss miss in the contest. Here comes Kotz. Big fan of her sailing, Jace. Fantastic competitor. Really well prepared. Meticulous Swiss riding here. Nice cutback for Pauline. Definitely making sure she gets on the board with a solid score. Kicks out. You're on the board, Pauline. Well-ridden wave. Shauna Kropa on that other ride. 5.5. Here's Marine Hunter.
Solid bottom turn. Wave's getting a little bit fat, so she's going to kick out here. It'll be interesting to see what happens. You've got such local knowledge with Sarah Hauser and Shauna Kropa, so it'll be interesting to see if our local sailors are able to find the better waves, because wave selection is just paramount in a heat like this. Shauna Kropa drops a 5.5, just slightly behind Sarah Hauser. We're waiting for some scores to drop. I'm Jace Pontebianco here with Kai Kachadorian. and a beautiful day at Ho'okipa Beach Park for the 40th Aloha Classic, the grand finals.
A little bit of a late start here, and we're thankful that things improved from this morning's conditions. Generally speaking, it was looking a little glum there at around 11. Bushma tried to run a heat at 11:20, which got canceled, and then we began at 11:20 promptly, and we've been running ever since. All right, Anna Marie Reichman with Marie Andres on the beach. Take it away, Anna Marie.
The waves are pumping, the wind is increasing, the women are on. You just won your heat. So great, Maria. Tell us about it.
I'm super stoked about it because the conditions are incredibly challenging, and the level in the women and in my heat, I had the leader of the tour, so I was a little bit nervous about that. Just getting out here at the beach, it was like crazy. Like we were all shaking. I'm not kidding. So once we made it out, like we calm, we breathe, we see the waves, and we were trying to organize our heat and stuff, but still it was scary and it was hard to choose. The wave selection was really hard because like the bigger ones had like a section in like down that was closing, and it was hard to time it. I wasn't sure like where to position myself, but yeah, I'm really happy that it worked out for me.
Amazing. Congratulations. We can't wait to see more from you, and good luck for more. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Maria Andres. Don't let that smile fool you. She is a savage competitor, but always looking like she's having so much fun. Maria Andres, winner from our last heat.
Well, the body right now, going into this heat with Hauser, Kropa, Kotz, it's getting down to the point right now, even if it's not, seeding oriented and no one's getting eliminated. These are big steps to take. Sarah Hauser, certainly with everything that's at play here, faint hopes of a world title. Everything needs to roll her way, and she needs to essentially win this event with help from the other competitors. But this story's still playing out, and there is Sarah Hauser, originally from New Caledonia, NC6, getting busy with her Goya and Quattro rig, showing a little bit of freestyle prowess there. Surprise, surprise.
Going back to the roots for Sarah Hauser. Love a little bit of a Vulcan on the end. Why not? If you've already completed your ride, why not try to put a little bit of an exclamation point onto it? You can see just how powerful her bottom turn is and how committed she is to going up to the lip. Beautiful contact there for Sarah Hauser.
She knows this wave as well as anybody at this point, Jace. And knowing this wave and knowing how to compete here might be two different things. But what I like about this Vulcan was just she's freeing her mind and not thoroughly gripped in the moment of competition. Here's Maureen Hunter on a good size wave. I've shared some pretty great sessions with Maureen out in Cape Verde, so she's a traveling rider as well who likes to put herself in nice conditions, and this is no exception. And that's a nice ride for Maureen with Pauline Kotz directly behind her entering the arena here. And Kotz on her Severn board and sail combo heading to the channel, really taking a safe line here, maybe a little bit far away from the critical part of the wave, but still in scoring position. And now with Maureen Hunter's wave, all riders are on the board.
Well, we're definitely seeing that uptick in energy in the ocean. We're scheduled to get a little bit of a bump in our period and wave height, and I think that we're starting to see the forerunners of that swell coming in right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. The swell period is increasing. This is turning it into a wave-catching battle. Luckily, the wind is playing favor to us, and we're definitely, going to be able to run through some heats here. It's only 1:20 in the afternoon. Here's a replay of Maureen Hunter's wave. You see that setup turn. You see the momentum that she's carrying in, keeping the apparent wind in her sail. That's why you do the fade line in these conditions. Kept her knees pointing forward and safely out. And there comes Kotz, making doubly sure that she doesn't get caught from behind on the whitewater. Keeping herself active. That's her second score. So let's see what happens to the scoring line here.
Well, we had a score drop for Sarah Hauser, dropping a 7. Big two-wave total, 12.80. So firmly in control of this heat. Round number 2, heat number 2.
What I'm interested to see here is Shauna Kropa, is that her on that red sail, which is a little bit of an equipment change. More on that soon, because sailing in on that Goya sail is who I believe to be Hauser. Sarah's got the purple board with the Medallia logo on it. That's definitely Sarah, right?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's stay.
Current heat leader.
Maureen Hunter in second place now with the strength of that ride that she put together. For sure the judges are rewarding that. And there is Sarah tacking, making sure that she's in the right spot. Sarah staying active, staying into the midsection of that wave. Interesting. All right. Cots in the center of your screen. Maureen Hunter on that blue and yellow stacked logo there.
Very close heat here, Kai. Another score drop for Shauna Kropa, 6.5. Puts her into second place. Really tightens up the heat between her and Sarah Hauser.
It sure does. Could this have been a situation, Jace, where Shauna had gone on the rocks and destroyed her gear? Or isn't that Toya San Giorgio, though? I won't get too carried away. That is Shauna Kropa. And so she's got a color change on her sail. That's a brand new sail. Here comes Kropa. Let's not get lost on equipment. Let's focus on riding here. Shauna in real time here with Pauline Kotz behind her with her trademark kind of like eagle swoop bottom turn that Shauna has, making sure she covers the distance and gets into the sweet spot on the wave. That's a well-ridden wave and well-selected wave by Kropa, who is now continuing down the line as we speak and ends her ride right as Kotz begins on a much smaller offering. Staying active, though. And you're right, Jace, this is a close heat. Sarah Hauser clinging to a lead over Shauna Kropa by the narrowest of margins. And we'll see just exactly what the judges think of that last ride from Shauna, which looked like a pretty complete body of work there. Currently in third, Maureen Hunter, carefully surveying her opportunity. Really gets down to business with that bottom turn. She rides the boom a bit lower, so she crouches with more power. And you can see that kind of translate into this projection turn she has. Maureen Hunter with a beautiful turn there. This is definitely close, Jace.
Yeah, she's got some speed off the bottom. When she sets her rail, it really projects her back to the lip. That was a nicely ridden wave, maybe 4 or 5 turns, lots of speed. Not the biggest in wave height, but definitely good selection. So we'll see if that puts her a little higher up in the rankings, gets her closer to Shauna Kropa's. Currently, the score line's a difficult one for Kropa because Sarah is sitting on a 5.8 and a 7.0, so her low score is better than Shauna Kropa's low score. So Shauna, while in second place, has got to really improve on 2 scores or get a really big single score.
This is a replay of Kropa, and what you're seeing is really situational awareness that she possesses being a regular here. You can understand that she knows where she is. And Maureen Hunter, very impressed with that turn right there. One of the better turns I've seen in this event from the women.
Yeah, she's got to be happy with that one.
That was very good riding.
You know, it's really nice. It feels good when the wave rifles off down the line like that and you get to match the speed of the wave. Here comes Sarah Hauser.
Sarah setting it up nicely. Right to that little crumbly top of the wave. This is directly in front of the point. Maybe a little debatable how far it's going to wind. Is there a better one outside? Sarah doesn't care. She's going to ride this with her flair. Nice cut back. getting straight into the picture here. Sarah Hauser, nice drawn out turn, gets the full wraparound. We definitely are familiar with Sarah in her element here. That was a well-ridden wave. It was not as long as some of her other rides, but it keeps her going, keeps her in that cycle.
Sarah can do that all day. She just will put together turn after turn. She's really amazing at being in the right position in a wave. So while probably not making her final score line, keeping busy, Sarah Hauser, our current heat leader.
11 minutes left in this heat. Sarah Hauser, 12.8. Shauna Kropa, 12. Maureen Hunter, 10.5. Pauline Kott, 7.5.
This is a good indicator of how light the wind is on the very inside. You can see one of our competitors being washed over by our water patrol. This is Sarah Hauser. Beautiful bottom turn. Nice redirection off the top.
This turn, Jace.
That's the one right there.
Wham. When she first came to Maui, roughly about 12 years ago, man, that was the first thing that stood out to me in her riding when she did the Aloha Classic and got 5th in her first Hokipa contest. She had this cutback, still has it, and it's her calling card.
It is. And, I've been talking to her, working with her about, putting a real aerial game into her Hokipa sailing, and she's really been putting into the time and, arguably some of the scary moments that it takes to learn how to do aerials out here. But, that basis of her riding is the solid bottom turn into really grippy top turn.
It all starts there.
It does.
And it starts now for Pauline Kott, who needs to get into the mix here, sitting 4th in this heat. She can do it. Pauline totally capable of walking away with the win this heat, and she's not careful. This is a super nice wave. Pauline Kott's not a stranger to hard contact here. Can she make a little lip contact? This is a nice ride and a great view of a super rider. There goes Kotz with one of the longer waves of the heat. That was the whole distance across the point, Jace.
Yeah, that's just shows it's a fun day to go sailing. Not exactly easy, but the length of ride is there.
Kind of snappy, too.
Yeah.
I like where the knees are pointing. She's got good body English. And she does look like she's having fun.
Oh, and she stays real close to the power source there, never getting out too far in front. Our judges want to see staying in the critical section of the wave. As we have less than 9 minutes to go in round number 2, heat number 2.
Maureen Hunter setting up Jace.
Yeah, this is another one of those mid waves, but sometimes you got to let them pass underneath you. It's a hard thing to do, to be on a wave and make the decision that maybe you'll kick out the back. We'll see if this works out for her. Waiting for the wave to wall up a little bit now. Maureen Hunter. Nice drone angle. Gives you a good look at what's coming up down the line. Trying to stay high on the wave. Kicking out now. Maybe seeing a bit of a closeout happening. Maureen Hunter sitting in 3rd position with a 5.0 and a 5.5. Very close to 2nd place competitor Shauna Kropa. Again, the inside, basically no wind. But our wind line still holding strong on the outside. I think, Kai, we've all had days like this where you got to play your cards right, because if you come too far onto the inside, it can be really hard to get back into our competition area. Here comes Sarah Hauser.
Here comes Sarah, setting it up. Patience pays. Ooh! She wound that bottom turn and got the fins out. I thought she was going to rotate completely around. Talk about the aerial. That was the aerial bottom turn. And there's Shauna keeping her board in the water. Hauser giving it the extra push there. That was super impressive that she hung on to it, but not quite. And here's Shauna. Looks like a new rig for her. I'm so used to that blue sail that I can't consider her without it. But she obviously suffered some damage on the rocks there. Here's a good look at Hauser off the drone here. Look at the cross rip that she turns off of here. That cutback sets this up. Watch close. Barely held it together. Just freeze frame that. That's the cutting edge of women's wave sailing right there. And even that wipeout tells me she's not scared to go hit stuff.
No, she's not scared of anything. That was super aggressive. Gotta appreciate it, even though it wasn't completed. One of the more aggressive turns that we've seen in our women's division.
Aggressive.
Sarah Hauser still in first place.
Rawr. There's Sarakita setting up. She's in the next heat. Again, not an elimination round here, but setting the tone for these world title deciding clashes that are coming up. Sarakita patiently waiting her turn to ride. 5 minutes and 55 seconds to go here.
We can see a bit of a difference in approach between Sarah and Shauna Kropa. Shauna definitely getting the completion of the rides, but maybe not quite in the critical section. It'll be interesting to see if Sarah's bravery there pays off. Although she is playing with a bit of house money, she is in the lead, so gives you the opportunity to be able to take risks like that. As we see our water patrol keeping an eye on Sarah as she's on the inside. Beautiful look at Hokipa Beach Park, the gathering place.
Sarah had a little swim there, Jace.
She did, but she got her rig and just has to get out past the headland, but she'll be out into the competition area soon.
That was a sick hit. Really looking good here. 5 minutes to go. Sarah Hauser, 1 point ahead of Kropa. Pauline Kotz probably realizes she's got to stay busy here. This is a good way to do it. Good opening turn. Hokipa's coming to her side. This is a nice wave. Beautiful angle. Kotz taking it apart. Heading to the inside. Not a ton of wind. You can also see the wind angle isn't necessarily accommodating these steep bottom turns. But nonetheless, Pauline making a good effort there. Very commendable riding for the Swiss Miss. Here comes Maureen Hunter. Also well within striking distance. One good ride would do it for her. She won Zilt last year. Maureen Hunter is one of the gnarly shredders. One-two exchange here. Hunter and Hauser. Maureen towards the end of her ride here sets up Sarah. Trademark Sarah cutback right there. I was waiting for that. Will the rest of the wave oblige? A little bit. A little bit. These are the same thing, Jason. You get on waves, other people not on waves.
Right, and all that action happening down at the end bowl section. So two of our competitors kind of chasing it almost all the way down to lanes. We'll see if that strategy works out, because the wave definitely peters out towards the end there, and some of your biggest scoring opportunities happen when you set up further upwind towards the green tree and are able to come down the line with a lot of speed. So
exactly.
We'll see if there is enough time left in this heat. Just over 3 minutes to go.
Replay of Kotz. Kotz sails with a lot of personality, Jace. You can tell, just kind of knowing her as a person and how she sails, it's definitely very much in line. Hunter and Hauser on this exchange.
And you see how Hunter kind of chases it there while Sarah stays really close to the power source and gets a big top turn. The wave kind of bends away from her and she doesn't get any more at the end of that wave, but that is a very vertical turn. Judge is going to like that.
And in the waning from moments, our next heat setting up. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this. Lots to play for here. Sarah Hauser still comfortably in front of the pack. Shauna Kropa right behind her. It's very tight between third and first. Pauline Kotz needing a couple big scores to get back in the mix here. Not much time left to find it. Live action, Sarah Hauser at H. Poco Point, picking up wave after wave. This is a nice drawn out bottom turn and a full snap off the top with a little bit more to go here. Another second cut back. bam, bam, shots fired, and into the channel.
Yeah,
so that line into the channel is wide open. I mean, Sarah had ridden 2 waves within a couple minutes there.
Yeah, Sarah Hauser really coming into her own. She's putting up scores in the back end of this heat now. Her 2 scoring rides have been her 3rd and her 4th wave, whereas Shauna Kropa, her rides were the 1st and 2nd that are in her scorecard. That was a beautiful top turn from Sarah Hauser.
Slicing it.
Yeah, her equipment's working well. She spent a lot of time getting that Quattro board all dialed in.
There's our scene from the beach looking down towards lanes. There's an ocean rescue there, the rocks, the scene. It's not one of those postcard days, no. I mean, can't have them all. But it is beautiful nonetheless, and we have better than contestable conditions on tap here for our second day here broadcasting at the 2024 Aloha Classic Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck. Replay partners are Goya and Brooch Boards. And we'll get into some replay here shortly. We got 23 seconds left in this heat. Here comes Shauna Kropa on a really nice ride. This is a good wave. This is the way you want to end the heat. Can she put together a first place effort here? Shauna Kropa pretty far down the point. This is going to get kind of slow, but she gets another setup turn. And she is still going. Heat over, Jace.
Shauna is so consistent. She picks off good waves all the time. That's how you do it. She didn't get the heat win, but definitely advancing. So solid heat for Shauna Kropa. And congratulations to our winner, Sarah Hauser, as we watch our competitors get ready for the resumption of the men's division later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, they're watching this out of the corner of their eye, realizing it's not immediate. And you're going to watch Hokipa go through its various phases throughout the day. Right now we're in that early afternoon phase. I thought we had hit the heat bubble, but not yet. And we will see exactly what happens. You know, the trade wind stack on top of West Maui is kind of inconclusive right now. As we watch Kropa's last ride, you can definitely see it's not like fully filled in. It's also partly wind direction, Jace. It's not necessarily straight easterly. This is like northeasterly. Looks like those scores are going to stand, like you said. There's Marcilio Brown, our current reigning world number 1 and reigning world champion, getting ready. It's all about the preparation. And at that point, you set out to sail. And it's up to you, Hokipa, and the judges.
We're coming into round number 2, heat number 3. Sarah Kita Ofringa, Marina Brenes, Lisa Warschmeiner, and Toya Sajuno.
Toya Sanjurjo, Warmeister, Behrens, and Ofringa. Game on. That's Maria Behrens, long-time duotone rider.
I had a great photo shoot with her last year.
She's on a good roll here, Jace. Look at this. Down to the lower bowl.
This is the dangerous one, trying to hit the lane section there. She's going to get put into the penalty box.
Yeah, she thought she was escaping, but she went into the jaws of the beast. Now she's got an ordeal on the channel to deal with. If that was actually Maria Behrens, and I'd make doubly sure about that. Warmeister and Behrens are in this heat, and they are on identical duotone gear as well. We have had this problem before. We're gonna make it through this. Now we're gonna figure that out. That looked like Behrens.
This is Sarah Kita Ofringa on a bit of a foamy one, but a solid top turn, throwing some buckets.
Ooh. Sarah Kita gave that a little slap.
She did. Not a long ride, but a good position for that one top turn.
This is Lisa Wermeister, representing Guadeloupe. She's been coming on strong, Jace. I've had my eye on her for a while. She's really coming into her own here in Hokipa. She has a lot of experience sailing Guadeloupe. She's part of that pack. And there are a couple really nice starboard tack spots that she can ride. And look at what I'm saying. Getting familiar with Hukipa and learning the language of wave riding here. That's a nice ride from Wehrmeister, who kicks out after scoring what will probably be a pretty nice substantial score. I like the intent that she shows when she rides. She's very direct in her riding. She means business.
This is our heat winner from the previous heat, Sarah Hauser, making her way back to the inside. Her day is not done.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. And with that kind of riding, you can bet that she's got plenty to say about winning her first Hokipa title since 2018.
It doesn't seem that long ago, Kai, but it is 2018. It's been a few years. Sarah hasn't gone anywhere. She's been always competitive on this tour.
Yeah, so Lisa wearing the white jersey. This is going to help us differentiate. So Lisa Wehrmeister, white jersey in the replay here. But Jace, look at the riding. Dropping straight down.
And real tight to the power source. Good riding there. Gets a little bit caught up with the bottom turn bobble and kicks out.
Nice lineup shot. Tells us the story. You know, we don't see Maria Berhans exactly. She's in the red and black jersey, but that was her running for the hills down there in the channel, and I think she's fully dealing with this now, trying to get back out.
Well, what a time suck. When you go down into the kind of the penalty box down by lanes there, it's just going to take you a long time to make your way through the current and back all the way upwind and into the competition area.
There's Toya San Giorgio. Let me double check that. Correction.
Is that Shauna?
Shauna coming in.
Shauna changed rig colors. It's obviously a challenge.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Shauna Kropa advancing from her last heat.
Yeah.
Her day's not done either.
Nope.
Good opportunity to get into the beach and maybe get some water.
You know, with these long heats, Jace, your day is over or not over depending on how far you made it. If you advanced into that seeding round, your day might be over depending on how much wind we have left here to play with. Here's Maureen Hunter coming in from her heat. It's an interesting procession of, showing how long it takes to just get in after your heat. Don't make the mistake of riding this wave, Maureen. You're not in the heat. No.
Oh, it's hard to resist, isn't it?
Well, it should resist. We have had head judges in the past who would punish you mightily for that, but we don't really consider Bujma that hard on our sailing body. That is Liam Dunkerbeck getting ready.
You've been impressed with his sailing lately, haven't you?
I've certainly have been impressed with Liam Dunkerbeck sailing, finding that, his level at Hokipa has certainly matched his father's level.
My son is friends with Liam, and their connection is surfing, right? So you definitely see that Liam's wave sailing has got a lot of potential, and I think that it's at least partly because he's a real good surfer as well.
Very dedicated surfer, actually has a surf coach, and that gives him a lot of knowledge of the ocean. Spent some time surfing with Liam down at Cloudbreak during the Fiji event, and really got to know him on that level of you get to know somebody out there in critical surf. And he was a really fun person to surf with because he wasn't, boxed in his own world. He's very helpful in terms of, hey, go, and, helping me see things that I might not have been seeing in the lineup and vice versa. We're pushing each other. And, as far as the sailing goes, his game at Hokipa, as of last spring, he really reached fruition here. Full potential for him. Sarakito Ofringa, Maria Berens, Lisa Wehrmeister, Toya San Giorgio from Argentina, I believe. Yet to see the scoring line here. Just a ton of time remaining. Here's Toya. Getting ready. Toya riding Goya.
Got a good ring to it. She's all the way down by the end bowl. That wave's not going to offer much in terms of a scoring opportunity.
Now that was a little setup score. Get something started score.
Got to start somewhere.
Go ahead.
Got to start somewhere, you know?
You got to start somewhere.
Best two waves are counting, but sometimes that first score is the hardest one to get on the board.
I'm just remarking that, with these 30 minutes on the clock type of affairs, you're halfway through the afternoon. At the end of the heat, you're in this different stage of the day. It's a chunk of time, and you'll see throughout these heats that will keep us going through these changes based on what the wind and wave variances are. If we're getting a little bit more wind, if it's switching east, how's that swell holding in? Depends on the tide. There's a lot going on in a short amount of time. One thing's for sure is we're out of that float and ride stage, and these riders are planing around now. There's Sarakito Fringa with absolutely everything to play for here. Here comes Sarakito on a scoring opportunity, and this is nicely placed because she's slicing in. You can see where she is above the rocks, above the point. Here is Sarakita setting up beautiful bottom turn. Perfect cutback. Look at Sarakita on this wave. Bringing Hokipa to her side and riding it with honor. Riding this wave the way it's asking to be ridden. Continuing on down to the point. A couple extra turns for good measure. Wurmeister behind on an even nicer looking wave. Drawing her line. She's got such a good bottom turn, Jay. She is growing up right in front of our eyes. Wurmeister really determined to be a contender here and stating her case with riding like this. I've been pretty impressed. She's only 18 years old. It's got a bright future ahead of her. Third slicey turn. She waited patiently to do this. And I spoke to her before this heat, and she's got a quiet level of confidence for someone her age. Well sailed.
Yeah, nice work with the top turns. She's obviously got a really beautiful bottom turn, but to have the power and the speed on the wave to be able to redirect and to get that good snap on the top turn, that'll be a good score. And you can definitely see some power in our ladies' sails as we see Sarakita Ofringa's replay.
Anna Maria is down on the beach with Sarah Hauser. Take it away. Let's keep it quick. All right, we got replays. Thank you very much. Let's definitely keep the replays going. Wurmeister. Behrens has yet to really reemerge. Unfortunate for Maria, has left the lineup to Wurmeister and Ofringa for the most part. Really good placement turns from Wurmeister. And after the replays are over, we will go to the beach. But not before we see Toyas and Giorgio. All right. Perfect time for an interview in between the action. Take it away, Anna Marie.
Sarah, incredible. Congratulations. That was awesome. How was it for you?
Super fun. We got so lucky because 5 minutes before the start of our heat, the wind kicked in and the waves were already there and perfect. So it just was amazing.
Any special turn, move that you want to lead us through?
Well, I was just trying to hit the lip, There was one that was funny because I poked the nose and I fell, but I was just confident that I could get enough waves with the wind picking up and the long heats. It was pretty relaxed out there. But yeah, it was epic.
Nice. Going for it, which is a nice warming up for the next heat, the next round. Probably not today, but tomorrow?
Oh man, I wish we could sell some more today, but yeah, I'm advancing, so that means next run will be tomorrow for me. So I hope everyone else can have fun and that this wind stays.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. Back to you, Kai.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Sarah. Beautiful work on the live action here from Sarakita Ofringa. She had a good couple first turns and is now finishing off the wave with a little backside hit. It's nice to see Sarah Hauser look so happy. You could tell that she was pleased with her performance in that last heat. Managed to put up some pretty big scores, Kai.
Pretty hefty scores. Definitely setting the bar in the wave riding department, as she does. Wurmeister setting the bar in this heat. I saw it that way as well. Absolute upside to her riding on display right now. Sarakita Ofringa comfortably in second here. Maria Behrens did get a 2.5 for that initial ride. Still yet to find the lineup, but getting there.
Real interesting scorecard we have here, Kai. Sarakita Ofringa's got a 5.8, so she's got the high single wave score. So while she's in second, she's in a good position here to advance. As you look at beautiful Ho'okipa Beach Park.
Wehrmeister again. Wave after wave for this girl. Taking it apart. Wow. We're seeing the emergence of one of the contenders here. Definitely impressed with Lisa's riding. And it's going her way too, Jace. I mean, these little things that happen outside of the heat. You know, Behrens being outside of the lineup. You know, maybe Toya being out of position on occasion. Sarakita, depending on, you know, whatever wave she's selecting. But slowly but surely, wave by wave, Lisa Wehrmeister putting together the heat of her career so far when you consider the company she's in. And it's not lost on me, actually. I'm paying attention to a lot of the women's race here as you watch Jules Donnell getting ready for his heat.
Well, that's a solid score line, 4.5 and 5.5. Two solid waves for Lisa Wehrmeister.
She's in double digits. There's Shauna Kropa watching the judges' tower, maybe having a little word with Bujma over a few things. You never know. Wehrmeister replay. Yeah. She's got the stuff.
Well, and when the wave cooperates, you can tell that she's got a good top turn as well.
Yeah. Back to the lineup. "19 minutes left in this. I believe that Severn rider is Pauline Katz, who's coming in from her previous heat or being in the lineup for the next one. It's one of the two. I wouldn't be surprised if it's taken some of these competitors, you know, a good full 15 minutes to be able to come back in after some of these efforts. And that has the look of Pauline coming back in, waiting for that moment up top where you're not in anybody's way. That's exactly what we're seeing. So the most important thing right now is not to ride the wave. If I was the head judges, as long as you just dropped in and went straight, no shame. You get a little extra camera time. The second you ride the wave, it's $50.
Oh, it's so hard, though. You see that big wall in front of you, and it's hard to just go straight sometimes. But, you know, $50 is $50, right?
It's not only the $50, it's the look at me thing. You know, it's like, I love riding. No, it's like, you're not in this heat. Just go in. We all don't want to stay out there the whole time. It's important to have a little humility in that. There goes Liam Dunkerbeck. He's heading out. That's Brazinio. There's Jules Donnell. Things are going to heat up here, Jace.
Yeah, we'll be shifting over to the men's division in our next round.
18 minutes, 15 seconds left to go. Sarakita takes the lead over Wehrmeister by the narrowest of margins. Close to a tie for first. Merely a tenth of a point separating them. There's Pauline. Confident little smile on her face.
So close, Kai. We saw last how the Bujma changed the judging format to go to quarter increments.
And here is Maria Behrens. Welcome back, Maria. Welcome back to H. Poco Point. Now, don't go running down to lanes again. Keep it at Ho'okipa.
You got to fight the urge to do that. You know, if you get stuck all the way downwind and you've been making your way upwind to kind of catch a wave that's all the way down on the point already and then to ride it right back into the penalty box, it's something that you got to force yourself not to do.
If you were playing baseball, she's safe.
Yeah.
There goes Sarakita. Everybody's kind of in the midsection here. Sarakita setting up on the point proper. There's some really nice looking waves coming in. Saraquita not quite in position for this one. This one's breaking above her, but it's going to reform. And with Toya San Giorgio kicking outside, this is a one-woman show right now. Saraquita Ofringa punches her bottom turn, gets a mid-face snap, heads down the line. Saraquita fully broads on that last cutback under the lip twice. And a nice third cutback. And there comes our reigning world champion heading to the channel. She looks like a lion.
She's so solid. Rawr. She's so solid.
So solid.
Got a real tall, long, strong frame. You can see it translate into the power that she rides with.
Look at that bottom turn, Chase.
Yeah, with speed. Redirection. And looking for a vertical moment here up underneath the lip. Nice riding from Saraquita.
Yeah, really nice wave, really nice ride. And the thing I'll remark about that is as that ride was setting up, that was half of that wave that she rode. That thing had reeled above green trees all the way through. A couple knots more wind and you'd have the mobility to get around in that lineup. Somebody might have stabbed that one all the way through. That was one of the nicer waves I've seen all day based on the entire wave that we didn't really see on camera.
But you got to make the commitment to going upwind enough to catch the wave at its beginning,
What's
right?
that word you use again? Patience. And is this not Lisa Wehrmeister on a super nice wave? Bottom turning in front of Brazinho. Let me double, triple check on this. I do believe it's Lisa. Such a nice wave. Beautifully ridden. Third pocket bottom turn. Doesn't quite save that third cutback that we've all been seeing everybody fall on. But nonetheless,
potentially a big moment there because Saraquita just dropped the 6. So she's added to her lead, 11.80 two-wave total. Lisa needs
got a
6.3.
I think Wehrmeister might get a pretty good score then based on all that. Connecting the turns is one thing, but you know, wave quality is another. You know, I do judge the wave myself a little bit. Just the wave itself is going to factor into my score.
Well, because you chose it, you know, so it's not part of the physical aspect, but it's definitely part of the mental thing.
Exactly. Wehrmeister heads back out, chanting Guadalupe, Guadalupe, Guadalupe. That's what they were doing in Chile every day, every night. What a gang of shredders they are. And call me a fan.
Well,
every single one of them.
Steel sharpens steel, right? You get a good crew of people at your local break, and you see the level increase all around.
Oh, yeah.
We see it with the Japanese crew.
You definitely see it with the Japanese crew. You definitely saw it with our crew, Jace, sitting on that guardrail. Those early days when we were doing those video nights at Sandbar.
Oh, those were good times.
The beginning of everything right there, and you know the level of riding that was on display there, and you just. What a moment that was, you know, before all the movies and everything. We were sitting there watching videos of each other in these average, you know, sailing days, picking each other apart. This is while there were no contests at Ho'okipa for that little while. You know, kept that flame going, kept that whole camaraderie thing going. It pushed us harder than you would think.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that was the start of my video making career, was the rough cut videos that I was showing down at the Sandbar. But we were using the video as a way to improve our technique. You know, in the early part of video making, it wasn't something that you got to see a lot. You didn't get to see the mistakes that you were doing because you were looking at still photos, right? Yeah. So as we started adding video into our, you know, training regimen, it really helped us improve our skills.
But there's a lot to be said for you know where that's gotten us today in terms of the standard of riding that we try to purvey here. And at Ho'okipa, it is definitely all about the wave riding. But we have a very balanced tour, and we're going to all these places where there's a variety of conditions that we sail in. I mean, from Chile to Pozo to Zilt to here on Maui. And, you know, you're on all points of the compass at that point. And I believe we're as well-rounded as far as any world tour has ever been.
Yeah.
And there's a lot in store in the coming years. This PWA IWC Unified World Tour has definitely, provided us with these variances. I think we've played to each other's strengths. That whole sailor body that we have combined here is very compelling. There's no question whoever's winning the world title is the best sailor in the world.
Yeah, you have to be so well-rounded to win a tour like this. I mean, you were talking about different tacks, different wind angles, different wave styles. To be able to do all of it and to win shows a lot of skill.
Word. Here we go. Brauzinho in the house. Liam Dunkerbeck in the building. What do we got?
Still 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go in our women's heat number 3.
Still rolling with the women. Awesome.
Lisa Wermeister has advanced into the first position with a 2-wave total of 13. Bumping Sarakita Ofringa down into second. 2-wave total 11.0. As you watch one of our male competitors get...
Wait for a women's heat.
Maria. Nice speed on this wave. Got a good section to hit at the end bowl. Nice redirection at the end. She's been playing in that zone. Been kind of stuck all the way at the end bowl through the majority of this heat. But that last wave worked out pretty well. As we watch Sarakita Ofringa position herself kind of in the midsection. Little check top turn.
Go, Maria. Shred that thing. Good line.
I would really like to see her move her way up the point a little bit because she's got the potential to get a real nice top turn if the wave would just be a little bit more wall to it. Give her some...
Yeah. There's Kai Lenny talking to Beach Marshal Dane. Beach Marshal Dane in that orange jersey has been a part of every contest I've ever done on this event. I couldn't ever imagine competing without checking with him at the beach. It's like, it's just part of the deal. So great to see that continuum 40 years later, practically. There's Sarakita Ofringa trying to catch Wermeister. It's been a little back and forth between these two. And Sarakita putting in some of the better rail work of this heat in terms of her. That was a very nice ride for Sarakita. I am not anything but impressed with that. First couple turns there were nice.
A lot of water displacement. She really pushed on the rail.
There's Wermeister answering back. This is a 1-2 exchange. Wermeister setting up the bottom turn, making sure she's far enough in front out of it. Lisa Wermeister coming into the end section here. Nice hit for Wermeister. This is really big for her. If you just think about outside of world rankings and, Wermeister's trying to break into this. Well, no better way to do it than taking it to the current world champion.
We've been
Put that on your resume.
Real flurry of action here. Waves back to back to back. Look at this bottom turn. Nice pocket redirection. This is the one that I like. Zip. It all gets set up off the bottom turn.
Wermeister's having the heat of her life, and this has been some time coming here. But it's not a surprise. It's nice to see it happen. They are tied for first. And based on the merits of the highest score, if the heat ended right now, it would go to Wermeister because she's got a 7.5. And Ofringa with a 6 and a 7 is right there. Wow. These are some decisions that are getting made. There is Sarakita Ofringa chipping upwind a little bit above the point, but not by much. This is definitely one of those point waves that's going to run a little fat, and Sarah identifies this.
That's the repositioning that we were talking about there. Riding the wave left just to get you upwind enough to be better positioned for the next ride.
Barons on another nice looking wave. Sarakita attacking from under. Barron sticking with it. Trying to set up what would be a ride that would get her back into contention here. She's in a 9-point total. Barron's now getting warmed up. Using that rail work. Nice flow. Confirming what you said, Jace. Just get on waves.
Well, a lot more wall to work with there, and you can see it really had an effect on how much she was able to redirect off the top. So nice wave there for Bremens.
Yes. There's Toya San Giorgio coming in. 6 minutes to go. It might be equipment related. She might just be done. I think she's put very little pressure on herself in this event to stay in her comfort zone. I remember talking to her in the rigging zone. I was like, hey, you doing the contest? And she's like, well, I'll see how the forecast is and if it's, not too big. And this might be kind of right in her comfort zone level. Point to take there. But there's Maria Behrens wrapping it all the way around, showing a little way of knowledge here, but also showing self-preservation tendencies and not taking too many risks. She worked way too hard to get back in the lineup. When that heat started, she was below the channel.
Well, it was a subtle difference, but she did take a couple seconds extra there to let the wave form in front of her, and it definitely gave more wall. So we're seeing improvement with all of our riders.
Beautiful Hukipa, looking up towards the Hana side of Maui.
Coming up will be round 5, heat number 1, world number 1, Marcilio Brown, Liam Dunkerbeck, and Jules Donnell. That'll be coming up next at the Aloha Classic Grand Finals presented by the Playa Surf Hotel and in association with Sundeck.
That's a big battle. People are getting sent home in that one. So heavy battles coming up here. It intensifies based on kind of the slow nature of the wind speed and the fact that these critical decisions based on the wave selection are being made.
Speaking of wind speed, it seems like we might have hit our wind apex and things are slowing down just a little bit. Still contestable conditions for sure. But not easy, Kai.
No, it's not easy. And, you see Toya up on top there. I think it's important to realize, you sign that waiver during registration, you're signing your life away. Essentially, this can be life-threatening. It might not necessarily be in that category today. We all remember Rich Myers in 1986 getting eaten by a double mast-high wave and nearly drowning in front of our eyes. It can be as dangerous as you want to make it. And I think the number one thing I want to emphasize to all the competitors out there is, if in doubt, don't go out. Leave yourself some room here. And where are we at? Let's check our watches here.
And we're live into round number 5, heat number 1.
That was Brazinho's opening ride. We are on the clock with a new heat. Again, that is Brazinho, who you just saw on your screen. And then on top of Brazinho, was that not Donnell? Yes, and then Liam Dunkerbeck. Here's Brazinho's opening score. We're just going to hit the lip vertically to perfection, rebound off of that with extra speed, bleed off a little speed for a second vertical surgical hit. Brazinho sails Hukipa just about better than anybody's ever sailed it.
Oh, it would be nice to be able to sail Hukipa that well. I mean, those two hits, for any mere mortal, you're getting closed out on and going over the falls. That's the difference between the very top level.
And he's turning it into rebound acceleration into bottom turn. That's the read. He almost read that wave before he even started riding it. He's able to react to all the various looks that Hukipa's giving him. And that score is going to drop shortly, but I assure you that's going to be a pretty solid score. I've just been informed that, however, Brazinho's ride is not going to count because it was before the flag. And we will double check on that, but I trust my sources. A rare tactical error by Brasinho.
But plenty of time, 25 minutes on the clock. Our sailors just need their best 2 scores so that you can be patient as we watch Liam Dunkerbeck set up. Riding on the Severn rig with the Red Bull logo. Winding it up off the bottom now. Liam Dunkerbeck, check top turn. Here it comes into the better part of the wave. There it is, fins release. Nice solid bottom turn. A lot of compression. Nice vertical turn, but out the back.
It's always that extra stuff that gets you on that last cutback. It's you see people aren't settling for your standard little run-on-the-mill turn, but that would save your wave ride. And not like it was some catastrophic blow-up, but when you get to that part of the point where it elbows out, you have no wind in your sail. And that was unfortunate for Brasinho because that was going to be a high score. And it was before the horn, apparently. We'll watch our scorecards closely, but Liam Dunkerbeck, let's study a little bit. Low boom, low center of gravity, is able to, tweak his board out a little bit off those bottom turns and redirect, but he stayed into the critical part of the wave, and that was the extra stuff he didn't need to do there. You're thinking vertical approach when you got side shore to side onshore winds? Well, think again. Liam Dunkerbeck with a 6.20. And I would hope that Brasinho knows his wave didn't count, but it's highly likely that he thinks he has a score under his belt. We'll see that play out. Here comes Jules Denel. Certainly one of the contenders here. One of them for sure. That was the name of a recent edit he put out. It was quite nice. Go check it out. Jules Denel, one of them. Nice riding from Jules. Able to connect that all the way through. Kept that ride alive, kept the belief going. Here comes Brasinho on what's going to be his first scoring ride. From behind the peak. Gets the stock air over the section. Continues on. Arguably better than his first wave. You like to see it. And he kicks out. Conditions are actually quite good right now, Jace. You saw the look on Brasinho's wave there where it was like, okay, that thing's cornering in. It's really smooth water off the bottom. There are these target-rich waves coming in where you got all these sections, especially if you look through the eyes of Brasinho, who can see all the little keyholes, all the little entries, every single available opportunity to show what he can do. That's a replay of Denel. Similar approach, smaller wave.
Really good to be able to get up underneath the lip there. That was a quick reaction to get that aerial. Here comes Brasinho. Bang on the spot. Airs over the section, straight into the next bottom turn, and vert up to the top. He just makes it look really easy, Kai. I don't know if a lot of other sailors will make it look that good. Our current world number 1, Marcilio Brown, waiting for that score to drop.
That's a competitor, Sarakita, coming in from her prior heat. Her encounter with Wermeister. And I believe that Wermeister did finish first in that heat. What an accomplishment. Wow. That's fantastic.
Those are the victories that you might not say a lot about, but when you go home at night, you feel very happy with yourself to be able to pass a heat in front of
They got the Guadalupe chant going for Wermeister. That's her biggest heat of her career yet to go, and there is more to come from her. Starting it off with a bang. Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck. Quite a good wave, actually. I'm excited just when I'm seeing upwind of Liam. I mean, he's at the stage where he's looking behind him, looking in front of him, trying to assess where he actually is in the lineup. Staying high on the wave to keep his apparent wind and his speed intact. Liam now springs into action. The first setup bottom turn, staying close to the power source. Liam Dunkerbeck arcing his Severn rig. Nice mass tip touch bottom turn there. Fins free aerial. Bringing it around again. Saves the turn. Now he just needs to commit this turn and not overcommit to it. And here's your kick out. Well-ridden wave by Dunkerbeck. Really good stuff there. And he's already sitting on a 6. I think you're going to temporarily see Liam in the lead here. Here's the drone angle of this ride. You saw that setup turn. Put him in a deep spot. Beautiful.
That bottom turn looked a bit like Clarek with the way his mast tip touched, used it as a rotation point.
Yeah.
Really staying close to the power section. Liam Dunkerbeck might not be the best score of his day, but definitely will be in the score column as we are just under 20 minutes to go in round number 5, heat number 1. This is Marcilio Brown.
Kicking out. Looked like he had a full plan there on the bottom turn, but he's pretty far on the point there. Midway through, actually, and it was just time to position himself for a better one.
Yeah, and upwind of everyone else, right? So maybe if you see that setup, and everybody was outside already, you might have ridden that to the end. But if, I would imagine that Marcilio saw that he could kick out of that wave and preserve his position as having control of the lineup, let's say.
Having control of the lineup has partly to do with being most upwind. It's also just like closer to the peak. And if this was a day where you were only riding waves at the point, it wouldn't quite matter as much. This is replay. See it high and tight. Brasinho under the hook here. That's his line, but he just said, nah, no thanks. Here's Donnell. Live action. Bit of a slow, slopey one. Donnell's got a good habit of making these lesser waves amount to something better than what you would have thought.
And he's got great timing for that aerial.
Great timing for the aerial, and that puts him in position. And Dunkerbeck, as predicted, temporarily in the lead here. Brasinho would be in the lead except of that first wave that he caught before the horn. Nice angle of Donnell rail work. Look at that spray. And that hit right there. Touchdown.
What a hit.
It was a great hit.
What a shot.
A great shot.
Nice flying.
And that's a replay. And let's stick with Brasinho here, who's on a nice wave. Bottom turning right under the hook. Full spray cut back. This is an important ride for Brow because it's really his good second score here. Brasinho. Does he have the rotation? Can't do the 3, but didn't blow the ride either. Definitely a good thing he made that ride. And upon the kick out for Brasinho, we will head down to our very own Anna Marie Reichman, who has a beach interview for us. Whoosh.
Second time Aloha Classic participant. Lisa, you are ripping. How can you explain to us what's going on?
Yeah, before my hit, I was very, very scary by this big set and the low wind. And I be lucky because during the hits, the wind picking up, so it was better. And yeah, in my 2 first wave, I was like, okay, slow down, don't fall. And after my second wave, I was more confident, so after I can be more risky.
I saw great top to bottom. I was so impressed, so stoked you're advancing and putting on a good show for the women. What are you bringing into the next heat?
Yeah, I mean, the exactly same thing. Yeah, be slow down on the 2 first wave, and after I can be more radical.
The winning formula. Yeah. Awesome. Good luck. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck, aerial off the lip. Gets a little hung up on the landing, but manages to keep the ride going. Pops the fins out again.
Wow, Liam, that was pretty impressive. To be able to kind of tough out those bobbles. It wasn't exactly how he wanted to ride that wave, and it would have been great if he had stuck that 3, but it could have just been a complete disaster. And it really was quite a nice wave. Boom. Right there, nose heavy on the landing, pulls the sail out, and then straight into this. That was the part that impressed me. And now straight into a 360 attempt.
And he would have made this 360 if there was any more wall to the wave. His rotation is just spot on. Got to really appreciate the quick riding by Liam Dunkerbeck to fit those 2 aerials in. Here comes Marcilio Brown underneath the lip, bashing the top. Looking for one more section. A little bit of a flat part in the wave here. Staying with the power section, looking for an opportunity.
He's a little far over on the point for the power. This becomes milking it now. Something went down behind Brow. Not sure who that was, but it didn't matter. Scoreline pretty tight, Jace. These 3 guys are within 1 point of one another. Here's Liam Dunkerbeck on a nice wave. There's been a few waves to break in front of this, which cleans this one up. Liam Dunkerbeck, full contact spray turn. Winds up his bottom turn and out.
One of the better heats of the day so far, Kai. Big scores. Everybody's really close, only separated by about a point. And I tell you, Jules Donnell coming out strong. 6.5, 6.0. Currently in second position ahead of Liam Dunkerbeck.
Make note with Jules Donnell that he's doing this stuff on lesser waves. Those weren't standout waves in the sequence that he was getting these scores on. It's his riding that's doing it. And that tells you something. And it's really, really notable to me that I don't think that's the plan or anything, but he's able to adapt. It's the other thing I'm going to say about Jules Donnell. He's very, very versatile, very, very good at adapting to the situations that he's in.
Yeah, and good timing. He's managed to hit the most critical sections of back-to-back waves there, get those 2 aerials with full projection. That's what's given him good scores.
Yeah. More competitors heading out. Here's the replay, Brauzinho. Kabam! That was power sailing. Straight into the next bottom turn, but already at the elbow of the point.
Some beautiful riding by our current wave number 1.
Yeah, Brauzinho on top of the world here. And, a lot of world title campaigns for Brauzinho over the years have gone not his way. You're seeing these last couple titles that he's won. Think about last year, the way he started in Fiji, the cartwheel wipeout, eliminated right away, clawing his way back into contention to win the Aloha Classic and the world title in the most dramatic fashion, or so you would think, because this year there's this bottleneck at the top. He's between him and Fernandez. And as far as Brauzinho and Fernandez world title hopes right now, with the exit of Coster and Marino Gil-Girardi, it opens up this equation. It's really getting interesting, Jace, the further we get into these rounds now that guys are getting booted out of here who are not advancing. It's turning this into make or break. But Brauzinho is not buckling to the pressure, and you can see above all else that he's maintaining his style of riding and his approach to riding Hokipa, which you're seeing here on the screen. Straight vertical blast. Brauzinho rebounds towards the point. This is live action. He's going to climb that whitewater and not quite make it around these isolated high points. Here comes Donnell on a super nice wave. It's a little fat, but I've got faith in Donnell here. He's going to read through this.
The one out the back with Liam's probably going to be better.
Over it. And behind him, Liam Dunkerbeck with the full grower under him. This is an opportunity to send it. Here he goes. The wave grows under him. Liam Dunkerbeck points it towards the point. Target acquired. He's up and under the lip. One more turn deserves another. Here he goes under the lip, not quite blowing the turn, but staying alive. Brauzinho started that sequence with a radical hit. And I want the replay on that. But there goes Dunkerbeck halfway to Mama's. Checking in. Beautiful ride. Brauzinho with that opening tag sent an earthquake to the judge's tower, but he couldn't back it up with the rest of the wave. Let's wait for that replay. Can't wait to see it. And Donnell, kicked out of that ride. It was kind of like, Take stock of what you have in your pocket, but don't force the issue when you don't have a wave that's going to allow you to do what you can do. But even Donnell, I would have thought he'd be able to turn something into that, Jace.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes when the wave doesn't cooperate, but we're seeing that happen with Marsilio as well. He's had a couple of false starts over the last couple of waves, not able to get the wave to cooperate all the way down the line, seeing one good hit, and then having the wave go a bit fat. So, wave selection, obviously paramount here at Ho'okipa today.
Ho'okipa deciding it just as much. What's on offer, and what do you have to work with, and how do these things play out? Bam! That's the Brasilio vertical 12 o'clock tag. And look, he goes straight into his bottom turn here, but he's still at that elbow. Live action. No, that's a replay as well. Sorry.
This is the grower for Liam Dunkerbeck. This turned into such a racing little section for him. Gets caught a little bit behind this peak there. Can't get up underneath the lip for the aerial, but manages to get some good turns. Makes the decision to ride this all the way into the penalty box, maybe hoping for a little bit more of a bump on the score at the very end there as we watch our spectators enjoying the show here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. The 40th Aloha Classic. Aloha.
Aloha judges. Everybody's judging here. Make one of those popularity polls where you text in your winner. Now, what we didn't see on screen while we went through those replays, we'll probably see a replay of it, is Jules Donnell got a very similar ride to Liam Dunkerbeck's in the sense that it was kind of a whitewater heavy wave that was ridden through the midsection and might not really be something that adds to his score line, unfortunately for him. That's simply just what happened right after Brasilio's tag. Here's Jules Donnell sizing up the bottom turn. The wave kind of goes flat on him. He's going to go for the whole connect here. There's the second bottom turn. And now it hits that whitewater patch. He kicks out. There's another ride from Donnell coming up that he had gotten.
Well, the wave behind that really was the good wave for Liam Dunkerbeck, right? So maybe what happened for Jules Donnell there maybe affected the wave for Liam Dunkerbeck.
Possibly. We haven't seen the replay of it. I watched it in real time, around, and it wasn't a difference maker. I'm not going to give a number, but I mean, these are the yes or no things. On the horizon, what you're seeing creep in here is a fairly sizable squall. And the horizon is disappearing to our northeast. And that means one thing. Rain.
Rain generally not good for the wind conditions here at Ho'okipa. Sometimes the squall either increases the wind or it just completely shuts it off. We'll see what the wind gods have in store for us as we watch Marsilio Brown make his way to the outside. Liam Dunkerbeck on the right-hand portion of your screen. 8 minutes to go. Current world number 1 leading this heat with a 14.5. Followed closely by Liam Dunkerbeck, 13.2. And Jules Donnell right in the hunt as well.
One more quick thing to say about squalls, Jace, is before the wind might get killed, it might actually increase the wind, which is what I think is happening here. Is you're going to get a big burst of wind before the squall hits. And with 7 minutes left, this all might go down during this heat. Here's Jules Donnell patiently waiting up top. Definitely some wave off the bottom here. He is properly at the point. Spray turn off the top. Donnell is able to stay close to the wave too. That's another thing I'll add. Hard to call that a difference maker, but a super well-ridden wave. I'm really proud of Jules here. He's gone through a lot. He's had some sponsor changes. He's had some life changes. But the thing about him, man, he keeps that happy attitude. One of the most happiest people in the room, really. It's infectious. And the more he can translate it into his sailing with turns like that, it becomes a pleasure to watch. Quite simply put. Now, our squall is definitely approaching, but it might miss us altogether outside.
I really appreciate Jules Donnell's quickness. He's very quick on that second hit as we watch Marsilio Brown set up now.
Ooh.
On a nice-looking wave.
Brasilio fading back into the power part. Deep bottom turn, straight up to the lip. He's rough, he's tough, and he is built to take a punishment.
Oh, he hit the rebound there. The wave crashed and then rebounded underneath his feet, bucked him off the board. But boy, was that a vertical hit from Marcilio Brown as we watch Jules Donnell now.
That was a great hit.
Kicking out. Jules doesn't like what he's got on offer. I really appreciate the style that I'm seeing from Jules.
Here comes the Brasinho.
Look at how vert this goes.
Beautiful bottom turn into this, but this is one of the moments of the contest to me, is just hitting that is Hokipa sailing right there to duck the lip under and freeze frame that. Forget about whatever else happens. He's charging. Thank you for the replay right there.
Those ones can hurt.
It just shows you how gnarly he is and how rad wave sailing is at the level that these guys are at. Is that you're actually going to try to stab that out, and he almost pulled that out, Jace.
Yeah, that's just a second late. If he was able to get kind of in front of that explosion of white water coming back up at him, if he was able to be just a second earlier, he would have made it. But those are the ones that are dangerous for the old feet and the ankles. We've seen some of our riders kind of dealing with foot injuries over the years, and unfortunately, that's the sort of moment that can really be bad for your feet.
Well, anyway, it's also a testimony to that Goya gear for surviving that wipeout. Let's not get that lost as we see some of our riders checking out the action. We're checking out the action here at the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic, presented by Sundeck, our replay partners, Goya Windsurfing and Brooch Boards. Bringing it to you live here at Hokipa, the 40th annual Aloha Classic. And we have got plenty of action. Jace, this definitely got a lot better than what I woke up to this morning. Didn't really know for sure what was going to happen, but you set me straight. We're on Maui. It's going to blow every day.
The wind will blow.
Wind will blow.
Bit of a slow start, but we are into full action now as we see Liam Dunkerbeck setting up for his ride. Waiting for the wave to wall up. Hanging on the top of the rope. Bleeding off some speed. Now he starts his ride. Full engaged bottom turn. Up underneath the lip. Kicking the tail out. Liam Dunkerbeck. Second turn. Nice one there. Wave bending a little bit out to sea, but still getting some nice turns. Wrapping it back to the power source. Liam Dunkerbeck just about a 1.5 points behind first place now. We'll see if that goes into his scoring line. He's sitting on a 6.4 and a 6.8. Not sure if that's going to be the score that he needs.
A byproduct of this squall that we have seen pass by here is now manifesting because the wind looks like it took a little bit of a dive to the lighter side as we watch the replay of Dunkerbeck's precision riding. Holding the tail of the board in the water. That was good English right there. Really had control as a priority. But that's what I'm talking about. You see that misty horizon. Jules Donnell sailing into the unknown. As you look at us here, hello world. We are at Hokipa, Maui. Best place to be for wave sailing at the moment. No question about it. The late October, early November window is famous for producing the goods. And we are right in the middle of that window just before Halloween.
Yeah, you mentioned that the other day, how the fall contest really favors for wave riding and the spring contest really favors for jumping. And what we're seeing right now is that we're seeing beautiful wave conditions, an increase in period, an increase in wave size, and our riders are really matching it right now. Marcilio Brown going complete vertical on his hits, really pushing the level. We're hoping to see more action as our day continues, Kai.
We're definitely going to see more action, and the thing is too, it's the rider's ability to interpret the conditions and looking at scoring points and the necessity of some of these urgent situations with title races and whatnot. Man, to be patient in this situation takes courage. And all of these riders are putting it on the line. You saw that exactly with Barzinho on that lip tag. That's going to make the highlight reel when he's punching back into the lip like that. That's the exclusive territory of the wave sailor. When you're able to punch lips like that with that kind of speed, says a lot.
Makes you proud to be a windsurfer. It's a unique thing that the windsurfer can do when riding a wave is clearing those sections with power and allowing it to transition into the next bottom turn. Beautiful riding from our riders out there.
Well, Jace, it's been a pleasure bringing this to you. We're nowhere near over for the day, but I just need to positively reflect on, the job being done here by Zone Media, just bringing this to the world here without a glitch. We are on an island in the middle of the Pacific. It's prone to all sorts of glitches, but this has been one of the more seamless broadcasts I've ever been a part of, and hats off to the entire team at Zone Media. Jace, thank you for joining me. We'll definitely bring a few guests on as well as we make our way through here. We've got a laundry list of people, over the 40-year history of this event who have, taken part of it or won it or been a part of it. And I feel that, even as much as there are people watching internationally, there's a lot of people watching just here on this island who are like, you know what, this is awesome, and we're part of this too. And we definitely encourage anybody, who has a story about the Aloha to come and tell theirs.
So coming up in round number 5, heat number 2, will be Antoine Martin, Graham Ezi, and Ryu Noguchi. Stacked heat, only 3 guys in it, but I'll tell you, one of my favorite sailors to watch, Antoine Martin, absolutely innovative. And this is Marsilio Brown.
Marsilio Brown, and behind him, Danelle on one of the best waves of the heat. 1-2 exchange. Brasinio and Danelle going to work here. Brasinio giving up on the ride. Danelle streaking across, having a great ride. There's Danelle making it across the section. Seconds left in this exchange. Heat's probably at 0. This is the last gasp here for Danelle to make a big statement. Brasinio clearly identifying that it wasn't going to make a difference in his heat. Danelle clearly identifying that this could be the difference between advancing and not advancing. And here he goes for the last move. It's always one of those things when you set up for the wave, what the judges look for is intent to ride the wave. If it goes to zeros and you're on the wave, sometimes it counts. We'll let head judge Bujma Giol determine if that wave counted or not. And even if it didn't count, you can't blame Danelle for riding it, that's for sure.
Well, riding is fun, right? So if you get a chance and it's close, you might as well.
Yeah. You might as well. You're not going to get fined $50.
But after the beginning of that heat with Marsilio riding before the horn had sounded, you can see that little mistakes with the clock and whatnot can really affect whether or not you are able to put up a good score.
But they're having a conversation. Just Adam Lewis and Brasinio discussing what's most likely. That in itself is that did you know? And there's Francisco Goya in the hat. Your fearless team leader. And there's Kai Lenny, because we are in action in our next heat. Wow. Kai doesn't have a jersey on, so I'm claiming free sailing here. Now, again, looking at that shape that Kai's riding, I really want to elaborate on this. Yes, he has had a huge hand in shaping it, in designing it. But make no mistake, he's part of a team of highly experienced designers and constructors over there at the Quattro Goya factory. And Kai is riding a quad with a very surfboard-like profile, 4 equally sized fins in that board. And the concept and everything, don't mistake the fact that, Keith DeBull's guiding hand involved in all of that process. Certainly Kai with, the imaginative approach to all the different boards he rides. You look at what that board's been doing for Kai. I think I summarized by saying it certainly suits his personality, but let's not overlook the body of work that brought that board to fruition and the people behind it. Certainly Kai, a very big part of it, but let's not forget about Keith and everybody else at the Quattro factory as well.
Well, definitely a team effort, but you could definitely tell that, Kai is involved in every portion of his career. It's not just the riding, it's not just the training. The fact that he wants to get so involved that he's actually shaping his own boards really shows that, he's really a complete sailor.
Well, looks like we've been... All right. Well, this is one of the rare perks of live stream commentary, Jace. We will get to our shot in a minute, but we were eating gas station food, a little pizza or whatever. But now comes the payout. And this is from Nico's.
Yeah, look at
at
this.
Pier 38. This is a good jam. Thank you, Nico, for the poke.
Couple different kinds. Looks like we have hamachi here, tuna there. It's going to be delicious.
Oh, the life. Let me tell you, it doesn't get any better than this. I'm just telling you guys.
Great action.
Wave sailing and poke.
Yeah. Match made in heaven.
Thank you, Nico.
You might hear us go a little bit silent here for a little while.
Well, I mean, we don't have much action. Why don't we just take this live, get some chopsticks, or they got to, do we have any sort of utensils?
We haven't gotten chopsticks yet, but we'll have a look at it. Oh, this one's got the limu in it.
Whew.
Love
you guys,
that.
Take a close look at this. Fantastic. Thank you. We'll dig right into that. I don't think you want to listen to us talk with our mouths full. Anyway, this is the next heat. Ezi, Martin, Noguchi doing battle. It's only getting more critical here. Liam Dunkerbeck having a look. Morgan Marot getting ready. Hukipa, the gathering place of hospitality. This legendary beach on Maui has told many tales over the years. And in the 40-year history of this event, nearly a half-century history of this event, I feel like we're in great shape here in 2024 to show what wave sailing can do.
Absolutely, Arkai. I'm not much of a baseball guy, but what I do appreciate about baseball is the history of it, the amount of years and that they're, collecting all of those results. What we have here at the Aloha Classic is we also have the history. Right? So it makes every win, every passing of heat that much more important.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. You got to look at it, complete from that first year. Paul Eamon, putting together the 84 Aloha, Alex Aguirre winning it, maybe not thousands of dollars of prize money, but damn, it matters. That's really good poke. Oh, we have totally scored. Nice to have some proper chopsticks, but anyway. Here goes Ryo Noguchi. Flying down the line. Target acquired. Couple targets missed. It looks like he just ran by the whole entire wave. There were a lot of hits he passed up there, but now he gets to the end section.
All right, Graham Ezi now on the wave. Finishing up, kicking out. 23 minutes to go. Antoine Martin on the outside, ripping the top off the wave. Now waiting for the line to wall up. Hanging out on the top and kicking out. Antoine Martin. So some action at the beginning of the heat. All of our riders getting their first scores under their belts. Nothing huge to drop right now, I don't believe, but minor scores. You can see some texture on the water still, so the squall has come, but it hasn't shut the wind down completely. We're going to go down to our beach interviewer to catch up with world number one, Marsilio Brown.
Virginio, you just said rigging 5 sails for one heat. Tell us about what's going on with the conditions and how to prepare.
Yeah, Hokipa can change out a lot throughout the day. Sometimes when you just have a little wind, you can get away with the 5 volts. But then at some heats, you can have these lulls and you need a 5.3, and a cloud could come and you could need a 4.7. So I got 2 5.0s, 2 5.3s, and a 4.7 on the beach. And yeah, I just don't want to be thinking about saving gear on a heat. So just go for it, have fun, and switch if you need to.
Awesome. And now your performance, winning this heat again. How was it for you out there with these challenging conditions?
I had a lot of fun. It's a really nice swell direction. It's nice and north, so it allows you to wait a little bit more for the wave and do more turns. And really bottom turn, and I had a great time. And it's kind of nice when the wind's light because it keeps the waves cleaner. So it was fun.
Awesome. Well, keep the momentum going in the rest of the competition. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Anna Marie, our ace beach interviewer, and also one of the top women sailors
of all time, really.
Of all time, really. I mean, like, Anna Marie's definitely been around the block a few times herself. It's nice to see her down here. Hopefully she'll get back and sail some heat sometime soon. This is replay from that exchange between Noguchi and Ezzy. Ezzy really taking the top off of that wave. Trying to get enough speed to do the extra stuff. We remember the 360 from yesterday, but I don't think you're going to see much of that today. It's just not quite the right wind and wave angle for the 3. Maybe a bit later if the wind bends more side shore.
Well, we did see a good rotation in that last heat. Liam Dunkerbeck with his 360 wasn't able to put it back onto the face, but had a good rotation. This is Antoine Martin. You know, he's got the rotations on lock, so we'll see if he's able to pull anything out as the heat continues.
I mean, the rotations or the no-handed airs or all this stuff. As we watch Kai Lenny, who's kind of in that I'm not in play mode. I might be on camera, but I'm not in play. Coming in. These are the guys in play. Antoine Martin, winner of the event. Not that long ago. All-time shredder. Definitely a distant world title contender, but as Marcilio Brown continues to advance, hopes for our other contenders dwindle.
Yes.
And Brasinho is on home turf. And that's not lost on me either. Beautiful hit from Martin, though. The projection off the lip, augmented by the strength of his bottom turn. And why not just have a searing cutback behind that? Now, let's talk about Antoine for a little while. He just released an edit on ULEM, which is showstopper. And he's on Mauritius, just scoring. So this is part of the story here, is that these guys, when they're not in the middle of some contest, they're traveling and sailing and scoring. Oh, the life of a modern wave sailing pro, let me tell you. You know, you get to prove yourself at the highest level, and then you go prove yourself at some of these out-of-the-way locations like Mauritius and score. But the level of riding, man, it's a great time for the sport of wave sailing when you've got that kind of output content going.
Yeah, Antoine's putting out some of the best content in the world these days. It's just beautifully shot. His filmmaker, Matt, just very talented individual. And I know that they just put a lot of time, effort, and money into going into these other locations to ride.
Well, he was one of the standout riders in that pre-contest Fiji session.
Oh, one of the best shots I've ever had, actually, was cloud break, 15 to 18 foot, and him doing this huge aerial over me. It was just a moment that I'm never going to forget. I mean, I remember the wall that was coming towards me was terrifying. If you've ever been out at cloud break, when it gets to that kind of XXL size, it becomes like a reverse Jaws that, the very best riding in the world can happen at cloud break.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, like, there's talk about, you're going out and hunting waves. Well, what I found out about cloud break is waves come hunting you. And in that session, Jace, you captured a couple images of Antoine, which were just, that shot of the aerial over your head. And I mean, you're somebody who's gone out and swam at pipeline shooting, Jason. Like, that tells me something, that cloud break holds that level of respect that, you're giving it. And let's not forget about, some of the stuff you've done at Hokipa, too, on these days when it's fairly critical to be swimming out there with a very expensive camera. There you are. And, the credit to all the other great water photographers out there over the years, the Eric Aders, the Daryl Wongs, the John Carters, and many others.
Some legends.
And, the body of work is ongoing, and that's the best part, is we're sitting up here talking story while history's being written out in the water. This is an exchange between Antoine here and Ezzy behind him. Antoine trying to make it through this section here. and doing so quite well. Ezzy lip climbing behind him. That's Ezzy's third lip climb behind Antoine. Ezzy continuing his ride. We'll get the full body of work there. Ezzy on the bigger and longer wave of that exchange. And that's going to bode well for Ezzy, who is probably going to capitalize on that opportunity gifted to him. Antoine took off on that first wave, and he rode it well. But I think Ezzy's going to put together a ride here that is going to be very helpful to his campaign.
Well, two of my very most favorite sailors to watch and to shoot, Antoine Martin, Graham Ezzy, they're both phenomenal sailors. We watch Antoine Martin here, nice release on his fins, but maybe doesn't quite have the timing for that aerial. And the wave peters out a little bit for him. We'll get a little look out the back. You'll see Graham Ezzy get a lip hit as well.
Yeah, those lip climbs, Jace, were what was going down. And Graham has shelved the rotations for now. He's just doing wave riding 101 Ezzy style. A lot of power, a little bit of a lower boom rider, obviously super in tune with his rigs. And it's making a difference. I wonder how the judges are going to interpret that. I have my own ideas about what I just saw. I won't get too carried away. This is live action. Antoine Martin chipping in from the point, takes the drop, sets his line, a little bit more of a high boom rider, tries to replicate that cutback, but a little too much hot sauce that time.
Pushed the tail out a little bit, fell out the back. Antoine Martin not going to be in his ultimate score line, but I think you can hear it in my voice when I talk about Antoine. I just really appreciate the free-flowing creativeness of his riding. He's one of the sailors out there that has obviously all of the rotations that are in the books, but he's just willing to take chances. He'll let his hands go. He'll do 1 foot, one-handed maneuvers. It's ridiculous. But here we have a replay. You just see the tightness of his turn.
Yeah.
And pushing the tail out so much that he slides out the back.
He reminds me a little bit of Mark.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the abandon factor. And sometimes it's a little hard to let that go in a heat. But, man, if you free sail with him, it's a different story.
Yeah, we're talking about Mark Angulo.
Yeah.
Got to
Here's
give the
Ryo
managers.
Noguchi. Stuck on a kind of a bogging wave, and he kicks out. But, I mean, the point is that the wild level of creativity that you see from Antoine, he's maybe more technically sound than Mark ever was in terms of, like, the perfection in the makes. But the level of creative abandon, that's the comparison I'm making with Mark Angulo and Antoine Martin. It's rare. It's a generational talent that comes through that has this brilliance. And it's not all about competition. Don't get me wrong. And it is comparable because Mark never won a world title. But he won the Aloha Classic. He won the O'Neill. And these are the things that I'm talking about. The individual competitive achievements mix in with the general impression that we, the sailors, collectively have of each other. Yeah. And it's probably more important to the sailor than any results or titles, what your peers think of you.
Well, he's one of my favorite sailors to watch. And I had a moment with Antoine this morning where, I'm saying good luck, and I made a comment to him, and I don't know if it was the right advice, but I was basically just told him, don't hold anything back. Be yourself. Be true to yourself, right? And I just hope that Antoine is able to put it all together in a heat where, he sails with the reckless abandon that I love, but puts it all together where he's able to get a good result. So
I think Antoine's going to be remembered as one of the great sailors of all time. And that's been cemented a while ago, actually. And I feel, if he ever felt pressure, that Antoine should understand that he's at the peak of his career and the peak of his powers, and it's nothing but upside. Really well-liked guy. I remember when he was coming here early on in his sailing days. Really early, like 14 years old early. I remember him really well. The wide-eyed, the eagerness, the respectful demeanor, it's all there. And part of that Guadalupe crew, too, might I add.
Yeah. Steel sharpens steel. I mean, if your best friend and sailing partners back in the day is a guy like Camille Hubon, you can understand where the timing and the wave knowledge and what you can do on windsurfer has really been explained to you at an early age. So the Guadalupe crew is really important to the improvement of all of the group.
Nonetheless, Graham Ezzy is in the lead in this heat, and I think that lip climb tag fest really got it done there. And let's talk about Graham for a little bit in terms of where he is in the stage of his career, being a father, and certainly dividing his time between Maui and Germany, I believe, and doing so with the mindset of a Maui local, always Maui at heart. And this is an important one for him. I don't think last year's event sat well with him at all. Well, it was a super difficult contest for Graham last year in the most difficult situation imaginable with these conditions. This has washed away now. I guarantee you, as of that 360 that he made yesterday, last year doesn't matter anymore. And, we all have short memories and should have short memories of things like that because you really have a lot to look forward to. Graham Ezzy also really picking apart things in the technique of windsurfing department. As we watch him ride here, the clinics and the forums and this dissecting wave sailing into a digestible forum where we can learn from each other and learn from Graham and what to do and when to do it.
Well, Graham's ceiling is so high. He's got all the rotational maneuvers. He does them one-handed. He's obviously got the power with his wave riding, real solid turns. So Graham Ezzy's got all the tools in the toolbox to make it far in this event. As we watch a replay, nice wrapping top turn, hits a bit of the speed bump bobble, but able to engage the rail again for a wrapping turn. It goes one-handed for a second, but get caught in the lip a little bit and not able to get the aerial, but completes the ride and into the channel safely. Graham Ezzy.
Ryo Noguchi, we haven't forgotten about you. But he has been left a little bit out of these exchanges.
Well, it's wave choice, right?
It's definitely a little bit of that, and it's just Graham and Antoine lapping it up. Though if you do see the situation, Rio definitely didn't choose wisely there when there was a bigger wave outside. These are those small things that matter, Jace. Antoine's setting up on something really nice here. And these are the waves that I really like to choose at Hukipa. This upper green tree line, as you see him pumping into this with the long line below him, letting the wave grow under him, staying deep, keeping his speed up, and diving into it. First hit right there. Beautifully timed and ridden. Second hit under the lip. Can he get around this section? It looks like he can. Third hit, 360 under the lip and Destructo mode, which is also part of Antoine's repertoire. Let's not make any mistake. There are some of the more spectacular wipeouts in history, to his credit. And everybody liked to see that. I would have loved to have seen them make, but that first hit generated enough speed to get the second hit, which put him around the section for the third hit. And that's where that ended.
That was so inverted. Rotating over the mast, upside down, over the falls. Glad to see he's okay, Antoine Martin.
I don't know if that changes the scoreline. If he had made that three, it would have been the best score of the contest. Hello.
Graham Ezzy picking off a mid-size wave now.
Yeah, live bullets, Graham Ezzy.
Waiting for the wave to wall up a little bit here. Smaller selection.
Boom.
Nice snappy top turn.
Crack.
And small aerial fin release.
Schwack.
So that wave set up way on the end bowl. Not a lot on offer. But like you were saying before, Kai, it's definitely keeping other competitors off the wave is almost as important as what you do on the wave.
Yeah, as long as we don't start riding slalom boards again. I've seen competitors back in those days, that literally rode equipment where you could half-ass your way under two wave scores and then just occupy.
Yeah, and you could pass a couple heats that way, but as you get further and further along into this, if you don't have the high ceiling like all these sailors do, you're not going to pass heats.
No, you really are not. The strength of your wave riding will always permeate any sort of strategical trickeration. Rio trying to keep himself in the mix here.
And this is a better selection for him,
it's
for sure.
Better selection. He's always got a huge smile, too. I mean, he reminds me a little bit of Takaharu Kamaguchi a little bit with that wild, abandoned smile. It's just stoked to be in the mix, you know? He's part of that Japanese pack rat, and they're a tight bunch. And he knows his time is yet to come. But he's shown up here in this event and done quite well. I must give him credit for that. This was a big battle for him. I think when you look at the draw, he probably looks at that and goes, ugh. But he didn't back down by any means. This heat ain't over either.
It's not over, but he's got a 4.20, looking for a second wave in his score as we watch Antoine Martin head back upwind here. Up underneath the lip, looks for the aerial, pops the fins out one-handed. Second aerial. Oh, he lets go of the backhand on that one. Crazy style from Antoine Martin.
Great ride for Antoine, who really read that well. He got the highline on that. He got that little misto gust of wind right when he needed it. This tent started shaking right on that bottom turn. That whole gust filled in the bay. Look at this line. Mid-face bottom turn. Air. One hand off. Front hand off. Air. Backhand off.
I love it. You know, the backhand off, that's tricky. For me, I don't know if you've ever done a one-handed aerial.
That's
but
risky.
I'd way rather let go of my front hand than my backhand.
Yeah, you know, like what's at stake there, losing your boom. We do remember his no-handed aerial a few years back. Hooked in, tossing over the pit. No-handed. Absolutely amazing. Live action. No, that's a replay.
Nice wave for Rio Noguchi. I would really like to see him take the time to go upwind enough to get a nice long wall, because you could definitely see he's got the potential for a good ride as we watch Ramezi kick out at the end bowl.
Moans and groans. There was definitely an Antoine Martin blow up that went down off screen. We'll have a look at it. It was like the cartoon. Oh, here's Ezzy's ride in its entirety. Oh, tasty rail work and the floater off the lip. Ezzy reaching wide on his bottom turn, being rewarded with plenty of rebound. And this is right around what happened with Antoine. I want to see what happened. Everybody at home, too. Let's see what we got. This is the lineup. And this is the lineup what's setting up for our remaining heats of the day here. 3 o'clock in the afternoon and change. Ooh, I see some steely competitors taking form here. Oh, we are not done by any stretch of the imagination here at the 2024 Aloha Classic Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck. Replay sponsors Goya Windsurfing and Brooch Boards. Nice level of support for this event. Thank you, County of Maui, for not only supporting the event monetarily, but also with the generous dates. We intend to leave no footprint here when we're done. Share this beautiful beach with the rest of the community here. We're watching intently here. It goes by quickly. I have a hard time believing it's already 3 in the afternoon and this little microscope that we have on this event here, but we're getting through a lot of these rounds, and that world title equation is tightening up, Jace, but it's equally tightening up just for the who's going to win the event itself. And I won't put this on equal footing. They are different things, obviously, the world title and the Hokipa title. And one person who's familiar with being both is Brazinho.
Got all to play for right now. He's in the lead in the world title rankings, but he's not done yet. You got to really pass a couple more heats here if he's going to try to win that world title.
Right. And, I mean, the battle between Fernandez and Brazinho, You'd like to see it come down to maybe even in the final, if they're on opposite sides of the draw, with the seeding is correct, would be the case. But there's going to be an encounter here coming up where someone's getting challenged. I'm not saying who, I'm not saying when. Someone's going to feel the pinch. And, you know, with the local riders that are present, such as Kai Lenny and Levi Siver, for instance, Graham Ezzy, for instance, I'm glad I'm sitting here in the booth watching this and able to enjoy the moment, because it's living up to it.
Yeah, and, you know, these conditions are tricky, and local knowledge definitely plays a factor.
It sure does. Local knowledge being anybody who windsurfs, or just the local knowledge from the spectators that you see watching.
Well, it comes down to timing a lot of times, right? So you need to have the breadth of knowledge to know that you're not going to be late for some of these hits, right? As we watch.
I mean, it looks like Levi to me. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Let's see who's in this heat. Morgan Noirot, Vincent Beauvarlais, and Julien Flechet. Round 5, heat 3. It's always sometimes in between that heat, is you get a free sailor like Levi who wants to just test his gear out, make sure everything's working. He's not in the heat.
So it looks like Graham Ezzy won that heat over Antoine Martin, but both of them advancing on into the next round. Graham winning by the strength of a 13.5, followed closely 12.10 for Antoine Martin. Some good heat scores. Graham Ezzy with a 6.5 and a 7.0. Those are quality waves.
There's Takuma Sugi sitting down in the shore break, watching intently. He's got money on the line here as well. It's been a long campaign for him, and he is sitting down, waiting for his opportunity to get into the mix here, watching intently, meditating on the moment. Lots on the line, but also just kind of the tail end of our journey in 2024, if you will. It's a mix of both, and I think it's a celebration overall of, you know, being lucky to be in this position, to just be on Maui competing in this event, first of all. But then on top of it, if you're a traveling pro windsurfer, you're one of the lucky few. Here's Vincent Beauvarlais, who is sailing against Morgan Noirot, whose girlfriend Coco Fouveau works for Vincent Beauvarlais. So Coco's watching this kind of like my boss against my boyfriend. And then Julien Flechet mixed in as the neighbor of the properties they live on. So there's all kinds of stories behind this stuff.
It's a small
Parking
group.
spots are up for grabs. You know, I wouldn't say jobs are on the line, because Vincent's not that kind of boss. But for a little bit of background on that, is Vincent Beauvarlais, you know, runs an airline. He's flying, you know, prop planes down in the British Virgin Islands and around the Caribbean. And they're a growing business. And Coco's a part of that, and she loves her job. And Vincent, you know, being a shredding windsurfer, also he's St. Barth. So, you know, Guadeloupe, St. Barth, you know, vicinity, but I'm sure there are little subtle differences of local favoritism there. But that's intriguing in the sea, because Vincent Beauvarlais has proven to be a giant killer, and he was involved in the dismissal of Philip Koster yesterday.
Well, he had such a good event yesterday, past 3 heats.
That's looking to continue here. Beauvarlais on the high road is going to enter the scoring here with his signature bottom turn. He's got the little mast pointy bottom turn too. And he's got a board that's designed to handle that cutback, but he blows that turn up, unfortunately.
We've seen that one before.
We've seen that one before.
From a variety of riders. It's not just Vincent.
In front of the rocks, that wave elbows out and doesn't give you that last cutback. Take note. But anyway, Morgan, absorbing this, has himself on a tasty-looking groundswell, and he is in a really good spot above the point. Morgan Noirot definitely knows he wants to put together his best riding here. Very calm demeanor here. Morgan is going to go to town here. That's a nice first hit. Perfectly timed. one turn deserves another. You can see his turn speed is increasing off of every hit. Oh, beautiful ride from Noiro. And no blown cutback at the end either. He's bolt upright.
He's so consistent. He's stone cold competitor, just never gets rattled. You can just always expect Morgan to put up a good performance.
Yes.
As we watch some of our competitors come in from the previous heat.
There's Beauvarlais with a one-hit tag there. And there's Flechet, who made it through huge heats yesterday. Flechet arguably having one of his best contests. And he's been chipping away at Hokipa too.
Yeah, him and Beauvarlais both having good days yesterday and find themselves in a heat together in the round number 5, heat number 3. Got some news from our event director. There'll be 2 more heats today, ending in heat number 5 of our men's division at the grand final Aloha Classic presented by the Playa Surf Hotel.
Look at these guys planing on the way out, Jace.
Yeah, some wind in your sails.
We'll see about 2 heats left. I feel that's probably the right decision. It's Friday, right?
Friday, yes.
And, the surf community, they'll be here in force later.
Yeah, they'll want their crack at it.
They will get it. Beauvarlais replay. Look at the mast tip. Yeah, and that just didn't quite connect. But here's Noiro. Blows the top off of that and accelerates into his bottom turn. And he's like, oh, yeah?
Is he wearing a headband?
It looks like he's wearing a headband. I didn't really understand what I was seeing there. Is it a flashlight or something? He's got one of those minor flashlights digging trenches out here. All right. Back to live action. Nothing new. Somebody's in the cycle here. Where are we? Okay, there we are. Thank you. That is Flechet and Noiro edging into the lineup.
Flechet on the hot sail on the first wave. Looks like he's trying to decide if the wave's going to offer him anything. Here he comes, sets the bottom turn. Aerial off the lip, punches his ticket. Nice aerial for Flechet. Able to get up underneath the lip for the second hit. That'll be a nice score for Julian Flechet, our hot sails rider, looking to add to a score.
What you saw there, Jace, was, that was the equation of like the first and the second wave, which one was going to draw off the reef, and that was an insider that offered the aerial. Take note, because some of these bigger waves are going fat and not quite offering the same thing. But Noiro has to have faith that he's going to find something really significant. But here comes a Beauvarlais-Noiro exchange. Vincent Beauvarlais in a dangerous spot, looking to make a big difference here, and definitely powers into kind of a wind-induced cutback. Lost a little bit of his grip there. Noiro's right behind him, watching every turn go down here. This is Beauvarlais' second score. He's got a 3.8 for his first wave. Hunkers down and kicks out. Beauvarlais kind of got hung up on that. It looked really good in the start. I think he kind of misjudged that first turn, and it affected the rest of the ride a little bit. But here comes Morgan Noiro, and there's definitely good wind involved here. Will we see a rotation? We won't see anything. He is not going to settle for that. He's in the lead with the 6. And that tells you something based on the judges' skill. Julian Flechet, 4.5. Maybe there's a score to drop there, not quite sure. But the wind is solid right now. These guys are moving, going on the way out. Exactly what you want to see in this situation, really.
And that's a one-wave total for Morgan. His 6.0 is just a single wave. So nice score to start off his heat. As we see him head his way back to the outside.
Beauvarlais' score is about to drop. We will see exactly what the judges wanted to give him for that. I think it's going to be a pretty good score.
Somewhere in the 4.0 range, probably. Beauvarlais' board looks pretty loose in the top turn. We'll see if he's able to put one back in and complete a ride. Conditions holding strong. Morgan Euro on the inside. Outside, that's Flachet. Morgan's another one of our local sailors. Perennial standout at Ho'okipa. 4 event wins.
Yeah, there's been some of the AWT brackets that he's won, and as far as PWA level wins, it's right up there. Morgan has won at the highest level and is ready to do it again. Here comes Morgan Raro setting up his ride. Sheets it off the bottom, 360, and it's a make. Mirror image of the 360 in Chile. Maybe a slightly more minor version of it, but that was waiting to happen. And when you saw him setting up for that, Jace, I was like, oh, here we go. But when he bottom turned, I knew it was coming. You see the wide grip. Here it is. We'll take you through it. Slightly behind the peak, wide off the bottom, and there. Swing it around and clear that mast tip and call it a big score. Noiro strikes again.
He had that rotation on lock right from the bottom turn.
Right from the bottom turn. Let's go down to Anna Marie Reichman and a guest on the beach.
Graham, stoked to see you win your heat. And what was your strategy? You said you did something a little bit different than before.
So the strategy started before I even got off the beach. The gear that I've been on the last couple of days is my normal Ho'okipa gear. But today, it is very light. So I put my 5.5 and 95-liter board on just so that I could catch waves. But that big gear is harder to turn. And instead of fighting for the waves at the back, I was focusing on catching some of the ones more in the middle, trying to find something with a nice shape. So not necessarily the biggest waves, though I did want as much size as I could find, but the best shape on them. And then, this sounds like a cliche, but just focus on having fun. Otherwise, it's easy to get frustrated in these conditions.
Well, sounds like it worked out perfect for you. I want to wish you a lot of luck for tomorrow, next rounds. Anything special that you want to mention for tomorrow's focus?
I've been doing a lot of coaching over the last couple of years, and I think about the things that I've been telling my students. Stay on the power source of the wave, have fun, think of it more like a dance than something athletic, and trying to remind myself of those tenets.
Awesome. We'll see you tomorrow. Phew. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Graham. Congratulations on continuing your campaign as we see Julian Flachet on the hot sails going for a wraparound top turn. Stays in the power section. A little bit of a foamy wave, but manages to get his second turn. Wave running along nicely for Flachet. Here comes the pop-out aerial. And a nice one-handed top turn to end the wave. That'll be Flachet's best score for sure. And a tight heat in round number 5, heat number 3. Here's the last wave from Flachet. All right, good engagement on the bottom turns. This is where the money's made right here. Up underneath the lip for a small pop-out aerial. That puts Flachet into second with a two-wave total of 9.5. This is Morgan Euro.
Morgan's getting busy. Keep the headband if it's working.
I wonder what that's all about. Do you think he's got a cut or keeping the hair out his eyes?
Keeping the hair. Maybe it's just what's working.
Maybe it's just style.
Overlay. Sending spray.
He's getting some invaluable time on the water here at Ho'okipa by advancing heat after heat. Beauverlay is looking stronger with each one as each wave that we see. He's looking stronger.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Flachet's doing a good job fending him off, though, and Noiro's pretty much taking command of this heat. For what it's worth now, I think he just needs to get on waves and stay busy.
Well, Morgan's sitting on a pair of 6s. And Beauverlet has been keeping real busy, like you said. He's got 4 waves on his count as we watch Fishbowl Diaries. Paul and Water Safety Curtis John Key and Graham Ezzy talking to Antoine Martin. Everybody's having fun. Great day to be down at the beach.
Yeah, the sun just came out. Fantastic.
I think that's Brother Mark driving that ski. Thank you very much for keeping us safe out there today as we watch Morgan banging the top.
Great replay angle there.
He always stays so close to the power section.
Both Paul Van Bella and Rudy Castorina doing a great job flying the drone. We're lucky to have 2 drone pilots to choose from.
This is Beauverlet. Nice top turn there. Obviously, wave selection is, as we've been saying, paramount. You know, those foamy waves aren't going to score as high as a nice clean wall, so maybe Beauverlet needs to take a little bit more time and try to pick off the best set that he can in the dying moments of this heat.
Beautiful Hokipa. Look at the white caps creeping into the picture here. Windiest part of the day for sure. 14 minutes left in this heat. You know, a relative eternity. I think that head judge Boujmaguil will keep this timing sequence. You know, we are reminded why he extended the heats to this length due to the fact that it was simply not that windy earlier. And you know, that lends itself to a couple different approaches here. I mean, we've got a lot of time on our hands. There's been a lot of scoring going down. It would make sense if you shorten the heats just based on the fact that there's a lot of wind. But I think what we do is we stay the course here. What you said, 2 more heats to go.
2 more heats.
And then we will we'll be really close to being able to wrap this thing up in terms of the pro divisions. Whether it be attempted to go back to the women or what we're going to do. I think we've seen kind of what today has to offer. And you look at Flechet right now, fully powered on that hot sail. What's this going to amount to? Fireworks, I tell you.
It's a good sign that we just saw the best moment of the contest with that 360 with Morgan. So conditions still holding strong. Here comes Flechet. Nice, solid bottom turn, looking for the lip to hit. Up underneath it, gets a foam climb. Continues down the line, still has some wind in his sail, trying to get around the end section. It's going to be a race. He's probably going to get there, but don't know if there's going to be anything left to ride at the end. Flechet kicking out.
Good conditions right now. This is justifying the means. This is definitely what we had been waiting for earlier in the day. Now it's starting at 11:40, and here we are at almost 3:30. So we've been at it for a while, Jace. There's been a lot of moments within these heats where you're kind of like trying to squeak through it. But this moment seems like this is what we've been waiting for here. And again, high level of certainty for what's coming. The waves look like they're hanging out into the forecast picture. The wind's only going to be getting better. Game on. And here is Beauverlet and Noirot 1-2 exchange. Beauverlet on the first wave. These are both good-sized waves. Extending his bottom turn is Beauverlet. Watching Noirot set up behind him. Beauverlet kind of getting to the end of the wave at the point already. Morgan setting up with his lip hit. Great to keep both of these riders in the frame so you don't miss a beat. Beauverlet with the final snap. Morgan midway through. Definitely getting closer to the end of his ride. You see some of these bigger waves actually end up going fatter into the channel. Did Beauverlet get the better of that exchange? Maybe. Did Beauverlet make a 360 in the pit? No. I don't think anything's going to change.
No, it's going to be hard to catch Morgan. The pair of 6s that he's got is just, that's at the upper end of the scoring scale, I would imagine, today. But beautiful performance from Morgan Noirot. Absolutely clean 360. It was perfect timing. Beautiful execution. 11 minutes left to go in this round number 5, heat number 3. This is Beauverlet Up underneath the lip. Out the back. This is the money section coming up for near row. Nice wrapping top turn. Staying in the power section. There it is. Big wrap. This is what Morgan does. Super consistent, solid scores. With the high ceiling. Morgan Neuro, our current leader in round number 5, heat number 3. Julian Flachet hanging around, got a pair of 5s, a 5.0 and a 5.2. Within striking distance as our spectators enjoy the show.
They're definitely enjoying the show, and it's not lost on me that, as we gather here for the 40th annual Aloha Classic, that there are people from all generations of this contest showing up from time to time. I saw Klaus Zimmer roll down here. There was Scott Sanchez, of course, doing the coaching for Kai. Cody Young's mom showed up with an entourage.
Brian Talma's here.
Huh?
Brian Talma's here.
Yeah, Brian Talma. I mean, amazing. And, thanks to all the other peripheral supporters of this event. I mean, Josh Stone, thank you so much. Big Wave Realty chipping in and helping out. It's not lost on me the amount of support this event has gotten, both locally and abroad. Here comes a 1-2-3 exchange with Beauvarlais, Flachet, and Noiro. Vincent starts the scoring with his signature bottom turn and saves the cutback. This is a great way to end this heat. Here goes Beauvarlais with his signature bottom turn again, snapping at the point. Now behind him, setting up his ride, is Flachet. Perfect view of the action. This is it right here. Look at this. Flachet and Noiro bringing Hukipa to their side. There's Flachet kind of skipping out of heat. There's Noiro making contact and an air over the section. Flachet connects it. Don't sail on the rocks, buddy. There's a bottom turn from Noiro. He's put together a heat here. This one mattered. I could tell this one really mattered. Oh, Noiro bringing it home, man. That's a great show from him. Still plenty of time, but it's playing out. I like the way it's playing out. There's opportunities ripe within all of this.
And Flachet is keeping close.
He keeps knocking on the door.
Morgan might have gotten a little bit of the better of that last exchange. But
maybe did, yes.
They definitely both picked off the two best waves of that set.
I agree.
Kai Lenny taking a moment to collect himself.
Kai Lenny in one of these heats coming up, I would think.
I don't think that we're going to get to it.
We're not going to get to that. So these are the heats that didn't make it to the jump. So we're going to finish up, the elimination rounds and then get to those ones. Yes. Is what it looks like. And that's going to happen tomorrow, apparently, according to the decisions. Now you look at the cliff, the drone angle, the eye in the sky, our spectators lining the cliff. There's a lot of people here, not just on the cliff, but just generally at Hokipa right now. You can see the scene unfolding. The 40th annual Aloha Classic.
And if you can't be here down at the beach, I hope that you're enjoying the broadcast, getting a chance to get these live replays. This is Beauvarlais.
Beauvarlais replay. Liking the bottom turn. He hasn't mixed up his approach much, so as to say that we see the same approach to his riding throughout the rides.
And beautiful top turn from Morgan Yoro. Nice looking wall. Here comes underneath the lip, able to punch it out over the section. Morgan just always finding the nicest waves of the sets. It's just his calling card. Able to wrap it back off the whitewater.
Keep the headband, Morgan.
It's a good look.
That's Team Guadalupe there. That's Coco Fuvo, Lisa Wehrmeister, and Antoine Martin. Soaking it up. What's up, guys? Guadalupe, Guadalupe, Guadalupe. I am telling you, that chant was heard often in Chile. They like to just say that, chanting it. They believe in each other. There's lots to be said for that, Jace. You know, we have our camaraderie here. Sometimes there's a little bit of paella versus haiku-based riding. I think that spring event should be like based on earning parking spots.
Oh, that would be the...
And so, you know, the haiku stallions against the paella koki frogs, maybe. You get your jerseys up and you do this spring event that sets the course where you get to park during the year or something like that. I know you'll be sailing for Kual.
I'd like to have my name on a spot, you know?
Right.
Make it convenient when you get down to the beach. You don't have to look around.
Man.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be almost better than a trophy, I'd say.
Almost. But I mean, here at the Aloha Classic, this is about world titles and prestige and the event title and all of the other things that are at stake. Respect from your peers. Just putting on a good show, showing the world what you can do. I mean, this is being broadcast to thousands and thousands of people across the world. It's not lost on these riders. You get a chance to show everybody how you can rip. Here goes Morgan Raro waiting at the top of the wave. What does he have in store for us? Under the lip and throws the 360 for another make. Like as if it was nothing at all with the flocka on the face and a kick out.
I'm just shaking my head.
Great riding from Noiro. That's... You could probably sail in after that. He might just go join Coco and Antoine and Lisa on the beach after that. Look at that. Target acquired. Blast that thing under and get around like you know how. No claim. Just a flocka on the face instead. Morgan Raro, all-time shredder at this spot, cementing his legacy.
Such a clean rotation, totally inverted, and such a precision on the landing that he's able to, add the extra flair with the flocka at the end.
Add the extra flair of the flocka, which what does that tell you? Like freestyle. Here comes Beauverlet. Rhymes with spray. I bet he saw that 3. I just have a feeling he saw it. The first time the 360 was completed in competition was 1990, the AWSP Tour, which had gone to Diamond Head and Hukipa. And Mark Angulo and Dave Kalama were in a semifinal battle. And Mark unleashed this thing, an aerial 360 landing in the floater right in front of Kalama. Here comes Beauverlet's replay. We won't take it too far in the past. But the basis of that story is that the 360 is not a new move. But Morgan has used the 360 this season to great success. In Chile, he did probably the best one I've ever seen on Port Tack. Move of the event. Though he didn't win, it set the course for where he's sitting right now in the world title picture. And world title contenders beware, because Morgan Raro is gaining momentum. And I promise you, he can take it to any Brasilio and any contender on any given moment. And there's Mark Perret with his new Sun Deck shorts getting ready.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to meet up with Morgan Raro, who's on form right now. He's one of those sailors that when he gets on a roll, it's just really hard to beat. Here comes Flachet underneath the lip. Nice check top turn. Looking to get an aerial section here.
Ooh.
Oh, arch back air. I like that.
He's trying to fend off Beauverlet. There's 0.3 of a point behind Flachet. It's close. Morgan Raro, however, decides that it's time to just start doing the air taka off the section, leaving it all out there on the water. Oh, I promise you. There was bragging rights all over, and here's Beauverlet's chance to do something right in Morgan's face. Regardez, Morgan. I will show you some wave sailing prowess of the pilot.
All right, nice ride for Beauverlet. Gets a little aerial at the end section there. Kai, I got to ask you, if you had to choose your favorite maneuver on a wave, is it the 360 or is it the goiter?
It's the 360 because of the involvement in the wave and the inherent risk involved as well. I feel like throughout the process of doing that move, the number of times I've ever made it, it's like this moment of suspense as you're bottom turning with the wide grip. And you know the certain things you need to do, but you need to put yourself in the pit of the wave and throw yourself over the falls. And it's just super satisfying when you make a 3. You looked at Graham yesterday when the one that he made. It's the 3. It's my favorite move.
Nice.
Absolutely. Flechet with the extra head bobble there. That's the extra stuff that really gives the judges a chance to differentiate. It was a little fresh take on his riding. I think this is a difference maker wave for him. Morgan Noirot, however, really threw the gauntlet down here, is dropping in with abandon and just likes to rotate. He has all of this on lock. Beauverlet, nothing to be ashamed about in this contest. He stated it himself. This is a celebration, overall of this moment. It's not lost on me that a guy like Vincent Beauverlet is what I'm talking about here at the Aloha Classic. Is he gets to mix it up with the top pros in the world, give them a little shake. Win, lose, or draw, it's such a thrill to be a part of it. And it's such a special part of this event to just see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship involved with these riders. And I have to say, I think it's pushing the level appropriately because there is this tepidous, safe style of riding when there's so much on the line and world titles and everything. But when it's in these rounds, yes, people are getting eliminated. But the level of visibility that's at stake, I think, lends to these performances. Morgan just proved it. I mean, the pressure's off, but it's still kind of on. But the level is sky high.
What a perfect maneuver. Highlight of the event for me.
Yeah. Which one? He made 2 in that heat.
I think it's the second one for me.
Yeah.
It was so inverted and so critical and such a beautiful landing. I love it. We're going to go to commercial break, pay some of those bills. We'll be right back for the grand finals of the Aloha Classic. The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBBC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Do not travel with luggage, rent quality equipment, and enjoy.
$300 days of wind a year.
We are back. Thank you, Jace. One more heat to go?
I believe 2.
2. Well, we're getting spoiled here, and 2 heats. I believe we're staying with the same heat length. It's another, nearly an hour of riding and talking here to go. And we will get to those riders momentarily. Kai Cacciadorian, Jay Spalnibianco bringing it to you live here at the 2024 Aloha Classic. Conditions are firing. That looks like one of our competitors, none other than Levi Seiver, blasting the lip. He's got Takara Ishii and Takuma Sugi. So it's Levi Seiver against the Japanese. And Levi Seiver is taking it to Japan right now in the most thorough possible way with a beautiful opening ride. Signature Seiver style with a hint of contest sailing mixed in. The definitive, deliberate approach telling the judges, this is what I am going to do to this wave. I am in control of this. Give me the score.
Yeah, and you want to leave a little room at the top. You know, you want to get a good score right off the bat. Maybe increase the level of difficulty as the heat goes on.
Yeah. There's Team Guadalupe. And that is something of a headband for Noiro. I say he keeps that going. Here's Seiver under the lip. Full attack mode. Classic Seiver riding. And the read on the wave. Did you think closeout? No, no, no. You think opening up the can on this wave with the signature bottom turn of his. Seiver slicing and dicing. Not done. Reading it like it was a cartoon. Back to the Guadalupe crew.
Everybody
Flachet
looking
mixed
happy.
in there. This was a hilarious heat for these guys. There's a lot going on there, the bragging rights department.
Well, Flachet's got to be proud of himself for that last heat. He really he showed a higher ceiling than we've seen all contest long for him. He had a bunch of aerials, made good choices in his wave selection, and moving on. So congratulations to our competitors from the last heat.
Setting up. Sugi. Waiting for the right wave.
Oh, it's hard to let one pass underneath you like that. You really...
Depending on what he saw behind him. Those are those positional things. And I mean, in his mind, he's like, well, at least no one else got it. But maybe that was an opportunity lost there. But here's Takara Ishii on a super nice wave. This is hitting the spot, and he's behind the peak. Takara Ishii taking aim, trying to catch Levi Seiver here. Under the lip snap. Second hit, arrow over the section. Big danger. That's beautiful riding. To perfection. I have to say that was just perfectly ridden wave by Takara, who doesn't need to milk it much more than that to make the point that that is going to definitely challenge Seiver's score. Duck jibe out.
Takara is so in form right now. Vertical top turns, got a good aerial. We're watching the replay now. Look at the power off the bottom. Redirecting lots of buckets. Here comes the quick aerial. Nice amplitude over the section, flying. Look at how he lands in the flats and on the transition. Takara Ishii. That's a good way to start off your heat. Be interesting to see where it lines up versus Levi Seiver's 7.8. This is going to be a good score for Takara Ishii. Riding it all the way to the end.
Take her home, Takara. That was nicely ridden. Everybody in the gallery liked it. Throwing some shakas here at the camera. You are live on TV. That's Tom Juban in the middle of that. Classic stuff. Classic stuff. Yep. It's definitely a family affair here, Okipa. 7.8 for Seiver. Head judge Bujma Giol looking over the scores for Takara Ishii. Sugi yet to score. Ishii definitely ripped the bag out of that wave. There was aerials involved. There was all the things the judges want to see involved. Size of wave was there. Maybe not the cleanest wave. It was a well-ridden, high-scoring wave. 7.89.
All right, close.
All right, we've got some separation. We're off the quarter point separation. And I do agree with the score. They didn't get too carried away with Takara, while also handsomely rewarding Levi for what was the unseen stuff, the rail work, the vertical approach. And had Cyber been able to, get an aerial in there, might have been a little different.
Yeah, that would have bumped the score. But I got to say, I'm happy that Takara was rewarded with at least saying that was a slightly better wave than Levi's, because it was so well ridden. The aerial,
super well ridden,
the beautiful bottom work. Takara Ishii in the lead.
Yeah, Hukipa providing these opportunities, and they are winding down. You see what's happening to the conditions, that the waves aren't coming in all the time right now. We are in that swell period, a 13-second swell band, but it's not wave after wave after wave anymore. The wind has certainly continued to cooperate and holding in its direction of side-to-side offshore angle. There's Mark Perret heading out. He will be in the next heat, and that gives you an idea of how you're punching out at Hukipa, trying to find that way through the channel, not go too far downwind, be able to punch out through that last white water and head straight out. It's an important thing to be able to do right.
Yeah, this is my office right there, that little current zone. I'm very familiar with using the current to get to the outside and then back upwind when I'm swimming, shooting. The riders doing it here as they work their way out on the windsurfers. So,
yeah, nice in-between moments here. You're being given plenty of breathing room here in between the rides and the sequences to kind of ponder scores and ponder strategies, and in the rider's case, be selective with whatever waves are being chosen here. It's not a mobility battle by any means, but certainly position is important.
Do you see any similarities between Takara and Morgan Euro in the way that they sail? They're both so precise.
I see Morgan with the ability to go from 0 to 100 instantaneously. I don't think Takara shows that gear. What I think they have in similarity is having mastered a lot of these rotational moves. I don't think Takara has the same 360 that Morgan has. Takara might be a little better at goiters. Just saying, those are some small, subtle differences.
Yeah, his goiter's on lock right now. He's just been so consistent with it and so clean with it. It's like when he's landing his takas or goiters, they're just dry.
They're dry. Exactly. There is Takuma Sugi. Second lip hit. He's going for the wave artistry angle as well. Definitely trying to ride boards which ride critically. And maybe it took him a little longer to find that scoring wave because he really wanted to make sure he could ride that board and do that. Get under lips and hit sections. And he's still going, Jace. So this little ongoing trip down to lanes for the last hit is manifesting in hopefully what for these guys would be some pretty high scores.
Takuma sails with such power.
Here's Cyber edging in off the point. Very, very deliberate bottom turn for Cyber, who fades back now and punches his second bottom turn. Gets under the lip. Section collapsing under him, and he's out. He identifies clearly when it's time to stop wiggling, and he's got to know where he's at. He's going to take the lead here temporarily.
And as we have a break in the action, we're going to head down to our beach interview with Anne-Marie Reichman.
Morgan, winning this heat, super awesome. How was it out there for you?
I think we got one of the better moments of the day. This morning looked really tough. It was light, a little bit more onshore, and plus it's north, so the waves are kind of pushing out into the channel, a little sideways. Now the wind was a lot more. It was more side off. Still pushing a bit wide, but I had blessed. I got a ton of waves. The wind picked up, so we were just planing most of the time, so I had a lot of fun.
Awesome. Ripping as usual. Tomorrow, what are you thinking?
I think it sounds like there's still some pretty good sized waves. I think maybe a little smaller than today, but a bit like yesterday. And I know it's a little cloudy tomorrow, but it says that there's supposed to be more wind, so it could be a lot of fun. And looking forward to the quarters, semis, and hopefully finals. Looking forward to see you challenge your opponents again, and hopefully have this interview again tomorrow. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Anna Marie. You watched Levi Cyber on the split screen there. And what happened there was he held the high line, and went for a taka and didn't quite nail it. Went for a little lip line rotation. Seiver rolling the dice a little. What's happened here, Takuma Sugi got really nice and rewarded. Here's the Seiver wave. Goes for the rotation. That's a taka, meaning it was off the lip. And he didn't unwind the sail, but it didn't quite happen for him. Now Takuma Sugi is in the mix. Look at these scores, 7.9, 7.8, 7.6.
So close.
So close. 15 minutes to go. Lots to play for. You don't want to be in that third spot.
And all single wave scores. Everybody's gotten a good one.
Takara is particularly dangerous in this situation. He's highly mobile. He's very versatile. He's got a lot that he can do. I don't think he's got a preset plan about what's going to happen here. He knows he's on a wave, and I believe he's going to ride it. But what happens once he bottom turns is anyone's guess. It could be anything. He knows he needs to make whatever he tries. He's definitely riding this wave high and tight. Engages his first bottom turn. Nice lip hit. 2 angles of the same wave, and that's going to be it for that wave. So a 2-hitter, which will amount to the lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Some real technical riding at the very end there. I mean, it's not easy getting over these whitewaters. You can see how light he was on his feet, able to get over the first whitewater section, not quite able to get over the second.
People from all walks of life showing up here for the Aloha Classic. And I assure you, these two gentlemen here, just glad to be here and part of the mix, whether they're competing or not. Good split shot of Mark Perez sailing outside of Seiver. Back to our gentlemen here. What do you think? They're placing some bets on their little betting pages? I've got $1,000 on Seiver.
Wouldn't be a bad bet.
No, it wouldn't. Takara's got something to say about that. Now, Seiver, once we get the scores up, as we see beautiful Hokipa in the background, with Giggle Hill maybe slightly about to disappear there. You got to watch out for those afternoon squalls. Maybe Brujma has seen the satellite imagery of incoming rain. Wouldn't be out of the question. We dodged a bullet earlier with that squall passed ahead of us. But here's the breakdown. Seiver, 11.8. And Ishii, 11.7. As you watch the camaraderie at the beach, it's a very healthy level of respect we have for all our riders here. There's Seiver playing for keeps, having a great heat. Signature Levi bottom turn, straight vertical smashing. Another one. Beautiful riding from Seiver. That's the difference right there. 360 kick-out style. Not quite a make, but close. Here comes Takara Ishii's response. This is directly related. Who got the better of the exchange? Levi did. Big difference maker in the heat right there. Those little tight scores in the 11-point range are going to get washed away. Seiver's going to take the lead in this heat now. Ishii's going to be swimming. It's going to cost him some time. It's also going to cost him lineup position. We have yet to get Levi Seiver's 4th score, but it's coming.
And you know, he didn't make that 360, but he did complete the rotation. So it was out the back, but he landed on his board, and he was in good position to, you know, head out and catch another one. I would say that Levi's 360 is a little more consistent than his Flacco or Goiter at the moment from what I've seen, but we'll see if he's able to pull off another maneuver.
What you see here, Jace, is just sticking to his approach. And those lips are just beckoning to be hit. It's quite good right now. It's clean, sailable, and that 360 just viewed to me as kind of a kick-out move. Ishii might have seen some spray coming out the back, realized he needed to go to town, but he buried the nose instead of the rail. And he goes down. You
know, so Levi does a lot of coaching as well. I know that the foundation of everything that he says about wave sailing is the bottom turn. You can see the attention to detail that he puts into it. It's what gives him all of his power and timing is that full engagement of the rail, leaning over to get
Siver in command now. Let's see the score line on Siver. What did he get for that? 6.5 for that last wave for Siver, which is a nice difference maker, Jason. The thing here is that, sticking to your fundamentals, building that foundation for your score, and then trying the maneuvers. I think you saw with Morgan's heat that it was just pure attack. I mean, he was in a situation where he wanted to destroy his competition. This is a little different. I think Levi understands perfectly well that pushing too hard, which was something he had a propensity to do earlier in his career, push too hard, try for that 3-2 soon, whatnot. He's really learned at the veteran stage that he's in his career is that, you build your case and then you start trying the maneuvers and punching out. And you'll see it now because he's comfortably ahead now. And I think what you're gonna look at is now it's time to put your foot down and own this moment and make it not up to the judges.
Yeah.
It's your own self against Tokipa and everything else that you've got at stake here. But Takara and Takuma, leave it to them to hash it out.
Well, they're
Stay
dangerous.
out of that.
They're dangerous for sure. And, Levi can advance a lot of heats on the strength of his bottom turn and an aerial. Adding into the 360 and all the aerial maneuvers, that's a bonus. But, Levi can pass heats just on the strength of his pure wave sailing.
And just like Camille, he doesn't want to reach into his full bag just yet. I mean, it's early. It's early, but not super early. It's to the point where these heats are obviously, gaining momentum and importance. And, here's Levi on a wave that may or may not make a difference, but he's on a nice wave, and that means his competitors aren't. But these conditions are really good, Jace, because he's able to wind this bottom turn and takes beautiful lip hits here. Live action in front of H. Poco Point. Levi Siver now throwing the 3, and he's going to make this. He's going to pull that right out of the white water. Applause. And that's now big points. No claim. Never a claim on that one, but applause for Siver. And now it's going to be a pretty big difference between first and second. This battle now just became a battle between Takuma and Takara. Look at the drone angle here. Full punch lip. This is one of the better waves of the event, really. Gosh. Levi putting in his time with Keith Tubul in the shaping room as well. Going for all those micro elements of what makes a magic board. And he's had many of them. Proud to say that I rode for Quattro for 10 years, and working with Keith and those guys was a privilege, sailing with them every day. And they're not shy on harsh criticism. They'll say, hey, you should be doing that turn differently and whatnot. Levi, such a student of the sport. And he's been with a few sponsors too. But when Levi joined Quattro,
Magic happened.
Yeah. And Levi's riding just went to the next level. And what you're seeing is kind of the combination of the student of the sport that Levi is, and also for the fact that he sails with this confidence, but it's not urgency. He's learned how to compete.
Yeah. And I got to say, that 360 on that last hit, that was not the perfect spot for that 360. He managed to make it go around and held on to the landing, but it wasn't by any means the perfect 360 spot.
No, it wasn't. Let's see if Takuma Sugi can get into this game here. He is really stuck in third here. 1-2 exchange. Takara Ishii and Sugi. Oh, Ishii. Ishii-san off the top. Takuma-san scratching into this. Both of these riders know they're in a battle. Oof. Takuma on the fatter one. A little bit on the outside of where you would want to be, but still making it work. Can Sugi catch Ishii? Levi Siver has created this situation all on his own. He has created a survival battle between Ishii and Sugi.
There's got to be a friendly rivalry between our two Japanese riders.
You better believe it. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you at the beach.
A lot of beautiful people at the beach today.
We are rolling through this with plenty of spectators from all generations. I believe that might have been Rhonda Smith-Sanchez down there with Scott. Talk about legend. Here we go. Levi Siver, 16.8. Just about comboed Takara and Takuma.
That's got to be the high wave total of the day.
It's
maybe of the event.
One of them. What is that, a 9?
That's a 9.
Woo! Let me tell you, he earned that. 2 vertical lip tags with a pulled off 3 at the end. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the Takara and Takuma exchange. Let's just watch. Takuma drawing some really nice lines at the end there. I feel like he's gotten himself closer to Takara, but maybe not quite caught him.
Well, it definitely will be closer.
It'll definitely be
closer.
But
real good sailing from both sailors. Takara's hit was critical. Watching our sailors make their way to the outside. Kind of half planing. Still winding their sails. We're going to have one more heat today. We'll get a chance to see Kai Lenny in the next heat. You're watching the 40th annual Aloha Classic. This is the grand finals and presented by the Playa Surf Hotel in association with Sundeck, our friends at Bruce Boards, North Shore Maui Rental Car, Never Slow. A lot of great support for this year's Aloha Classic. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Josh Steele. Never Slow also throwing down sponsorship dollars. Huge thanks to you. Won't go unmentioned more. I mean, we are so thankful to everybody who has helped out. Like I said, Josh Stone earlier, Josh Steele. These guys want to see this event happen. They're fans of the sport, former pros, and looking at this as just giving back to the sport that's given them so much. And, windsurfing has given me so much. It's given you so much, Jason. I find myself kind of, capturing this moment in the following way. It was like, if I could imagine back in 1987 when I moved to Maui, the level that this sport would be at, it would confirm all of the dreams and aspirations that I ever had as an up-and-coming pro and everything that happened during my career. Just to see where this sport is now, it's such an honor to, live this moment and realize that, there have been, little rivalries between other sports, but now this whole water sports picture is mixing in with all these different sports and what you can do on the ocean, that it seems to wash away all of this comparative reasoning, and that windsurfing stands alone as one of those core sports with what we can do with wind and waves. There's no question. And I think that at the same time, we appreciate the new sports like winging that have come in and infused a little bit of a different spectrum to where the environments that we can ride in. And the best part to me is that there's always kind of an optimum medium to participate in these. We're at Hokipa, one of the best spots arguably for wave sailing on the planet. But you can apply this theory to a lot of different places worldwide, wherever there's wind and waves.
And depending on the conditions of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the main thing, is you try to interpret the conditions based on the watercraft in which you want to ride. And right now, it is wave sailing conditions. Look at these sails are fluttering in the wind. It is probably as close to windy as it's been all day. Siver hanging up top on a pretty nice looking wave. He's scanning the horizon like, yeah, I think I'll give this a shot. Here comes Levi Siver. You blink, you missed it. Straight into it. It matters to show the world his agility, his ability, but more importantly, the style that he's so astute at showing. Above all else, he has this style that's all his own.
Well, Levi's playing with house money right now. He's got such a big score line. He's able to sail free. You saw that 360 there. He didn't quite make it, but he just has nothing to lose. He can see any hit, any lip, and just give it his all.
I mean, that is the truth. He doesn't want to leave the door completely open, because look at Takuma Sugi's score here. It's getting tighter. There is a minute left in this heat. Sugi is on a pretty nice wave at the point. One move could swing this. Can Takuma connect? That's a good start. That was a nice, powerful turn, but this is now deep at the point, and that's going to be all she wrote for Takuma. You saw the shoulders drop as the drone pans out. That is all she wrote for Takuma. And when a late little flurry there, was it enough? No. Takara Ishii, is there a chance for him to claw into something? He is, in fact, on quite a nice wave to the right of your screen. Takara Ishii, can he get a haymaker in here? He's been patient. He draws his line, his attention focused squarely to H Poco point. He drops in, points the mast tip, first contact. The wave goes fat off the point. He's thinking about the upwind threes, thinking about any level of trickeration that he can include, lip climbs, anything that he can do. It's not going to be enough, Jace. The heat is over. Levi Seiver rides on. And we will see what the breakdown is between Sugi and Ishii. Poor Takara Ishii hangs his head in shame. But he shouldn't be ashamed. He's had a great year on tour. And it might just be that that's how things are going to stand here.
Those are bragging rights amongst friends right there. I'm sure that Takara really wanted to edge out his buddy Takuma. But Takuma really made it close towards the end there. Levi had really started to run away with the beginning portions of that heat as we watched Takara Ishii bang it off the lip. Wave goes a little bit fat, so he's kind of redirecting towards the whitewater, maybe even looking for a backside three on that hit there. Wave not completely cooperating. And I think you saw it too. There was a bit of body English at the end that shows his frustration. And in round 5, heat number 5, our last heat of the day, we're going to have Kai Lenny, Mark Pere Rico, and Russ Farrow.
And Jace, we are going to bring on Francisco Goya.
Sounds great.
To join me and give you a little break, which you have worked hard. And thank you, Jace Ponabianco, and welcome Francisco Goya to the panel of the commentators. Please have a seat. No, come on. We're all good. Francisco joining me as Levi Seiver sails in with a little celebratory mule kick. Francisco, my friend, you're going to probably have to take that sun hat off. I was hoping, we could get some of these very supportive people that have been helping put this event on, and not to mention, former world champion, former Aloha Classic champion that you are. And, as we see our resident SEAL here on the beach and everything that goes with it, it's been a wonderful day here. Francisco Goya.
Oh, Kai. You're going to
Great
make me
to
cry.
see you. And we got a battle here to end the day. But, Francisco, I take this opportunity to thank you personally for supporting this event and supporting windsurfing itself over the years. Your infectious enthusiasm is exactly that. We've had a good start to this. You picked me up from the airport for crying out loud, and me in a truck here. So
I wasn't too late.
No, you weren't. You were right on time. Let's stick to the plot here. This is Kai Lenny.
Oh my God!
Take it away, Francisco.
I can't believe I'm watching this. This is insane. We at the Aloha Classic with Kai, and I grew up watching this guy showing the world how to do backloops, and here we got the next generation of. I guess that way it didn't work out.
Well,
is the heat already on?
The heat's on for sure.
Awesome.
That must be Farrow in the biggest
Russ.
battle he's been in this whole contest. And the thing about Farrow, with the local knowledge and everything else, Now you're obviously in a battle where it's just fire everything you've got. This is a really, really important heat for everybody involved. But I saw you kind of down in this area, Francisco, talking to some riders, coming in. Mm-hmm. And, what's the feeling on the beach here? How's the vibe?
Well, I think everybody's pretty pumped to have waves and to have wind. And I know it's light. It's really light. For average humans, it's really light. You can barely water start, but these guys make it look like there is plenty of wind.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So that the swell, as you can see, it's a little bit more east. So, it's breaking down the wave into sections. So it's making the sailors have to choose if they start the wave upwind or if they go down to the peak and they focus, like that last wave that Levi was on.
And even that last wave Kai had.
Exactly.
the situational awareness of where he was versus he was the upwind by the point versus downwind. And, Kai is one of those guys who's going to be able to pull out a score on any wave. But what I've noticed about today, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, Francisco, is that wave selection is very, very important to this.
Yeah, it is.
It's very important to this. Yeah. And Kai Lenny, Russ Faro, and Mark Pere-Rico, our top rider here at Simmer with plenty at stake. The world title equation got a little narrower today. We've Koster is out, Marino is out. These are now, these are title equations that are manifesting in a lot of different scenarios. Your main guy, Brazinho, crushing it today and really serving notice that if you're going to go through this, you're going through him.
Yeah.
And he put that statement down early and often. Here is Mark Pere-Rico, who's had one heck of a comeback this year coming from his foot injury.
Amazing. He had the amazing recovery. I can't imagine through how much pain he went through.
Man.
All that recovery, but he was on top form by Tenerife. And then back on Seal then, like anybody that doubt that it was just a 4-star that he just won. He went and did it on a 5-star.
Here comes Mark
awesome.
punching his bottom turn, drone angle on display. You see all the stuff. He has studied all these riders. All those riders I mentioned earlier, from Kai Lenny to all these other guys. He's sitting there studying this up. But even he isn't immune to that late, right at the point, that bobble, that last turn. It
that was a challenging way. It was a lot of white water, and you could see it was a really light wind. And he's a heavier guy, a bigger guy. So here is Kai. Looks like he got a little bit less white water.
Ooh.
Good speed.
Speed was the main ingredient to that ride.
Yeah, so he's on power up on a 5.0. I was on a 4.5 yesterday. Probably undersized, but he charges. He goes on a bigger size sail to his weight.
Again, I want to take the opportunity to talk about this board Kai's been riding, a little bit of a home shape, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I want to emphasize that it's not just Kai here reinventing the board. I mean, he's got the guiding hand of Keith Tabul and the entire crew at the factory, working behind this, the construction, the design theory. It's a team effort at the end of the day. I really like the fact that you see Kai mowing some foam, staying very in tune with his own level of riding. Yeah. But I was reminded, and rightfully so, that it's not just him. It's an entire team of people you have up there at the factory contributing to make these concepts and ideas into reality.
You're higher.
It takes a team.
Yeah, it takes a village, man. It takes a village, because you come down here to the beach and you watch everyone rip, and that fires you up to go back to the shop and tune up your fins and tune up your boards and sails. And that's
also,
what Kai constantly does.
Sorry to interrupt, but he's using a quad set, and they're all the same size.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, so he's on his own world. He's really breaking the barriers between surfing and windsurfing and towing, and he has so much time on the boards, and he's able to bring what he finds the development on his stand-up paddle boards to the tow boards, to the jaws boards, to prone, to windsurf. He's just really bringing it all together.
He is a surfer at heart.
Yes.
Make no mistake. But the reality about living on Maui as a surfer at heart is you are very well serviced by having the wind sport options.
Exactly.
And there are many of them, but we have After 40 years of the Aloha Classic and windsurfing as its presence on Maui, having begun when Mike Waltz first set foot here on this beach and stepped into the water here somewhere around 1979 or something.
Can you imagine being on those days?
I can't.
Oh my God!
I can't, because I can't imagine riding a stock windsurfer at Ho'okipa.
Oh my God!
But maybe they cut that thing in half and just put a little surfboard. And that's what happened was Cabrina came in here and won the Maui Grand Prix in '81. Yeah. On a surfboard with a sail on it. Our resident SEAL's just like, we don't care about history.
She been at this event for as long as I remember. I think it's like 30-something years.
And then Makani.
Okay, so it's the siblings or relatives. Yeah.
Here comes Russ Farrow trying to get in the mix here and selecting one of the nicest waves of the heat. Russ,
beautiful
signature bottom turn, gets the cutback. Is there going to be anything more to say? He passes up the section to make it around here and kind of slices under it. And once the wave gets to about this point on the point, there's a little bit left to squeeze out of it.
Yeah, that was a very clean wave.
That was actually a good way to go there. That solidifies his standing. Trying to get ahead of Kai Lenny here. Here comes Mark Pere-Rico. He's on the black tip in the fly wave, so this is our 4-batten wave sail with our down-the-line waveboard design. Go figure. Here goes Mark. Dives into it on his inside rail and up and under a nice hit. And how's the drone flying?
That was really low. It looks like a jet ski fly.
I'm telling you. But our contest, we never had this stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't have a drone.
So that's Paul on the drone?
It's either Paul Van Bellen or Rudy.
So
one of the two. Yeah. And, hats off to them for doing a great job flying, because there's been these shots, Francisco, where they're pulling out and we're actually getting both riders. Mm-hmm. So we're not missing anything.
Yeah.
So it's all to play for here.
You can tell that Kai's been directing here. Well, of course, we have Alex from Zone 3 Media that is doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
These guys that are putting the show together, they're used to WSL events and you name it.
Russ Farrow putting together a good ride there. I was like a little mystified why he kept going. But here's Pare.
Beautiful.
Over the section.
Beautiful air time.
Making it count. And Pare, Francisco, he has a distant shot at a title. Brasilio needs to lose yesterday, but it's still mathematically possible. But the biggest comeback for Mark is the fact that he's sailing in this contest after breaking his foot earlier in the spring. And here comes none other than Kai Lenny checking it. You always look behind you in this moment to see if there's a bigger wave coming. So Kai does the check, and he's kind of at the point. He's trying to fade as much as he can. And here comes the bottom turn.
Beautiful. Oh, my God.
Hit.
Oh, my God.
Classic Lenny.
It takes a lifetime to do that.
Right.
I'm still trying.
Yeah, we're all trying to reach that level of surfing and riding. And let's, hopefully he can let us try his board sometime to surf these waves with the sail. There comes the flocka on the face. That made the freestyler in you quite happy. And unfortunately for Mark Pere-Rico, he was a little deep on that, gave up on that ride. Right now, it's Mark Pere-Rico in second, Kai Lenny in first. Kai Lenny probably solidifying his lead there. Look at that.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So you see how vertical he went into it and how down he dropped right after? So that's, I think it's very clear what we're looking for, the type of riding that we want to see is vertical hit and coming down. That's
staying
what inspires
involved
you.
with the wave, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You want to get in with the energy.
The flocka was nice little extra.
Yeah, I know.
that got started a little earlier by Morgan, and that heat was really funny to watch too, just because of the intrigue of everything else. But there are the rocks where you and I have come and gone.
We know them well.
We know them well. Do you have it just like you have your own parking spot? Do you have your little rock spot that you go in on sometimes?
I know the place I do not want to go. So I got a couple places I do not want to go again. It's been on. It's to the right. What you're seeing right now, that cove on the right. One time I got caught in there. I was down to my waist and stuck in between the rocks, and that was gnarly.
I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, so
it didn't sound good.
That one to the right is kind of scary. So you don't want to go there. No. You prefer. It's much better to swim all the way down to lanes than to try to come out of there. But you do that mistake once.
The infamous rocks.
Yeah.
There are days out here, Francisco, where you're better off just throwing $100 bills into the sea instead of going out, and you're just a near certainty. Earlier today, actually, Shauna Kropa right away just boom on Takara Ishii, boom right away.
Yeah,
Like,
So
whoa.
what you don't see is the current, the speed of the current there. You can go against it, even if you're like fully power. You just even if you're power up, you just can't go.
Anyway,
against it.
Kai Kachidurian, none other than Francisco Goya,
Buddy,
2000
thanks so much.
world champion, Aloha Classic champion. You know, I'll talk a little bit about your world title run there in 2000. You know, you were one of the top competitors for a while, but when you got linked up with Scott Sanchez, he did a little something up here to you, and you clicked and became an assassin in the water, man. I remember what happened there.
It was hard work.
It was hard work, but you
at
earned
one
that
point, I
one.
was spending more time with Scott than with my wife. So we were, but you know, it was neat. He helped me kind of like bring the pieces together that we were working.
That was an amazing run, and it was also a moment in the sport where, you know, like we had been doing contests at Hokipa, yes, but we were missing out on some of the other locations. That was the year we went to Ireland. I was a part of that year. That was my best year on tour too, Francisco.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that Ireland really set, you know, it was cold, but we had wind from all the different directions, and I think it set the table for where we are today with this, because it's ending at Hokipa, yes, but we've gone to Chile, Gran Canaria, Zilt, and so on.
And Japan.
And Japan, let me not forget that, as Kai Lenny slices Hokipa to bits with that turn. He's
oh my God! You see how
under
straight
the
up
lip.
he went?
He is just a hungry competitor here. There's Mark Perret behind him. I like this drone angle. We're not missing any action.
I know.
It almost looks like it's somewhere else other
my
than
God.
Maui. Look at that rotation. Kai Lenny putting on a clinic. Mark Perret going for the 360 but not connecting it.
Yeah. So one of the most difficult things I think that I can speak about from Kai's wave is putting a wave together where you start where the energy is. So you start at the peak and you hit that lip as at the peak of the moment, right? At the peak of the wave, and then you continue that flow. So that's how they define the WSL surfing, which is speed, power, and flow.
Don't you also notice that last wave, especially, that he's gaining momentum off of every hit? It's like he's hit the lip and he's accelerated into the next turn, accelerated into the next turn.
Yeah, and his board, I sailed it, and it's not like a fast board if you're not on the peak, but if you're like right there, the board accelerates. It's literally a surfboard with straps and just a little bit more volume, but really it just comes from his
a surfboard with straps. So we're all the way back to Pete Cabrina 1981 again.
Yeah. Mike Waltz, Pete, Mark Angula, I think that's what the gear that they were riding. Their mass track really far back, and just
well, you
approach.
saw what we went through here in competition, Francisco, and that era where we were, you know, the spring event aside, we had a lot more jumping at Hokipa. We had a lot more jumping because we were riding these big slalomy boards that were planing. Yeah, we were getting 2 jumps and 2 wave rides, but the wave riding was suffering, man. Like we weren't turning
until
that well.
came.
Polakau came along, and then came Keith.
Keith,
I feel, really should take the credit for this surfing revolution that occurred right around the time of that Chile contest when you did your double and set the tone for your world title campaign. Keith did really well in that contest at the basis of this surfing, and that's when we started doing 2 waves counting. And you know, the jumps will happen when it's a jumping day, but that little forward out on the outside, we did away with that.
Yeah. So this is a nice setup for Russ. He definitely needs to put the gas on the pedal, the gas on the pedal.
Oh, he's got the gas on.
He's
on a hybrid.
Yeah. So he's gonna have to get a little bit more. Make sure that he gets one of the sets and goes right into the sections, because the other 2 guys are a little bit.
The other 2 guys are Kai Lenny and Mark Perret-Rico. Let's just not mince words.
Exactly.
Russ is in a big battle here. There's Kai behind him, kind of getting a roundhouse cutback out of it. Russ ripped that wave, though. He definitely connected the dots, but he doesn't quite have the speed and amplitude of a Kai Lenny.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Kai Lenny with the 360.
He's on
one
fire.
of his signature Aloha Classic moments. And that was right in front of Russ. So, yeah, you're pretty much looking at a situation there where the judges saw it. Kai knows what he just did. That was after the fact that a lot of other riding went down there. Now, Russ put together a decent ride there, and we are looking at Mark Perret here slowly making his way into the lineup. But was this wave enough for Russ to make a case for second place? Let's see here. Kind of a casual approach to the lip, but he connects the wave, wraps around the turn, takes the drop. Does he get another target here? He gets a really nice cut back there. So, one of Russ's better rides. Will it be enough? And here's Lenny's 3. Kapoom.
Oh, my God.
Over the... And D disappears. He's completely gone here, Francisco.
Yeah, but he never lost contact of his foot on the board. He could have done that without straps, it looked like.
Right. Well, I mean, we saw Levi with another master of the 3.
Yeah.
And, you know, like,
Levi
these
had
things
a really nice hit.
And Mark is out to sea here, kind of like, I think he's going to get super selective.
Yeah, I think he just needs to wait and get the right set. And
he's upwind. And so where you see the difference between Kai and Russ is they are kind of further down in the channel. They were, scrapping together these scores. But Mark Perret right now, sitting in third and probably aware of it with 10 minutes to go, is going to go super selective here.
You think he's aware?
I think he's aware, and what he's doing is he's just waiting for a really good wave.
I thought he got some good waves.
He's got to know that he got left out of a few exchanges there.
Russ got a long wave.
Because he tried that 360 and didn't make
Mark,
it. That's the last we've heard from him.
But he got two other good waves.
It's a couple of good other good waves.
Aggressive.
He's currently in third by a pretty narrow margin. I mean, they are rewarding Russ for that second
long wave,
appropriately so.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see Faro speeding in there on his S2 rig and Quattro board, it's like, okay, he's edging into something really good, and Mark Perret's outside of him. So this is a 1-2 exchange here.
This is a good wave. This could be a good wave. This could be a defining wave.
Here comes Russ. Russ kind of forced to the end bowl, unfortunately for him. Kicks out. Here comes Mark Perret Rico with a big difference maker here in this heat. High and tight.
So it's really good that he starts at the peak there. Yeah, so he got a good section there. He needs to
beautiful aerial for Perret.
Yeah.
Ejected into the flats.
I think that's what he needed to
nice
secure
cut
that second
back
spot.
And a final hit.
Perfect.
And a second air.
Yeah.
That's a monster score for Mark. That's what he was waiting for, Francisco.
Exactly, yeah. And that's what he was looking for. And he knew
the
it.
exchange, remember now, Faro was chipping into that wave, but it was the first wave of the set, and it was on the point, and I think that answers why Mark was out to sea waiting. That's exactly what he wanted to see happen.
Yeah,
he had first choice.
Yeah, you're not going to beat Russ by sailing conservatively. So
no.
So he took the right approach, and he went for the lip.
Oh, man, Mark really delivered the goods there. And here comes Kai Lenny. He's way outside on the point. This is interesting because it's like one of those ones that might grow fat if he doesn't read it right. But there's just enough north in this swell that it's going to push through. I have faith in Kai here. Take it away, Francisco.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. There we see on the beach, we see Brian Tama. You guys see on the blue shirt. And let me see who else I recognize.
Lenny wraps it around a second time.
Yeah, all right. That's awesome.
He's got his parents watching. That's what we know.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, Paula.
Yeah.
All right.
Beautiful.
Ooh, yeah.
I think at this time.
Big late hit for Lenny. That's going to make the replay edit. You see it from the drone, that's one thing, but when that replay goes down to sea level, you'll understand the level of power that's going on.
Oh, there is a,
That's his mom to the right.
Yeah. So Brian is speaking with his dad, with Martin Lenny.
Right.
And
there's that whole crew that we'll be talking to after we're done talking here. And let this go all the way into sundown. Mark Perret is going to get rewarded 12.9. Takes the lead over Faro. Kai Lenny's at an even 16. I think that's... I credit the judges for that. They didn't get too carried away with Mark's ride. But here's Mark on another one. And
That's
he's
awesome.
got his
He
own
got
little
there
trademark
quick.
bottom turn lip climb combo too. And for Mark, world title aspirations aside, this just sets the tone for next season quite nicely. He's going to make this maybe. He's riding the rig. That would have been too much to ask if he had made that.
Well,
but anyway.
I think that was he's in, and I think that's
I guess
important.
the point I'm trying to make is that, it's a distant shot for the title. And it's been a tough year for Mark, all the way around. I mean,
yeah, that's
from
pretty impressive.
Joining back up with Simmer and then breaking his foot and this whole rehab process, and you're not being able to do Gran Canaria or Chile, but coming back and winning Tenerife and winning Zilk.
Yeah.
So the momentum is back. He never stopped.
He's so
believing.
young. A lot of people don't realize how young Mark is. Just that because he grows a lot of hair on the. You feel like, he must be 30, but he's not even 20. I think he's 22 or
at the most,
he's just
right?
super young.
Yeah.
And
maybe a little older than that.
Here
comes
he got
Russ.
a long way to go.
Fully planing here. He's got some lightweight materials on this sail, Francisco. You should check out this S2 rig if you ever want to feel a light sail.
Yeah. That new material is coming into the market,
here.
and it's.
But what I will say,
Jeff Henderson, I think he was one of the first ones to develop one, and I think he was like 2 kilograms on the sail.
It definitely looks like it kind of maxes out on the high end. Like it's super low end oriented.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Scream came along. It took a while until we figured out how to work with it,
how to manage it.
So it's light, but you have to deal with all the stretch.
Well, here's Kai on the 4 batten.
Yeah.
What are you calling that sail model?
Nah, oh my God!
Come on, make it. Yeah.
He's like unstoppable.
That was really nice. That was right on the edge of making it or not making it. But
I just don't know how Kai is doing all this. He's like at the top of the world in windsurfing, at the top peak. Surfing, I mean, let's not even get on to Jaws and how he manhandles that wave like if it was a short break. And he's out there playing out, doing like some quick little flips.
That was a goiter into the pit and landed. A little bit of a moment there. Was like, does he have it?
And it's the difference between how he did it, that he approached the wave from underneath. Yeah, so it's a different when, somebody runs down the line and hits that goiter. Yeah. And it's kind of like predictable what's going to happen. But it's nice when the riders engage, as you were saying, with the power and of the wave, and they hit it from inside of it, and they come forward. And I think that's what all the guys are riding all these days, and what motivates them to work on their gear is they want to get that sensation of being one with the wave in the bottom turn, in the cutback, almost like they feel that they don't even need straps. So here goes Russ. This is his chance here.
Yeah, he's gotten on another good one after bobbling that last one.
That was a nice turn.
He's still trying to get in the mix and catch Mark Perret here. Can he do it? Can he get the air over the section? Maybe passed up that opportunity, but he's still got a good ride going.
That was a nice climb on the white water.
He's got to hit this.
Yeah, once you drop a little bit too far down, then there's not enough wind to push you back up.
Unfortunately.
So these days, what you see, and you were watching Liam earlier on, and he was staying up high on the wave, and that way you generate the wind from the inertia on your bottom turn.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, you're talking about getting closely involved with the wave, Francisco, and the art of doing that. And I'll just bring back up the good old sport of surfing.
Yeah.
And you got to surf. You got to surf this wave to understand the subtle nuances of where the wave breaks on the reef. A healthy dose of surfing will really get you to understand any break that you're wave sailing at. As windsurfers, we read the ground swells on the outside quite differently than the surfer does sitting, and you understand the impact zone better as a surfer. And so obviously Kai surfs his brains out.
Yeah.
And, for the credit of what you see is that his approach is also geared around being a surfer and the involvement with the wave, Francisco. And not to take credit away from Mark or Russ, but I feel that this body of work here and the art of actual wave sailing versus windsurfing, which is, if we're going to pozo and jumping, that's like windsurfing. But wave sailing is the wave riding art of windsurfing.
It's the art of Mark Angulo. I think that's what we're following, that legacy that it was set a few decades ago, and I think, nobody expressed that better than that guy.
I hope you're hearing that, Mark. And number one on the list of things to do with windsurfing is just hit lips square and front side. Like Mark Perez setting up here. Bam.
Nice.
And another one. Bam. And these drone angles. And I'm just blown away that we're living this moment, Francisco.
I can't believe it.
That we have all of this, at our disposal. We're sitting here like on the couch, so to speak.
Beautiful. That's really nice straight up from Mark.
Really nice ridden wave by Mark.
Yeah.
And just the contact, the full
Look how
involvement.
far he's like down at lanes.
I know. A lot of these
God.
rides are ending up down there. People can't help themselves, and you're sitting there, another one and another one. Here's Lenny on an insider, but it's a bit of a grower. We're getting into 1 minute, 17 seconds left. This day's gone by quickly, but it's a battle here. Faro and Mark Pare-Rico definitely locked into something here. I would like to think that Mark really might have gotten a good score on that last wave. He just went boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. That was solid.
Full contact.
I mean, what you can tell is how in control he is of the board and how in tune he is with his gear. And
here comes Russ. Does he have an answer? Nice cut back. Nice, but maybe too little, too late. We'll see.
Yeah.
Russ has had a great contest. Nothing to be ashamed about.
No, I know.
30 seconds left.
That's up there.
An integral part of this IWT tour, a mainstay at the events. Super nice guy, great sailor.
Russ, he has a full-time job.
That's right.
If you are renting gear at High Tech, he will be the guy setting you up. On top of that, he manages all the media for the IWT and what not else he's involved, of course, on this event. And
it's been a great run, and I believe that's it for that heat, Francisco, and we can just cap this off a little bit with our impressions of this moment. Heli tack from Lenny on the outside. And here's a heat recap. See the action that we just saw.
I think this image just gives you a little bit of a perspective what you feel when you're out there.
It does.
It's just unbelievable when you're sailing by yourself. And it happens here on Maui a few times a year where everybody leaves because a cloud comes by or something, and then suddenly it gets good, and suddenly you're sailing by yourself.
All of a
that
sudden,
feeling, it's just, or with a couple of friends, it's just unbelievable. It's hard to beat.
So here's the heat replay. This is one of my favorite waves of the event so far. Was that position snapped by Lenny, but he does the fade line and gets under stuff, like you were saying, under the lip.
Yeah, you see that red nose pointing at 12 o'clock, and that just
punctuates it. And there's Mark Pere behind him. Kai just rotating around at will.
He didn't stop. I don't think there was a. I think you could write a trick. A moves book on that heat. He did a 360.
He had a three
taka,
and a taka.
Goiter.
Yeah, and a goiter.
He just. I think he just laid it all out.
Video game stuff, Francisco.
God.
And it's not lost on me. That he's probably still got what did we see that shot that Sophie got last night of him doing that one hand goiter? It's like super projected out of the lip. Amazing stuff.
It's unbelievable. And Ross,
these are good highlights.
He held up there.
We definitely
get. I was battling for the second place. He was
he's battling.
Yeah, so he didn't stop all the way to the end. I think that just shows what a great competitor he is. And
this has been a really good day, Francisco. And what we're going to do right now before we sign off, we're going to get our chance to sign up, but we're going to kick it down to Anna Marie one more time at the beach, and then bring it back us, and we'll say goodbye for the day.
Some interviews.
So, Anna Marie, please.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a day. I'm almost speechless, but I want to say something about this beautiful day of sailing. Starting with very light wind, waves a little bigger than yesterday, so it makes it more critical, be able to get out there, keep your speed on the wave. After 3 waves, 2 redemption heats, and the first women heat, the wind picked up, more wind for the heats after that. Incredible, everybody representing, pulling all the tricks out of the head. And advancing to tomorrow. Tomorrow, we expect waves to be a little bit smaller. Hopefully, the wind will be a little bit more than today. And I think even more action than today. It's going to wrap up in the final rounds into the finals. So stay tight and see you tomorrow. Aloha.
Thank you, Anna Marie. And we're not done yet, Francisco. Stick with me here. Now we've got the day's highlights. And we'll go through the body of work that this actual day produced. And you'll see this whole process of when the wind was light and when things got real and all our maneuvers. Please stay with me and give me your impressions here.
Oh, my God.
Here comes the daily highlight reel.
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah.
On fire. Well, Sarah, she just leaps up the road from Ho'okipa, and you can tell right there. I mean, and here is Liam. He got some really nice waves. He got a 360 on the last heat with Levi. Oh, no, with Brow.
And there's
Jules
Danelle.
Danelle. Yeah. On
Danelle
fire.
had all these like scrappy scores on these waves.
He got some solid sets. Jules had like some of the best wave selection of the day. Antoine was on fire always.
Yeah. Morgan.
And Morgan 3 was
Did
beautiful.
you see that one?
It was perfect.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
Takara
on fire.
Or was it Hayata?
No, that's Takara.
Yeah, I think that's Hayata.
Yeah.
And there's Morgan.
Morgan from the
again.
Yeah, another one. This one's just kind of cruise.
What the Mark.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah,
that one was a beautiful shot.
Wasn't it?
And Kai
with that one. I like that.
Beautiful.
That's going to make the edit.
Oh my God! Look how low the drone is flying. It's like if you're watching it from a jet ski or
high marks for the drone pilots.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
God.
and that's the short version of it. Thankfully, because I'm sure that we're just getting close to out of airtime. But Francisco, let me be the first person once again to thank you so much for everything you've brought to the sport of windsurfing throughout your career, throughout your work with Goya, and just right now it's on display. I drove out of here yesterday, and I'm like waving goodbye. I had a long day. Well, you were just getting started breaking down tents and, this whole show. So you're putting in the hard work, not afraid to get your hands dirty. And that's what it takes, because we're in this together, brother.
We love it, bro.
Thank you so much, man.
I'm just feeding off you guys, of everyone's energy, and I just love this too much. And I'm just happy to be able to do my share.
More than your share, I promise you. And that is the vibe that we're bringing to all of you out there watching, is the Aloha spirit that permeates us all here at the 40th annual Aloha Classic, proudly brought to you by Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck. The
Danny
replay, Goya Bruch replay, and, Josh Steele, Josh Stone.
It took a village, it's how we're funding this year. The tour is through the collaboration of all 52 brands that we support the PWA, and it's been a big shift in the industry. Everybody's realizing that we try the other way of working really hard ourselves. I'm working millimeters on the boards. I'm working on everything, and really the biggest potential for us as a sport is to collaborate. And this event is a proof of that. Danny Bruch came from Tenerife. He brought hand carry all the flags and what you not see, the lycras, the stickers, and he got together with Hotel Playa Sur, with even Tenerife. But people were asking, well, why is Tenerife and a hotel in Tenerife sponsoring the Aloha Classic? I'm like, this is so clever. They're like directly targeting their clientele, and they're showing what a great place Tenerife is. Yes. And I think this boundaryless of collaboration is what it takes to get our sport where it belongs. And I just couldn't be more happy to be part of it and have you here on the show. It's unbelievable, and you bring in all your crew from Jace and everybody that has been making all this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. And with that vibe, we are going to call it off for today. Great job, Head Judge Bujma Giol, for steering the ship there. That was hard to call in the morning, but at 11:40, we've gone all the way to 4:40. That's a full day of work here, and we are happy to be bringing it to you. Stay tuned for the judge's call and what's to come. The wind's going to keep blowing here on wonderful Maui. Proud to be here bringing it to you. So until then, Kai Kachidorian, Francisco Goya signing off. Aloha and mahalo.
Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you so much, man.
Dude, that was
Thank
great.
you. That was amazing.
We'll zoom out.